was taken to a hospital where she awoke but couldn't remember anything? That's right. That hospital has since closed. It was only 10 minutes from here, thank God, or Alex might not have made it. Now she couldn't give a statement or help in any way. She was clearly in shock, and she had a skull fracture. Her life was in danger until they got things under control. The officers searched the area where she was found, but didn't find any evidence worth anything, and they canvassed for witnesses, but no one saw anything. Were her parents in town when it happened? Mrs. Silkwell was, and she rushed right over to the hospital when we notified her. Stayed there all through the night. Jenny came up from Washington to help too. And Dak was out of the country in the Army? I believe that's right. And Senator Silkwell? He flew up straight away on a chartered plane a friend of his arranged. I actually picked him up at the airport and drove him to the hospital. He was beside himself with rage, guilt, you name it, and that man was feeling it. And well done. I understand she had been raped, Devine said in a low voice. James assumed a pained expression. Yes. I'm not sure Alex remembered that part or any part. The mind is funny like that. But her examination clearly showed that she had been raped. We still have the rape kit after all this time, but we never had a suspect to match it to. We ran it through the usual databases and such, but never got a hit. We were all hoping that Alex would regain her memory and identify her attacker if she knew him, or at least give a description, but she never did. Now it's a very cold case. Could I look at the file and the evidence? Why? Do you think it might be connected to what happened to Jenny? Well, Jenny had come up here on some unfinished business, and she had talked to Alex about the attack. And I understand that Jenny's body was found near where Alex was assaulted. James frowned. Yes, I thought that was awfully strange. Well, I can't see how it would hurt to have another pair of eyes on it. She led him to a locked room at the back of the small building and showed him where the files and evidence were located. She had him sign a logbook. There's a little room with a table just through that door you can use. Just let me know when you're done. He thanked her, and she left him there. Devine gathered up the box of evidence and the related files and carried them to the room where he set everything out. He first unsealed the evidence bags and took pictures of the items inside with his phone. They consisted of Alex's clothing and underclothing, which was torn and dirty, some hair samples, a pair of women's sneakers, and the contents of a small bag. They were mostly art-related. A couple of tubes of paint, a brush, a pencil, and a small sketch pad. He opened the latter and saw some pencil drawings that she had done. They were all of the coastline, or else looking out to sea. They were quite good and demonstrated the natural talent that the woman had exhibited while still in her teens. What he didn't find was the rape kit. He checked the log that was in the box, and it showed a rape kit, but he didn't see anything that looked like it. He was familiar with them because he had worked with Army CID overseas when some soldiers in his company had been accused of raping a local woman. 2 of them had been found innocent. 1 had not. He was currently serving time in a military prison at Fort Leavenworth for his crime. He sealed the evidence bags and put them back in the box. He glanced out the window and saw that the rain had started up again. You would be just as wet walking down the street as you would be jumping in the ocean, he figured. He went methodically through the files and official statements. Alex had told the investigators that she remembered riding her bicycle along that section of the coast. She was on her way to Jocelyn Point after seeing some friends in town. It was later than she had realized, and she was hurrying to get home before it got completely dark. That was the last thing she remembered until she woke up in the hospital. There was semen, hair, and other trace on her person from her attacker, but the police never had anyone to match it to. There were no witnesses. Then he got to the part about the couple who had found Alex. Their names jumped off the page and seemed to scream at Devine. Steve and Valerie Palmer had been the ones to find Alex and call the police. Devine checked the date and then Googled something on his phone. The story popped up on his screen. 3 days after finding Alex's body, Steve and Valerie Palmer had died in the house fire. The story said that it had been accidental and due to a portable heater being knocked over, probably by the couple's cat, which had also perished in the fire. It seemed the drapes had caught on fire and the room had been engulfed in flames while the doomed couple had slept. They had apparently been overcome by smoke inhalation because their badly charred bodies had been found in the bed. Devine went and asked James about the rape kit. She looked through the box and then through the entire evidence room. "My God, it's not here," she said. Devine looked at the log to see who had last accessed the evidence. The date was from over 10 years ago, and while the ink had faded some, Devine could still make out the name and signature. Sergeant Richard Wayne Harper. Chapter Sure. Devine drove straight to Main Brew to find that Annie Palmer was just leaving. Devine checked his watch. It was after 8. Long day for the woman. She had her motorcycle helmet in hand, a rain slicker on, and was climbing onto her scooter as he pulled to the curb. "Do you have time to talk?" he asked after rolling his window down. She looked flustered. "I was going to check on my grandfather before heading home. It won't take long. Just a few questions." "Miadin." She hesitated. "Okay, where?" "In here." Out of the storm. They sat in the SUV while the rain clattered against the vehicle's roof. "So, what questions?" she asked, tucking a wet strand of hair behind her ear. "It's bringing things up in the past, things that will be painful to you." I don't understand," she said, a sense of panic rising in her eyes. "It has to do with your parents." "What about them?" "They were the ones to find Alex after she was attacked. It with $1. She stared at him blankly for a moment. "What are you talking about? You didn't know that?" "No." "Your parents didn't tell you?" "I was at camp when they died in the fire. I'd been there all week. The police brought me home when it happened. It was awful." She punched the dashboard. "I should have been there. I could have saved them." "You can't blame yourself for that, Annie. For all you know, if you had been there, you would have died too. If you was. Well, at least we would have died together. I don't believe that's what your parents would have wanted." She looked out the window. "My grandparents took me in and finished raising me, but I never knew about my parents finding Alex. My grandparents never told me. I don't even know if they knew." "So you knew about her being assaulted?" "There were rumors, and I heard things from time to time. She was also raped." Palmer's eyes filled with fresh tears. "I didn't know that." "Was Italian. And no one else in town told you about your parents finding her?" "No." "Who else knew?" she asked. "Well, the police did, surely." "I can't believe this shit." She paused and studied him. "But what does that matter now? Whether I knew or not, Alex got attacked and your parents found her. And from the timeline I looked at, they found her pretty much immediately after she was attacked. Then, 3 days later, they die in a house fire? I must be very stupid, but I don't see what you're getting at. I think they might have seen whoever raped Alex. They could have passed the man on the road. Maybe he was running or driving away. The point is, it's a lonely area. It was getting dark. There might not have been anyone else around. But if they saw the rapist, why didn't they tell the police? That I haven't figured out yet. I just found out they were the ones who discovered Alex and reported it. So are you saying that my parents were, what, murdered?" "It's possible." Palmer shook her head stubbornly. "I just don't see how that could have happened. My parents were friends with the Silkwells. They would have told the police if they had seen a man running or driving away like that. And if they had, what would be the point of killing them to keep them quiet about what they had seen? The police would have arrested the person, or at least talked to them." Devine knew she was probably right about that. "The police report says the fire was started when a portable heater turned over and caught the drapes on fire." She nodded. "That's what they told me, too. I remember that old heater. It wasn't safe. Mom was always telling Dad to buy a new one. But, but what? Well, to tell the truth, my parents were going through some tough times financially. My dad had put all their savings into a business that went belly up, and my mom had been recently laid off from her job. I heard them talking about maybe losing the house. I think they sent me off to camp before I started asking too many questions. But later I found out the check they'd paid my camp fee with bounced. What happened afterward? The bank, foreclosed on the house. Luckily, I could go and live with my grandparents. Turned out my dad had debts no one knew about. It was a real mess. I was left with nothing. If you don't mind my asking, then how did you open a business? You had to have some capital to do that, and I don't think your grandparents had that sort of money lying around. Palmer now looked embarrassed. Aye. Dak invested the money for me to open Maine Brew. We had been seeing each other and gayed. And he liked you and also thought you were a crackerjack entrepreneur? She snorted. Yeah, something like that, I guess. You also warned me not to let him get me drunk, that I might regret it? I shouldn't have said, if he ever found out. He will never find out from me, said Devine. The panic in her expression eased as she looked at him. So why the warning? He asked. We went out one night. I had too much to drink, and I woke up 5 weeks later and found out I was pregnant. Dollars way. Did he rape you? No, he didn't, she said firmly. Dak is not like that. But his not using protection wasn't what I had in mind. But I was too effed up to think clearly. And the baby? I went to a place. Did Dak pay for that? She nodded. I was told that the Silkwell wealth had dried up generations ago. So where did Dak get the money to help you, pay for an abortion, and invest in all these other businesses? He said he had some financial backers in Boston. Do you know who they are? He never told me, but he's doing really well. He fixed up Jocelyn Point some and built that art studio for Alex. He built it for her? Exclaimed Devine. Yeah, about 2 years ago. You didn't know? He shook his head. She never mentioned that. Well, I told you that anyone who thinks they know Alex is lying. Same goes for Dak. He looks like a tatted musclehead badass, but he's actually quite sensitive. End quote. And Jenny? Did anyone here really know her? She was about 10 years older than me, but I knew her. I can't say I knew her all that well, but I was surprised. Surprised? By what? Well, the rumor is she was some sort of spy. You know, hiding things, poker face, pretending to be something she's not. Well, with Jenny, she wore it all on her sleeve. I think she was the most open one of the bunch. So I don't know how she made such a good spy. End quote. Devine offered to drive her to Earl Palmer's house because the rain was still pouring down, and she accepted. You can just drop me off back here and I'll take my scooter home, Palmer told him. A bit later, he pulled up to Earl's cottage, and they ran through the rain up to the porch. She had a key and let them in. They searched the entire house, but Earl wasn't there. Do you think he went for a walk? Asked Devine. She looked over at the front door. His walking stick is against the wall. He never goes out without it, she pointed to a peg on the wall. And there's his coat and the reflective vest I bought him. He wouldn't go out without those. Where else could he be? Devine looked out the window at the small studio. Hey, I think I see a light from behind the curtains. What? Really? She sounded relieved. He must be in there. Maybe he's going through some of Bertie's artwork. I told him it would help with the grieving process. They hurried out to the studio. Palmer opened the unlocked door. Gramps, it's me. I'm so glad that you... She screamed. Devine pushed past her, his gun out, and making wide arcs in front of him. But then he stopped and lowered his weapon as he stared up at a clearly deceased Earl Palmer hanging from one of the rafters. Chapter 3. While Harper and Fuss went about their work with the aid of a crew of volunteer EMTs, and Françoise Guillaume readied her instruments for the preliminary processing of the body, Devine stared up at Palmer, still hanging there. The image of Sarah Hughes came back to him. He had dated her back in New York when he had worked for the investment firm of Cowell and Comley. She had been found hanging in one of the firm's storage closets. The initial cause of death had been deemed suicide. It had soon turned to a verdict of murder. What about you, Earl? Did you do this? Or did someone else do it to you? With everyone's help, they managed to release Earl Palmer from the noose and lowered the body, where it was initially examined by the 2 officers. Next, a nitrile-gloved Harper stood on a ladder and cut down the rope that had been used, careful to keep the knots intact. Devine edged over to where Guillaume was kneeling next to the body, which was lying on a synthetic tarp designed to capture all trace evidence. She used a digital thermometer to test the ambient air temp and then employed a rectal probe to check Palmer's body core temperature. "How long, Doc?" Devine asked. "The ambient temp in here is 37 degrees. He has warm clothes on, which would counteract the ambient some. The body loses roughly 1.4 degrees Fahrenheit of heat per hour after death, up to 12 hours, and about 0.7 per hour after that." She looked at the rectal thermometer. "Based on all that, this reading indicates he died between 1 and 3 this morning." Devine looked at the ligature marks on Palmer's neck. "Those look gravity-induced," he said, "as opposed to straight line, which would show strangulation." End quote. "You know about such matters?" "I have a little experience with them, yes." She held Palmer's large head in her gloved hands. "No obvious signs of bleeding or blunt force trauma. So he wasn't knocked out and then strung up? Why in the hell would you think that?" Devine glanced over to see Harper staring angrily at him. He swiveled his glance around to Fuss to see what she looked like. She was staring at her boss anxiously, it seemed to Devine. "I'm saying that it might not be a suicide. His beloved wife was killed horribly," said Harper, walking forward as he spoke, crossing the footprint of the small building until he was looking up at the taller Devine. "The man is out of his mind with grief. He walks alone in the middle of the night looking for, I don't know what. Maybe a little peace. And then he finds the body of another person he knew." He pointed at the rafter from which Earl Palmer had been hanging. "And now we get this. Seems pretty linear and obvious to me. A person can only take so much." "So you're convinced he took his own life?" said Devine. "I'm not convinced of anything until the doc over there gives her verdict. But why would someone want to kill Earl? That's our job to find out." Harper stabbed a finger into Devine's left pec. "I've got one murder to solve, Devine. I don't need you going around trying to add to that number with all this bullcrap." As Devine looked at Harper, all he could see was the man's signature on the log list and the missing rape kit. He was certain that Mildred James had told Harper about Devine's checking out Alex's evidence file, and the man was obviously not happy about it. "Well, you actually already have 2 murders. Alberta Palmer? Earl would make it 3. And like you said, Chief, let's wait until we get the verdict from Dr. Guillaume." He looked at the woman. "I'm sure it'll be a top priority for you, right, Doc?" Yes, of course," she said, looking and sounding agitated. "I'll do it first thing in the morning." She looked at the EMTs. "Load the body in the van and bring it to the funeral home. I can do the post there once I get approval from Augusta. I know they have a backlog right now, and I don't want to get lost in a long queue, but I also want to be fresh when I do the post." "We'll need the place to be secure," said Devine. "I'll call the county and have them send a deputy over to watch the place all night," said Harper, taking a step back and seeming to lose all emotion and with it all his vitriol. "Good," said Devine as he started to walk out. "Where are you going?" asked Fuss. "To take Annie home. You got our statements. Anything else can wait until tomorrow." He left and got into the Tahoe. Palmer was sitting there, staring out the window at the cottage where her grandparents had raised her after a fire had taken her parents away. Then her grandmother had been killed. And now, this. "I'm so sorry," said Devine, and not for the first time. When they discovered the body, Palmer had rushed forward and grabbed her grandfather's legs, screaming at Devine to help her get him down, to perform CPR to save him. But Devine had seen many dead bodies, and he knew he was seeing a long dead one at the moment. It had taken all his strength to pull her away from him, lead her out to his vehicle, and get her inside. Then he'd called the police. He'd sat with her while he waited for them. He tried to soothe her, come up with words that would make the pain of such a traumatic discovery go away, until he recalled that those words did not exist. So he had just held her, let the woman cry into his shoulder, told her it would be okay when he knew it wouldn't. He got her to cup her hands and breathe into them when she sobbed so hard she hyperventilated and couldn't catch her breath. The flood of CO2 calmed her twitching lungs. "Is there someone you can stay with tonight? I don't think you should be alone." When she didn't respond, he repeated his question. Halfway through, she said, Jocelyn Point, Dak, and Alex. Is up to do it. This surprised Devine, especially after she had told him about Dak, but he nodded, and they drove away from the place where a dead man lay on a cold floor. Chapter Sister R. Alex answered the door. Devine quickly explained the situation, and it was gratifying to see Alex put her arm around the woman's shoulders and usher her into the house. You can sleep in Jenny's old room, she told Palmer. You know where it is. I'll be right up to help settle you in. We do have a new. As Palmer headed up the stairs, Alex turned back to Devine. She had on a pair of men's pajama bottoms and a turquoise sweater and pink socks. Her hair fell around her shoulders, and she had a smudge of charcoal between her thumb and forefinger. What happened exactly? She said, her voice weary, but her expression anxious. He recounted the events in a few sentences, and Alex's look grew more and more anguished as he did so. My God, when is enough going to be enough? Annie's now lost everyone. Well, she wanted to come here, so she has you. She can stay here as long as she wants. We can get some things from her apartment in the morning. I can load her scooter in the back of the SUV and bring it over in the morning. Thanks. Do you want some coffee or tea? No. You and Annie need to get some rest, and I've got some things to do. She furrowed her brow at this statement. Things to do? Do you know what time it is? My job's like yours. It's not 9 to 5. She smiled, and that lifted his spirits a little. Okay, but please be careful. Thanks for helping, Alex. I know Annie appreciates it. That's what we do here. We help each other because each other is all we've really got. Where's Dak? I didn't see his Harley. I am not my brother's keeper. They gazed at each other. Devine didn't really want the moment to end, but good night, she said. She closed the door, and he hurried back to the Tahoe and drove off. He could feel things escalating now, and he needed information, a lot of it. As he drove, he hit a number on his phone. Campbell picked up on the second ring. Devine went over finding Earl Palmer's body, and then the fact of the missing rape kit and Chief Harper's having been the last one to check it out. And Annie Palmer's parents found Alex right after the event happened, and 3 days later they were dead in a house fire. And you believe they saw who did it but didn't report it for some reason? Then they were murdered by the man who raped Alex to ensure their permanent silence? It's a plausible theory, but you have to get proof. The puzzling question is, if I'm right, why didn't they report it? Putnam is a small town, end quote. Meaning they might have known the person who did it and didn't want to expose them for some reason? That's also a plausible theory, noted Campbell. Now, let's focus on Earl Palmer's death. If he was murdered, and there's no proof of that yet, one reason could be he was paid off or forced by someone to pretend he found Jenny's body. So the murderer silenced him in case he had a change of heart and decided to tell all? Yes. Why involve him in the first place? Asked Campbell. I don't believe Jenny was killed where she was found. I think she was taken there. And it wasn't just any location. It was near the spot where Alex was found after she was raped. So, you think the attack on Alex and the murder of her sister are connected even though they took place 15 years apart? I'm beginning to. Otherwise, the locations are just too much of a coincidence, particularly if the place where she was found was staged. That means the killer intentionally picked it. His men. Wouldn't most people up there know that was the spot where Alex was found? No, I don't think so. It was apparently hushed up. But I may still have a town full of suspects. Now, Jenny told her mother that she had unfinished business up here. And then I found out that she visited Alex and asked her if she remembered anything about that night. To my mind, that means the unfinished business has to do with Alex's rape. Do you think Jenny had found out something? Yes, I do. And maybe you could check with her colleagues at CIA to see if she said or did something there that might help us, Campbell said. You know, it's possible that she could have used some of her government resources to do some sleuthing on her own. From the sounds of it, the lady was tenacious as hell. You're describing yourself, too. It's what the Army taught me, as you know. Speaking of, Any luck on breaking through the seal on Dak's military record? Yes. He was found in bed with the wife of his CO. Devine said, "Okay, I can see why he got the OTH rather than a DD. The Army didn't want everyone to know about a cuckolded superior officer. But I don't see how that helps you. It tells me that Dak will take a big risk if the reward is large enough. But it also shows a degree of recklessness," noted Campbell, "which makes him unpredictable and more dangerous." "Exactly. The mole?" asked Devine. "We're 90% through our audit. Let me know when you finish, with or without an answer." "What are you going to do now?" Campbell asked. "Take a nighttime tour of Putnam, Maine." "In the hopes of finding what?" asked Campbell. "I'll know it when I see it." Chapter Suspense. Devine drove to the spot where one sister had been raped and the other one found murdered. He got out and walked around, while at the same time in his mind moving through the details he knew about Jenny's murder and speculating on what had happened to Alex here. He thought about Jenny with a rifle aimed at her head, and of Alex when she realized what was about to happen to her. The twin images rocked him to his core, when Devine didn't believe anything could anymore. He walked to the edge and looked down at the rocks and then out at the ocean, which was rumbling and tumbling. He had seen more violence and depravity in his life than most others had. To a degree, it desensitized you to the stunning cruelty of which human beings were capable. Yet in other ways, Devine found he was more empathetic than most. It might be because he had comforted, as best he could, colleagues and friends and family members who had lost loved ones. That didn't just include fellow Americans, but soldiers from other countries, and civilians who had lost everything and everyone they cared about to war. Death was always unsettling, even when it was expected. But violent, unexpected death? It had a horror, a grotesqueness that most humans simply couldn't wrap their minds around. That's because there was nothing logical or understandable about it. He looked in the direction of Jocelyn Point, where two vulnerable women were hunkering down. Perhaps they were managing to get by together when they might have failed alone. At least he hoped so. As Devine looked back out to the water, he saw the lights of a boat that was very near the shore and north of his position. He looked at his watch and wondered who it might be out there at this hour of the night. He hopped into his SUV and drove toward where the boat seemed to be heading. He continually glanced out at the water to follow the vessel's journey, and then the light vanished, which deepened his suspicions. He slowed the SUV, pulled over, and stopped. He slid his optics from his bag, got out, and looked through them over the vehicle's roof. He swept the horizon for a glimpse of the vessel, but it was like the boat had disappeared into the night. He got back in and was about to pull back on the road when a car passed him, going fast. He glanced quickly enough to see that it was Dr. Guillaume in a gray BMW sedan. He pulled in behind her and followed at a discreet distance. By now she had to have finished at Palmer's place or squared things away at the funeral home before she did the post in the morning. She might be heading home, wherever that was. She had told him she lived here, but also kept a place in Augusta. He lowered the window a crack because he was feeling warm and a little claustrophobic. The briny smell from the Atlantic flooded the interior and brought back memories of West Point and sailing on the brackish Hudson River. Officially known as the United States Military Academy, West Point had been identified by George Washington as the most strategic location in the American Revolutionary War. Originally named Fort Clinton, it was the oldest continuously maintained military outpost in the country. It was on the west bank of the Hudson, hence the name. A branch of the U.S. Mint was located there. It was pretty safe, Devine thought, being on a military installation loaded with weapons and people who knew how to use them. 4 of the best years of his life had been spent at the point. He had made friendships he expected to last the rest of his life. For his comrades who had been killed in battle, those lifetime bonds would not happen, but that was something they had signed up for. Collectively, they were all supposed to make the world better, or freer, or safer. The jury was still out on that. But regardless, we did our duty and did our best. He slowed down when the bimmer did. Then it turned onto a paved driveway on a stretch of coast road that was unfamiliar to Devine. The wrought iron gates opened. The bimmer passed through, and the gates closed behind the car. He pulled off and watched Guillaume drive up to the side of what could only be termed a mansion. Then the house swallowed the car as she pulled into a side-load garage bay. He squared up the SUV and pointed the lights at the gate. Coming together, the twin metal gates formed a large B. B for Bing. He'd thought Jocelyn Point was impressive, or at least it had been back in the day. This place looked to be no more than a decade old, and was even larger. He wondered if she lived there alone or with around 50 people. It was more hotel than house. He drove off, his mind tumbling through a number of scenarios. Who would have thought such a little town would have such big secrets and problems? He slept deeply, got up early, and did his workout especially hard, as though punishing himself for his lack of progress. With every diamond push-up he chastised himself. Every sprint he dug deeper because he'd been such a failure thus far. He made every burpee hurt a little more as penance for his ineptitude. He walked back to the inn, showered and changed, and then picked up Annie Palmer's scooter and drove with it in the SUV to Jocelyn Point. It was 7:30 sharp when he knocked on the door. He noticed that the Harley still wasn't there. Dak had left early for work, or else had not come home. Alex answered the door dressed in jeans and a long sweatshirt. She led him into the kitchen and made him a cup of coffee. They sat at a table in the small sunroom. "How's Annie?" "She's still sleeping," said Alex. "I didn't want to wake her. Her scooter will be waiting for her out front." "It was nice of you to do that." "No trouble. She's going through a lot." "How did you happen to be with her last night?" Devine looked uncomfortable with the question. Part of him wondered why she wanted to know, but then he concluded it was actually a perfectly reasonable query. He said, "I just wanted to ask her some questions, and I drove her over to Earl's because she wanted to check on him. It was raining hard, and it made no sense for her to go there on her scooter. That's when we found him. I still can't believe that Earl would kill himself." Devine didn't bother to tell her his theory about Earl Palmer being murdered. He had no proof to offer, only speculation. But there was something else he wanted to tell her. "I don't believe Jenny was killed at the spot where she was found. Based on the angle of shot entry, I think she was killed elsewhere, and her body was placed on the rocks at that particular spot. For what it's worth, the local ME agrees with my theory on the shot entry angle." Alex asked in a forced, calm tone, "Why would they pick that particular location to place my sister's body? It was where you were attacked." "What?" she said sharply. "There. I think that was why you had that sort of event when I took you to the spot. It had nothing to do with Jenny's death. You got woozy in the open field where you were found. Once you got in the trees, you were fine. So even though you don't consciously remember anything about that night, I think your subconscious does." Her eyes now brimmed with tears. "The same place. So you're saying whoever attacked me also killed Jenny?" "I'm saying it's a possibility, that's all. But you told me that Jenny came up here to ask you about it. And she told your mom that she had unfinished business. What else might she have meant by that?" "I don't know, Travis. I don't fucking know, okay?" She hurried from the room. He sighed, finished his coffee, rinsed out the cup, put it in the dishwasher, and left. "You've got to get to the truth, Devine. For a lot of reasons." Chapter 6. Devine drove to the police station to find Harper out but Fuss in her office. She eyed him inscrutably as he sat down across from the woman. "I spoke with Mildred. Understand you came by." "I did," said Devine evenly. "I also understand that some evidence went missing." "Evidence does go missing," said Devine, looking at her. "For various reasons." "Let's cut the shit, Devine. I saw the logbook and so did you. Never said otherwise. There is no way Chief Harper took that rape kit back then." "Again, I never said he did." Before she could respond, he said, "What about the fire that killed Steve and Valerie Palmer?" Fuss's eyebrows nearly folded over each other. "What?" "The Palmer fire. Yes, I know about it, though I wasn't on the force then. But I remember it was an accident." "You mean that was the official finding?" "That was what happened," barked Fuss. "Look, I'm just thinking things through. Hear me out. They find Alex right after she was raped, and then the Palmers die 3 days later. Quite a coincidence. Apples and oranges. If I recall correctly, it was a faulty portable heater. Happened all the time back then. My cousin is a volunteer firefighter. He said they're still one of the leading causes of fire in the winter. I'm sure. No, I'm not sure you are sure, she exclaimed. Heard from the ME on the post yet? He asked, deciding to change the subject. That's where the chief is, attending it. Devine rose, looking angry. And I wasn't invited. Why? Because it's a probable suicide unrelated to the case you're up here investigating. She sounded like she was reading from a script, thought Devine. That's bullshit. He found the body of the murder victim I'm up here investigating. Are they still doing the post at the funeral home? Yes, but he was out the door before she could finish the sentence. Minutes later, Devine hurried into the funeral home, grabbed someone who worked there, flashed his creds at them, and fast-walked to the room set at the back of the building where he had viewed Jenny's body. He didn't bother to knock but just burst in. Guillaume looked up from what she was doing, which was cutting open Earl Palmer's chest, while Chief Harper stood across from her, looking slightly nauseous. "Can anyone join the party, or is it exclusive?" asked Devine with a bite to his words. Guillaume glanced curiously at Harper. "I thought you knew," she said. Harper groused. "I thought I asked Wendy to let you know, but maybe I forgot. She was actually under the impression that I had no reason to attend," retorted Devine. "Well, you're here now, so let's get on with it. Not that it has anything to do with why you're here," snapped Harper. He looked at Guillaume and nodded. For the next hour, Guillaume worked over the body, dictating notes into her iPhone, which was on a magnetized stand next to her. Both Devine and Harper asked questions of her throughout the procedure. "He wasn't strangled and then hanged," said Guillaume in answer to one of Devine's queries. "As you noted before, the ligature mark is gravity-based, with no straight-line ligature marks under it. His stomach had no undigested food in it, which makes sense if he was killed early in the morning, but there were some other substances in his belly." "Was he on medication?" asked Devine. She nodded. "I was his PCP, so I know he was on statins and high blood pressure meds, and also some painkillers for his arthritis and other pain issues. Most people his age are on lots of meds, unfortunately." "But those meds didn't kill him, right?" said Harper. "I wouldn't think so unless he overdosed on them. And then he would not have been able to hang himself. And there was nothing in the tissue samples that would indicate any toxins in his body. There was a chair on its side, right under the body," said Harper. "He obviously put the noose up there, climbed onto the chair, and kicked it away. End of story." Devine didn't believe this, but he wasn't going to say it in front of Harper. "But you'll run blood work and tox screens?" he said. Guillaume looked at Harper, who said, "All that costs money, Devine. A lot of it. And for what? The man killed himself. How else could it have happened?" "I agree. My cause of death will be suicide," said Guillaume. "Good," said Harper. "Don't get me wrong. I liked Earl, but I also don't need another murder in Putnam. Thanks, Doc." He nodded curtly at Devine and left. Devine looked down at the cut-up body as Guillaume bagged the organs in thick plastic viscera bags and placed them in the chest cavity. She had already slid Palmer's facial skin and scalp back into place after having pulled it down to saw through the skull and remove the man's brain. She now started to stitch up the Y incision she had earlier made along the sternum. "So nothing out of the ordinary then?" asked Devine. "As you saw, I took 1-inch tissue samples of his organs. Didn't see anything unexpected, as I already said. He had heart disease, but I knew that, although for his age it wasn't that bad. When I was with him, he had a really hard time walking. He just shuffled, really. You know about the spinal fusion surgery. That really limited his range of motion, as I told you before. And he had severe arthritis in both knees and hips, which caused him to have trouble walking. Well, so with all those physical limitations, you think he could have hanged himself? A sudden pop of adrenaline can allow you to accomplish many things that you ordinarily would not be able to do. If Earl really wanted to kill himself, he could do it. Anyone could, really. And while he had limitations, Earl was still a big, strong man whose lifelong work had built his upper body to a remarkable degree. Devine nodded, but remained unconvinced. He didn't think adrenaline was the answer to this. "By the way, I saw you last night." She looked up at him, confused. "I know, at Earl's." "No, I meant later. You were driving home, and I was behind you." "Wow, that is some place you have." "It's not really mine," she said quickly, looking down at her stitchwork again. "Oh, really? My father built it about 10 years ago." "Didn't know there was that much money in funerals," Devine said. "Oh, there's not, believe me. But have you heard of Warren Buffett?" "Of course, Dogu. Way back when, my grandfather subscribed to his investment newsletter. Whatever Buffett invested in, so did my grandfather. Every spare penny he had, and he was notoriously frugal in his personal spending. Over the decades, the returns have been quite large. Well, enormous, really, far more than any of us knew. When my grandfather died, my father and uncle inherited everything. My uncle retired and went off to Florida, but my father stayed here for a time and built that place. My mother was still alive back then, and she was really the force behind it. You have to understand, she spent most of her married life in a cramped 2-bedroom rancher. When my brother and I came along, things got really tight, but my father refused to buy a new house. 2 bedrooms? What did you and your brother do as you got older?" "He slept in the den. I kept the bedroom. I was the oldest." She smiled. "Anyway, that house was my mother's revenge, as it were. She lived in it for exactly 2 years before she got cancer and died." "I'm sorry." "No, it's fine. She really enjoyed those 2 years, let me tell you. After that, my father moved to Florida to be near my uncle. My brother and I got to live in the house, and we both have trust funds set up. So you really don't have to work anymore then." She sighed. "Well, that's the catch." "Is that?" "What?" "My grandfather set up trusts for his sons, and my father did the same thing with the house and his inheritance for me and my brother." "Did the same thing?" "I'm not following." "In order to inherit all that wealth, my father and uncle had to work at the funeral home until age 65. My father made a similar arrangement for my brother and me, although we only have to work there until age 60. Until then, we get a little money from the trust and we get to live in the house, but we have to work at the business to earn money, and I have my medical practice, of course, which, quite frankly, doesn't generate a lot of income. And it's not like there's a lot of money left over. That house is expensive to keep up. What happens if you leave before then? The child who stays with the business until they turn 60 inherits it all. If we both leave before that, then we lose the trust funds and we can't live in the house or get the proceeds from selling it. It would all go to charity. If we both stay, we split it. You going for the duration so you can cash in?" She looked pensive and conflicted. "I'm not sure I can hang in there. I never had kids, and I've actually been thinking about relocating to Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm tired of the cold, and that house is far too big for 2 people. And I don't like the idea of my life decisions being dictated by the sole thought of gaining wealth that I had no hand in creating." "And your brother?" "I think Fred actually likes running the business, so it's not so much of a hardship for him. And in his leisure time, he's quite the outdoorsman. He likes to hike and rock climb, and New England has a lot of places to do that. He kayaks and bikes, too." "He never married?" "I think he saw my experience and swore it off." End quote. "That bad? My ex stole all my money, left me with all his debts, and ran off with someone who I thought was my best friend. Damn, I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I dream of running into him one day and, well, I guess I better not elaborate, considering you're a federal agent. But it is a great deal of money at stake. So for now, I'll continue to live in a house that is far too big with my little brother. Sort of like Jocelyn Point and Dak and Alex. Well, as to tour, I never really thought of that, but you're right. By the way, Senator Silkwell was very close friends with our family. My grandfather and father supported all of his campaigns, and the Bing name means something in Maine. I had relatives in state government, and one of my great uncles was a long-serving congressman. Devine thought of something. Was it your family that chartered a jet to bring the senator back from Washington when Alex was attacked 15 years ago? Yes. I believe it was my uncle or grandfather. How did you know about that? He shrugged. Just putting two and two together. We couldn't believe that someone would attack Alex. Were you here when it happened? No, I was still doing my medical residency out of state. Okay. Can you email me your report on Earl with a set of pictures of the body? Of course. You'll have it straight away. I hear Charlotte is really nice. Might be worth it to give up the bucks and live your life on your own terms and not someone else's. Yes, she said dully. It certainly might. He left her there, staring down at a dead body. Chapter Sijerwu. On the way out, he bumped into Fred Bing, who was looking upset. When Devine commented on this, Bing said, "Small business ownership is not all it's cracked up to be. I had 2 people call in sick, and a delivery I really needed did not come in." End quote. Your sister told me about the unusual trust arrangement with your father. Bing sighed and leaned against the wall. It actually wasn't unusual for him. It was a simple power play all the way. He didn't really care about keeping this place going. He did it for his inheritance, and he made sure that my sister and I have to do the same. It sounds like a shitty thing to do to your kids. On the plus side, I actually enjoy what I do. I mean, despite the day-to-day hiccups. These live hobbies. And you like the outdoors, your sister told me. Bing's face lighted up. I spend my workdays in the dark with dead bodies and grieving families. So I like to spend my free time in the sunshine, with nature. Strikes a nice balance. She also told me about her disastrous marriage. Bing's smile faded. Stuart Guillaume was the world's biggest jerk. I could have killed him for what he did to my sister. He blanched. I mean, I didn't mean that I would. His whiff. Relax, Fred. There's no law against thinking about killing someone. And if he'd done that to my sister, I'd be thinking the same thing. Bing's expression turned somber. I heard about Earl. Your sister and Chief Harper believe he killed himself. Suicide? Earl? Look, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but I will tell you this. Earl Palmer would have been the last person in the world I thought would take his own life. Then you know what the alternative is. Rather. Bing nodded and looked deeply troubled. He drew closer. This town is small and isolated, but every place, no matter how big or small, has secrets, Agent Devine. Secrets that some folks would rather keep hidden. Can you be more specific? I wish I could, but that's all I know. Just a weird feeling. Do you think Jenny was killed because she might have known specifics? I don't gamble, Agent Devine. Never saw the logic in it. But if I were a betting man, I would lay down money that was why she was killed. I mean, to my knowledge, she never came up here at this time of year before. There had to be a reason. I appreciate your frankness. So you're going to hang on here for the full ride? I think so. Your sister may cut out early. She should, but I've told her that it won't matter as far as the money goes. What do you mean? Said Devine, startled. If she leaves the business and loses out, when I inherit, I'm giving her half. I mean, it's plenty of money for us both, even if I eventually marry and have a family, which looks less and less likely every day. But you never know. You told her that? I mean, about the inheritance? Oh, yes. In fact, I had it put in writing, just so there could be no misunderstanding in case I did get married and something happened to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a couple of fires to put out. Informant? He rushed off, leaving Devine wondering what the hell was going on in this town. Again. Later, Devine pulled in front of Inkwell Dak Silkwell's tat parlor. It was not as big or elaborate as he had thought it would be, based on what he had heard about the man's ambitions and achievements. But when he looked at the samples of tattoos exhibited on the front plate glass, he came away impressed with Dak's creative ability. He tried to walk in, but the door was locked. He rang the buzzer next to the door, and a woman's voice said, "Yes? Travis Devine to see Dak Silkwell. Just a minute." 20 seconds later, the door buzzed open and Devine walked in. Doc met him and shook his hand. Devine looked around and saw 4 people in specially designed chairs. 2 tattoo artists were seeing to them. "You came to get a tat, right?" said Dak with a smile. "Just couldn't stay away, could you?" Despite the cold outside, he had on a yellow tank top and lightweight cargo pants. "Not right now. Maybe later. You have time to talk? Got a shop full of customers and a long list of others coming in today. Looks like the ones here now are being attended to." "Yeah, but I oversee each one. Give me 10 minutes. I can meet you at the brew." "It's not open." "Why not?" "I guess you didn't hear. Earl Palmer's dead. I actually took Annie to stay at your house last night. I thought you knew." Dak looked stunned by the news. I didn't go home last night. I stayed in town, at a friend's place," he added hastily. "What the hell happened? Did he have a heart attack or something?" "Annie and I found him hanging in his wife's art studio. Dak looked like he might be sick." "Hanging? He killed himself? Earl?" The customers and the other tattoo artists were staring now, so Dak motioned Devine to follow him into a small office at the back of the shop. Dak closed the door and sat behind the desk, while Devine took a seat across from him. "We're not sure yet what happened," said Devine. "Still investigating. What is going on around here? First Jenny, now Earl. When was the last time you saw Earl?" "I'm not sure. Maybe a week ago. Just seen him driving through town. He didn't come around much, not after Bertie died." He looked up at Devine with an expression of hope, which Devine could partly understand. Maybe that's why he did it, because of losing Bertie? "It's possible, certainly." Dak shook his head. "So what did you want to ask me?" "You said you had investors from Boston backing you." "That's right." End quote. "Who are they? Why does it matter to you?" asked Dak sharply, evidently not pleased at all about this change in the conversation. "Knowing more is better than knowing less. My business is private, if that's how you want to play it. So how goes the negotiation on selling Jocelyn Point?" "It's going well, actually." "And Alex is all on board?" "When the time comes, she will be." "You sound confident." "Why is a 7-dated visitor? You may think you know my baby sister after meeting her a few times, but you don't. She wants out of this place even more than I do." "Really? I thought she saw it as her safe space. And she likes teaching the kids. She can teach kids anywhere. Putnam is where someone raped and nearly killed her. Do you really think she wants to be reminded of that every damn day?" Interesting choice of words, since she doesn't remember the attack. But people have told her what happened. Every time she passes by that spot, she probably has all that horror rushing back to her, even if she can't technically remember it. She didn't know where it happened until very recently. And now that spot will also always be the place where Jenny's body was found. Don't you find that curious? All the possible locations to leave Jenny's body, and they chose that one? I don't know what to think about that. It does seem weird, but hell, life is weird. Ister, I need something more definite than that. Dak rose. Well, good luck on that. I've got to get back to making money. Outside, Devine found Harper and Fuss waiting next to his SUV. Their expressions were tight, focused, and grim, none of which he cared for. Not a single one. "What's up?" he asked, half expecting them to say that someone else was dead. Harper nodded at Fuss, who slowly took out her cuffs and said, "Travis Devine, you're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent." End quote. "What?" said a startled Devine, who took a step back. "Anything you say can and may be used in evidence against you in a court of law." Devine took another step back. "What the hell is going on here?" Harper said, "Do not resist, Devine. It'll only make it worse." "What am I being arrested for exactly?" "On suspicion of theft of police evidence," replied Harper. "What evidence?" "Alex Silkwell's rape kit." "Bullshit." Harper put his hand on top of his baton. "Do not be stupid. I do not want to hurt you." Devine almost laughed at that one. Fuss seemed to read his mind and said nervously, "Look, I know you could kill both of us with just your pinky, but we're only doing our job." Devine glared at Harper, as he slowly put his hands behind his back. Fuss cuffed him while she finished the Miranda warning. "You're making a big mistake," Devine said to Harper. "Just doing my job, and I'll do mine," retorted Devine. "And then maybe you'll be the one with the cuffs on. You." Chapter Cicero. The two men stared at each other over the width of a table in the small interview room of the police station. A Bell and Howell surveillance camera that looked to be from the 1980s hung in the corner like a deflated party balloon. Harper looked both cagey and pensive as he turned on a recorder and stated the date, time, and the identities of the two parties in the room. Devine said, "Why are you doing this? Are you having a relationship with Alex Silkwell? What does that even mean? I understand that you slept at her place one night, the night you were attacked. Who told you that? Is it true?" demanded Harper. "I stayed in her art studio that night. I thought it would be safer than my place since someone has tried to kill me twice, including once there." "You stayed there with her permission?" said Harper impassively. "She found out about it afterward." "So you broke in?" Devine slammed his fist down on the table. "Are you really going down that road?" "Breaking and entering is a crime, Devine," Harper said calmly. Devine struggled to get his temper under control, but the smug look on Harper's face made it easier. And he'd been grilled by the best of Army CID agents. "She approved of what I did after the fact, so I don't see what the problem is. And I thought you were trying to nail me on stealing her rape kit? Why does it have to be just one crime? I've committed no crime. Why did you want to look at that evidence file?" "Because I think whoever killed Jenny also attacked Alex 15 years ago. I already suggested that theory to you. I don't agree." "You don't have to. But you didn't have to drag me in here on some trumped-up charge. The rape kit is missing." "Yeah, I know. It was missing when I opened the box. Mildred James knows that too." "No. She looked at the box after you told her it was missing. Why would I take it?" "I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Why did you look at the box 10 years ago? You were the last one to sign it out before I came along. I'm asking the questions here, not you." Now Harper was struggling to get his temper under control while Devine gazed at him placidly. "Answer my question," demanded Harper. "I already did. I didn't take it, so I can't have a reason why I did. But I am puzzled." "About what? Did you have doubts about the case? Did you wonder why it was never solved? Did you wonder why there was never a suspect to match the forensics to?" "You're not listening, Devine. Did you take the rape kit?" "No, I didn't," huffed Harper. "Good, neither did I. I think we can call it a day." Harper pointed a finger at him. "You were the last person to access that box." End quote. "After you did, a long time ago, when you were still a sergeant." Harper shifted in his seat and shrugged. "Okay, you're right. It was unsolved. I wanted to see if something clicked. It was part of my job." "Did anything click?" "No. Something occurred to Devine." "Was the rape kit there when you accessed the box?" Harper didn't answer right away. "Yes. Would you swear to that on the witness stand?" asked a clearly incredulous Devine. "I'm not on a fucking witness stand," roared Harper. "You might be one day," Devine shot back. "If you push this." Harper sat there for a few moments before ending the interview and turning off the recorder. "Get out of here. You read me my rights. Am I being formally charged? We didn't process you yet, and you haven't been officially booked or arraigned. But we can pick you up any time. So much as a parking ticket." Devine rose. "I'm not the enemy here. Was this a very gun? The enemy is who I say it is." Devine walked out. In the lobby, he saw Mildred James. She looked up at him guiltily. In a low voice, she said, "I am so sorry about all this." Her gaze darted toward the hall where the interview room was. "I know you didn't take that rape kit. The rear doors are alarmed. You would have had to pass me with it, and you didn't. It's not like you could have hidden the dang thing in your pants. I told the chief that. I appreciate that. Well, at least I'm free to go, for now. Where is Sergeant Fuss? She got called out on something." He nodded and glanced through the glass partition into Harper's office. He eyed the line of photos on the wall of former police chiefs he had seen before. As he looked more closely, the picture of the man next to Harper seemed familiar for some reason. He pointed at it. "Who's that man? The one who was chief before Harper?" James glanced at it. "Oh, that's Benjamin Bing," and felled. Devine's jaw dropped. "Bing, like in Bing and Sons?" "Yes, he was the third brother. The other two followed their father and uncle into the funeral business, but Ben became a police officer, worked his way up to chief. A little too overbearing and full of himself for my tastes. He would grind you up if you made him look bad." "What happened to him?" "He retired and moved to Florida to be with his brothers." "Where in Florida?" "Naples. I saw a picture of the house once. Right on the beach. It was breathtaking." "Interesting. Is he still alive?" "Probably. He's still young, maybe a year or so older than me. Francoise or her brother might know for sure, or the chief. He probably keeps in touch. They were tight." "Yeah, I bet," said Devine, who now had a whole new angle to explore. Chapter 6. Devine called Campbell and filled him in on his arrest, the missing rape kit, the fact that Benjamin Bing was the police chief when Alex was attacked, and his strong opinion that Francoise Guillaume was lying to him. "She's thinking of moving to Charlotte and fed me a bullshit story about losing the money when her brother was giving her half regardless. There wasn't breast. So do you think Benjamin Bing took the rape kit? Or Harper? Why leave it there all those years in case it incriminates someone you know? I think Harper was going to look at it for the reasons he said, found the kit missing, and either kept his mouth shut or did speak to Bing and probably got his ass handed to him. We need to find out if Bing is still alive. Jenny came up here to take on some unfinished business, and the attacker obviously didn't like that. To do Frist in one. And you said you believe Steve and Valerie Palmer saw who the attacker was, or at least suspected, and thus they had to die?" "Yes," said Devine. "But why didn't they report it immediately?" "You didn't have an answer to that. The Palmers were going through tough times financially," Devine said. "After their deaths, their house was actually foreclosed on." Why is that significant?" "You have to understand, I have no proof of this. But one possibility is they might have known the rapist and decided to blackmail him to get needed money. But instead of paying, the rapist struck back hard. And Earl Palmer? I understand why he had to die. If he was forced to lie about finding Jenny's body, he's a loose thread. But how did the person get him to pretend to find Jenny's body in the first place? From all accounts, he was an honest man. At Cloud Bren's. Maybe they had some dirt on him. If they did, I need to find out what it was. I found something out about Jenny's activities that might help you," said Campbell. "What?" "She did use her CIA resources to investigate the attack on Alex." "How?" exclaimed Devine. "Satellite surveillance imagery for the night in question." "How did that come to be?" "As you know, we have satellites that sweep the globe around the clock. That particular part of the country is pretty important. The Canadian border is nearby. There are planes coming in from overseas non-stop along that route, and that sector is right along a principal trajectory path for both in- and outbound nuclear missiles. So there were pictures of Putnam, Maine, in the database. How come no one thought of that before?" said Devine. "I have no idea, but I confess, I didn't." "But why did Jenny wait all this time before checking that angle?" "I think I know the answer to that. It was only 3 months ago that she was elevated to a position at CIA where she would have unfettered access to intel like this. Knowing her, she probably tried before and was rebuffed. But we have the digital trail of her requesting and accessing this data about 3 weeks ago, from sat pictures taken on the very night Alex was attacked 15 years ago. They keep that stuff from back then? They keep a lot of stuff forever, Devine. Sometimes it's patterns people are looking for, and then changes to those patterns. And for that, you need the context that only time delivers. The U.S. government is the world's biggest data hoarder when it comes to that. Did the satellite record the actual attack on Alex? No, we weren't that lucky. It wasn't positioned in a spot that would show that. What then? It shows a vehicle traveling away from that location at the time in question. And before you ask, no, there was no license plate shown. Again, it couldn't be that easy, right? That doesn't help us much. Ah, but that's not all it showed. The vehicle passed a car coming the other way. It was around a curve, so both vehicles had to slow. The way the other vehicle was positioned, it blocked the other car for the most part from the satellite's cameras. Remember, it doesn't remain static. It keeps roaming. And, Devine said expectantly, and that satellite did capture the plate on the other car. Let me guess. It belonged to Steve and Valerie Palmer. Bingo, replied Campbell. And now the blackmail theory you just articulated seems far more plausible. And that means they recognized whoever it was. Which means the attacker was probably local. And still in Putnam if he's the same person who killed Jenny, noted Campbell. Was there anything on the imagery that can help us identify the other vehicle? Not much, no. End quote. Can you send me the imagery? Said Devine. Yes. Now one thing puzzled me, and I know it puzzles you, said Campbell. What's that? Jenny and her mother were estranged. So why would Jenny tell Claire what she was planning? About the unfinished business? I can call Claire and ask her, said Devine. I think it better to confront her personally. I can fly down and... Campbell interrupted. You've got your hands full up there. It would be counterproductive to pull you away. I'll meet with her. You sure that's smart, sir? I know this is personal with you. It is personal, Devine. And it's also my job. I'll report back what I find out. Chapter. Sister Ba. It's been a long time, Emerson, said Claire Robards. It was evening, and she and Campbell were sitting in front of a roaring fire, which eased the chill from the old general's bones. Yes, it has been, he agreed. He studied her for a moment, his thickly tufted eyebrows edging up and down. Look, people have their opinions, Claire, but it's your life to lead, and no one else's. His words did nothing to lighten the mood of the room. Indeed, Claire's features grew even more unfriendly. He noted this and said, I know that you visit him regularly. That's good of you. She leveled a rigid gaze on him and said in a querulous tone, Good of me? We were married for a long time, and we had 3 children together. Do you really think I would simply abandon him, Emerson? Although I guess that's what people do think. Including you. But Kurt also wanted the divorce. We had gone our separate ways. We only stayed married because of his upcoming election. I know, said Campbell curtly, looking down. She pressed on. But you don't want to believe it, do you? It's easier to think poorly of me and never bring perfect Kurt into the equation. But he was seeing someone too, did you know that? Campbell stiffened and eyed her cautiously. No, I didn't. Now she did clear out at the first sign of his declining health. I was already engaged to Vernon by then. I suppose you didn't know that either, or didn't want to know it. Campbell cleared his throat and said, Well, you have put me in my place by simply asserting the facts, Claire. I'm sorry. I really am. Thank you, she said, her cheeks flushing with emotion. It seemed that Campbell's last words had finally mollified her. Now, how can I help you? Agent Devine reported that you told him that Jenny had informed you about her trip to Maine, and that it was for some unfinished business. Yes, that's right. I told him that she called me, but she actually came in person to visit me here. We sat in this room together. Her gaze swept across the library, and the pain associated with the loss of her eldest child became starkly etched in the woman's features. I had no idea it would be the last time I would see Jenny. I apologize if my questions are causing you pain. They can cause me any level of pain so long as whoever killed Jenny is arrested and punished, Robards cried out. Campbell waited a few moments before continuing. I knew that you and Jenny were estranged, so it was curious that she, Robards put up a hand, that she would bother to come here and tell me of her plans? Yes. Robards dropped her hand to her lap and studied the fire. I suppose Jenny wanted me to know that she had never stopped trying to find out who had attacked Alex. Why would that be important to her? Making sure you knew? The anguish in the woman's features became starker. Because she was of the opinion that Kurt and I never did enough to pursue the matter. She even accused me of being derelict in my duties. She said the same of Kurt. Only she couldn't say it to his face. Not now, anyway. Why would she think that? Asked Campbell. Because in some ways it's true. Don't be mistaken. What happened to Alex tore us apart. Kurt would have killed the man if he could be found. But Alex survived and recovered, and the police had no leads, and it was probably not good optics for Kurt's political career. Well, no one could blame him or you for what happened, Campbell pointed out. Politics is an ugly business, Emerson. It was back then, and it's even dirtier today. People would blame Kurt for not protecting his daughter, for allowing a teenage girl to wander around by herself at night. Looking for trouble? Count on it. I never thought of it that way. That's because you're a soldier, and an honorable one. She fidgeted in her seat, playing with the hem of her dress. And then I suppose for those reasons we moved on from what happened to Alex, even though no one was ever held accountable. For Jenny, that was an outright betrayal, I suppose. But we did just move on with our lives and never really talked about it. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she spoke these last words. Then she composed herself. God, it sounds so callous, so heartless, when I say it like that, particularly since Alex didn't recover. Not fully. She's still trapped up in that damn town, in that goddamn house, because she's still afraid to move on with her life. She keeps looking over her shoulder, terrified because he's still out there. You'd think she'd want to get as far away from there as possible. There is nothing logical about fear, Emerson. The mind can play incredibly cruel tricks on you. It can make you do or not do what you couldn't have imagined yourself ever doing or not doing. With Felf, you sound like you speak from experience. Do you really think being married to Kurt for all those years was a walk in the park? No one who knew the man would say that. But what more could you have done? That's the police's job, noted Campbell. Oh, dear Emerson, there is always more that could have been done. To Jenny, her father walked on water. If Curtis Silkwell wanted it done, it would be done. She paused. All I can tell you is that after it happened, he was never the same man again. He had failed his sweet, innocent child. For him, there was no greater crime. So Jenny basically came here to throw all that in your face and state that she was going up there to finally see the truth come out? Something like that, yes. Did you tell anyone what Jenny was going to do? Anyone at all? No, Emerson, I swear. Not a soul. She added, but if we had done our duty back then, she never would have had to deal with it. She would still be alive. This is our fault, Emerson, Kurt's and mine. She put a shaky hand to her face to wipe the tears away. He reached across and gripped her arm. What happened to Jenny is the responsibility of one person and one person only, and I promise you that we will find him. She calmed and nodded. You must have great confidence in your Mr. Devine. I do, more than perhaps even he knows. Chapter. Sushijo. Devine was in his cottage the next day studying the satellite images that he'd received on his laptop from Campbell. He'd enlarged the pictures as much as possible on his computer. Frustratingly, there was no detail of the other vehicle that stood out, and there was no image of the person driving it because the Palmer's car was blocking it. Campbell had confirmed that this was the only picture of the two vehicles passing each other that the SAT had captured. It had spun on to other sectors and left a mystery down on Earth. But wait a minute. As he looked more closely, he could just make out what looked like a small, dark pyramid on the door panel of the other car. A pyramid? What could that be? The Palmer's vehicle was a Jeep. The shot of the license plate as it passed by was head-on, but there was nothing on the other car once it had cleared the Jeep because the satellite then spun and pointed in the direction the Palmers were heading, and its tracking path was narrow. If only the satellite had swiveled its electronic eyes a bit, the plate of the other car might have been visible. Detection, like football, was indeed a game of the most minimal of distances and the most slender margins of error. The images of the man and woman in the Jeep were also relatively clear before it passed by. Facial recognition had been performed and had confirmed they were Steve and Valerie Palmer. Devine peered as close as he could at their faces. They seemed to be looking at the car as they passed. Were their expressions surprised? Yes, they seemed to be. But they had found Alex after this interaction with the car. Only then would their suspicions have been aroused. But had something in the other driver's expression given away what he had just done? Devine was also convinced that the Palmers had known who the man was. If it had been a stranger, someone from outside of Putnam who had attacked Alex, they would surely have reported seeing the man in the vehicle fleeing the scene of a crime they were just about to discover. But they hadn't. Had they tried to blackmail the man, as he had theorized, and gotten their house burned down with him in it as their reward? He was heading to his SUV when he ran into Pat Kingman in the front of the inn. She looked upset. "You okay?" he said. "I heard about Earl. It was a real tragedy. I wish he had talked to me. I would have helped him, considering what he did for me." "What do you mean, did for you?" asked Devine curiously. "You remember I told you about my husband's boat going down in an accident a number of years back?" "Yeah, I do. Well, Earl worked on that boat, had for decades. As good a stern man as there ever was. Earl tried to save Wilbur, but he drowned. Rocked the whole town, I can tell you that. They recovered his body, and we had the funeral and all. And they held a ceremony out at sea for Wilbur, to honor him. I cried my eyes out for 6 months, it seemed like, and so did Earl. Poor thing. He was hanging on to some debris for hours in that cold water. Almost died. Hurt his neck and back. He couldn't work after that. Now, I didn't think I could get by without my Wilbur, but I used his life insurance proceeds to buy this place and fix it up. I mean, you have to go on living, right?" "Yes, you do," said Devine. "And I'm sure Wilbur would have wanted that. Well, Earl and I really became close after that. I even gave him some of the insurance money, though he fought me tooth and nail over that. Now, Bertie and I had been friends for decades. We'd sit and clean barnacles off the cages before the new season started, put the new tags on, check the runners, repaint the buoys, and repair the hog rings. But after that, I was friends with Earl, too. He was a real hero for what he tried to do, but he never talked about it. Just said he was lucky to be alive, and that it should have been Wilbur who'd made it, not him." "I understand that," said Devine. Thinking about how the same philosophy worked in the military, she said, "You'd think a man like that would be able to find some peace, that the Lord would grant him some solace. But instead he loses his son and daughter-in-law, and then his wife, and now this. Life rarely works out the way we expect it to. Though I was raised Catholic, I'm not a churchgoer, but I'm heading there today to say a prayer for his soul. See, taking your own life is a mortal sin. You're not supposed to get into heaven with that hanging over your head, or be buried in consecrated ground, or at least it used to be that way. My thinking is God should cut Earl some slack." She gave Devine a raised eyebrow as she said, "I mean, we're only human after all." "Yes, we are," replied Devine. Chapter Woosher. "What are you doing here?" asked Alex as she opened the door to her studio. There were paint smudges on her hands and a broad charcoal stroke on her nose. Devine looked down at her. "Thought I'd check up on my favorite local artist." She grinned and then looked skeptical. "Why don't I believe that?" "Can I come in? Pretty cold out here. You'll have to watch me work. I've got a tight deadline." "My pleasure." He looked at the easel with a 4x4-foot canvas on it. "Coffee's fresh," she said, pointing to the pot on an electric plate and some cups next to it. He poured himself a cup and leaned against a table to watch as she went back to work. "Seems pretty sedate for you," he noted as he looked over the painting of a lake surface with colorful water lilies floating on top. "No male genitalia or anything." She laughed. "The client loves Monet but can't afford that sort of artwork. Not that you can just go buy an original Monet these days. They're either in museums or owned by billionaires. But I'm a good chameleon. I can imitate lots of styles. But you prefer your own style? Every artist does. But you have to pay the bills, too. Did you mention to anyone that I slept here that night? She shot him a glance. No. Why? Harper knew about it. He arrested me for breaking and entering. At least that was one of the charges. She lowered her palette and brush. You've got to be joking. I wish I were. He let me out, but he could pick me up any time. I'll talk to him and tell him it was fine that you were here. But like I said, those weren't the only charges. What else? Urinating in public? From what I've seen, you could get half the male population up here on that one, she said jokingly. He debated whether to say, it actually involved a piece of evidence from your case. She looked startled. My case? He accused me of stealing it. Why would you do that? I wouldn't, and didn't. But the evidence is missing. Someone took it. She set her palette and brushed down and came over to him. What was it? He glanced at her before answering. She seemed equal parts angry and heightened. It was your rape kit. Alex looked down, her facial features tight, her body rigid where it had been relaxed and loose while painting. Why would anyone take that? She asked, her gaze still averted from him. I don't know, but it would make it impossible to compare anyone's DNA to it, so there is that. He waited for her to say something, but when she didn't, he added, Your sister came up here because I think she had figured out who had attacked you. How? How could she possibly have done that? And after all this time, she used some of her resources at CIA to work the case. What? She told your mother that she came up here for unfinished business, and she asked you about the attack. Is Tao's? Alex started to crumple. But she never told me that she knew who. Seeing how she was being affected by this revelation, he said quickly, I'm not saying she knew for certain, but I think Jenny might have suspected. She looked up at him in a way that made his skin tingle. She seemed wobbly and dazed, and Devine felt like an insensitive idiot for having brought all of this up. I just meant that if she really knew who it was, and had proof of that, she would have just contacted the authorities. I don't know what the statute of limitations up here is, but I doubt it goes back 15 years for what happened to you. Alex did not appear to be listening. Then, while Devine was preparing what he would say next, she slumped to the floor. Alex! He cried out, kneeling down next to her. Her eyelids were fluttering, and her breathing was erratic. It was like when he had unwittingly brought her to the place where she'd been attacked, only this time was worse. Devine gripped her hand. Breathe in and out, nice and slow, in and out. Come on, you can do it. Instead, the woman went completely rigid, and her eyelids stopped fluttering and closed. Get off me! She screamed. He let go of her and sprang back, stunned. Alex, I'm just trying to... Stop it! Stop it! Let me go! Let me go! You're hurting me! I don't want to do this! Stop! She shrieked. She started writhing on the ground, punching with her arms and kicking with her legs. Alex, I'm not touching you. I'm over. I will kill you. Let me go. Stop it. Don't. Stop. Please, she screamed again, and then fell silent, her body now still. And then she started to weep, softly, agonizingly, her whole body shuddering with the effort. Alex, Devine stopped and looked helplessly down at her. She grew still, and the cries stopped. She opened her eyes and looked around in a daze. When she saw him, she said quietly, What happened? She looked around and noticed that she was on the floor. She slowly got to her feet, putting a hand on a table to help lever herself up on shaky legs, while Devine just stood there, stunned. Why was I on the floor? I remember talking to you, and then... Nothing. He looked at her closely. You just sort of passed out, Alex. Do you not feel well? Are you dehydrated? No, I mean I've been drinking water and coffee, but I haven't been feeling all that well lately, and I do get anxious. Maybe fainting is my self-defense mechanism. Do you feel all right now? Yes, I feel fine now. Divine didn't want to upset her unduly, which was why he had not told Alex what she had said while she had been on the floor. He didn't think she was dehydrated or had fainted from anxiety. She seemed to be reliving what had happened to her when she had been attacked. Something occurred to Divine as he connected one thing to another. "Alex, has this ever happened to you before? You sort of faint and then don't remember anything?" "What? No. I mean, not that I remember. But wait. Okay. One time, I was at Bertie's studio. I was working on a sketch that I was later going to turn into a painting. She was helping me to get my 3-point perspective and vanishing points just right. I was doing a building with people walking in front, but there was tricky trajectory to work out, and my 3D boxing skills on the people weren't all that stellar, especially getting the middle point right. I hadn't really done something that complicated before. I won't even pretend to understand what you just said." She smiled. "There's more math in art than most people think. But the world is three-dimensional, and art has to be as well. There are skills of the trade to get that effect, and having a grasp of geometry and other disciplines helps. Anyway, I was sketching it, and Bertie asked me something." "What did she ask you?" "As a matter of fact, I don't really remember. She said I had just collapsed." "Do you recall when that was?" "It was a long time ago. My senior year of high school. I do remember that. The painting was going into a school competition." "Yes. Is that the only other time this happened to you besides with me just now?" She frowned. "No. Come to think, the same thing happened here. Bertie was with me again. She was over helping me on a sculpture I was doing. The piece was just physically hard to maneuver, and she was very strong. Boom, I just collapsed. And the next thing I knew, she was kneeling next to me, shaking me." "Were you talking to her about anything before you fainted?" She thought for a moment. "Bertie was asking me if I was ever going to leave Putnam. Look, it was probably all the paint fumes I was breathing." When Divine looked worried, she added, "Don't worry. I've been to a doctor and gotten checked out. No brain issues or anything like that. And I had my air filtration and ventilator systems here upgraded. You have to be careful with all the fumes and such. It can be toxic." "What doctor did you see?" "Françoise Guillaume. She checked me out thoroughly. I'm fit as a fiddle." "Well, okay. So when did the last episode happen with Bertie?" Alex let out a protracted sigh and her expression darkened. "It was the last time I saw her, actually. She was killed by the hit-and-run driver 2 days later." Chapter Wuzhi. Divine drove back to the inn. His phone buzzed as he opened the door to his cottage. It was Campbell. He told Divine about his visit to Claire Robards the previous evening. "So Jenny thought her parents hadn't done enough to find whoever had attacked Alex?" "Yes. And she wanted to make that point clear to her mother, and also let her know that she was going to solve the crime. By the way, Claire blames herself for Jenny's death. She said if she and Kurt had pushed harder, Jenny wouldn't have had to do what she did and sacrifice her life in the process." Divine said, "That's a lot of guilt to carry around. In addition to people feeling Claire abandoned her former husband during his hour of need. She told me some things I didn't know about that," said Campbell quietly, a distinct level of chagrin in his voice. "So, are you second-guessing your opinion of Claire Robards, sir? She devoted most of her life to him, Divine. Carried and raised 3 children. Fought every political battle with him side by side." The former general paused. "I guess I don't have the right to judge her, because I've never been in her circumstances. The bottom line is, she's a good person who did right by Kurt for a long time, and he was not easy to get along with. Now, that is something I can opine on, having known him all those decades. He was as loyal a friend as you would ever want, but if you got on his bad side, it was a battle to the death. And as a politician, he was ruthlessly ambitious. Sometimes, to an extent that it clouded his judgment. And the higher up he went in the political food chain, the more he was apparently willing to do in order to stay there. He and I had sharp words on the subject, but still maintained our friendship." "Sounds like the Marine who never could take losing on the battlefield carried that same standard to running for office," opined Divine. "Yes, but if one compromises one's principles in the bargain, you have victory without honor. At least in my opinion. Yes, sir. What's too bad? So, anything new to report? Asked Campbell. I met with Alex. I told her about Jenny using her government resources to find out who had raped her. What did she say to that? Campbell wanted to know. It's not so much what she said as what she did. I'm not following. What did she do? Devine explained about her collapsing. At first I thought she had passed out, but when I went to help her, she started screaming at me to leave her alone, to get off her. Then she started punching and kicking. My God, was she having some sort of seizure? Did you make her understand that you were not attacking her? The thing is, I don't believe she was addressing me. Who then? Asked a clearly confused Campbell. I think what I told her prompted her to have some sort of an unconscious memory episode. That's the only way I can think of to describe it, said Devine. Wait, do you mean you're discussing the attack again made her what, relive it? Yes. I think she was defending herself against her attacker. When she finally came around, she had no memory of any of it. I didn't tell her what she said or did. I'm not a psychiatrist. I didn't want to mess her up even more. No, you did the right thing. Now, Devine, did she mention a name or give you any clue as to who it might have been? No, nothing like that. And you're certain that whoever killed Jenny attacked Alex? Asked Campbell. Not only am I sure of that, but also, based on something else Alex told me, I'm pretty sure the person who attacked Alex and killed Jenny also murdered Alberta Palmer. Campbell blurted out. How do you figure that? Alex had an episode like she did with me today, with Bertie, 2 days before she was killed. Only I think Bertie got lucky where I didn't. You mean Alex named the person who attacked her? Said Campbell. Or at least gave enough information that allowed Bertie to figure it out. You think she confronted the person? I do. And if I'm right, we saw the person's homicidal reaction, noted Devine. 2 murders tied to Alex's rape, which means you could be a target, added Campbell. I've been a target ever since I stepped foot in this place. Okay, since you brought that up, anything new on the mole? Or the woman from Geneva? Yes and no, Campbell paused. I blame myself. Was live. What do you mean? Said Devine sharply. My admin assistant has vanished. What's her name and what happened? Asked Devine. Dawn Schumann. And we don't know what happened to her. She didn't show up for work yesterday. We called and then sent a team to her house. Her car was missing, and it seems as though she had packed a bag. We have alerts out on her everywhere, but so far, nothing. And why do you blame yourself? Because I knew something was off, and I did nothing about it. She'd gotten divorced, and there was a custody dispute over her kids, and she was struggling financially. She had confided in me some of these personal issues. I should have followed up with our security folks to keep an eye on her, but I didn't. Because her personal issues could have compromised her? Yes. And now, with her disappearance, I think she might well have been compromised. And she knew about my movements? Said Devine. She arranged your travel while you were overseas, and also your itinerary for Maine. But why run now? Asked Devine. They might have asked for something she was unwilling to give, or she felt guilty, or scared that we would find out once we began our internal security audit. Ironically, her fleeing was what made us look at her. They might have grabbed her and made it look like she left voluntarily. Trust me, Devine, I had thought of that possibility. Should I send you reinforcements? No, that'll just spook our killer, and then the guy goes even deeper underground. Well, be careful. I'm not sure that's going to get it done, sir, replied Devine before clicking off. Chapter. Ujar. Devine could not sleep that night. The rain beating down on the roof, normally a soothing white noise, simply served to pound relentlessly into his head and also into his thoughts. A mole in Campbell's organization had likely helped put a bullseye on his back. There were forces up here who wanted him dead, and he had a murderer that hopefully he was closing in on. And while he had fought battles on 2 fronts before, it had never been quite like this. He gave up the attempt at sleep, got dressed, grabbed his gun, and headed out, running to his SUV through the rain and cranking up the heat once he got inside. The trip he was about to take was not all about his insomnia. He needed to follow up on a possible lead that he had failed to do before. He headed through the darkened streets. He didn't know if he would again see what he had glimpsed once before, but he had his fingers crossed that he would. It might not be connected to Jenny's death, but he couldn't rule it out until he knew a lot more. And it was intriguingly odd. That alone deserved scrutiny. Devine approached the spot where he'd been when he'd lost sight of the boat he'd seen before. That time, he'd become distracted by seeing Françoise Guillaume drive by and following her to the mansion where she lived with her brother. No distractions tonight. At least I hope not. He parked off the road, killed his lights, and waited. An hour later, he had just about given up hope and was getting ready to head back to the inn when he saw it. The light was quite a ways out on the water. But as he watched, Devine judged that it was definitely heading toward shore. He started the SUV, and driving without his lights on, he moved slowly down the road in the direction of where he had roughly calculated the landing spot to be. It was a long ride at a slow speed while his focus was on the light out at sea. A few minutes later, the rising winds cleared the dense cloud coverage, and the light, which Devine had lost sight of for about a minute, reappeared farther down the coast. He pointed his ride that way, and soon the light became more and more vivid, like a star fallen into the ocean. He finally pulled to a stop along an isolated stretch of coastline. He figured he was about 6 miles north of Putnam at this juncture. Directly east, across the Gulf of Maine, lay Nova Scotia. Directly north was New Brunswick, which Devine knew was separated from Nova Scotia by the Bay of Fundy. His gaze fixed steadily on the approaching boat light, Devine got out of the Tahoe, hurried toward the rocky shore, and took up position behind a stand of white pines that had been battered and deformed by the stiff ocean wind. He placed a hand against one of the lean, bristly trunks. He thought, if this is just a fishing boat and I've wasted time and sleep for nothing? Devine tensed as the boat drew ever closer to shore. He wondered how they were going to manage it, because the coastline here was every bit as rocky as the one back in Putnam, and the breakers were not going to be easy to navigate. He once more drew out his military-grade optics. They were the latest generation of surveillance technology, cost a fortune, and were worth every dime. He squared up on the boat. The vessel didn't appear to be a lobster boat, at least not like the ones he'd seen at the harbor in Putnam. It was larger and sleeker, and had sophisticated sat-nav tower modules mounted on the pilot-house roof. He didn't see anyone on deck, and the pilot-house glass was darkened. He scanned the port side of the boat for ID markers, but saw none. The boat had been powering along all this time, but as it grew closer, it suddenly slowed, and then stopped so abruptly, a stiff stern wake jostled it. As he watched, a smaller boat was lowered from the port side, and he saw 3 figures board it, and then several crates were passed down to the people on the smaller boat. One of them sat in the rear and operated the outboard motor and tiller. The small boat headed directly to shore. Devine took out his phone and filmed this through his optics so it was as magnified as possible. He looked to the spot on land where the boat was headed and thought he saw movement there. He looked through his optics and confirmed at least one person standing at a spot near the shore. The person was moving a light up and down, clearly signaling to the boat. Right as the vessel reached the breakers, Devine heard something behind him. Coming from the south on the road were twin lights as a vehicle raced through the dark. He used his optics and saw that it was a black Cadillac Escalade, the same type of vehicle in which he'd been kidnapped. Shit. Devine hoofed it to his SUV, jumped in, and fired it up. He saw in his rear view that the Escalade was bearing down on him now. He pulled onto the road and punched the gas, making his tires squeal against the pavement as they strained to gain purchase. The Escalade countered this move by speeding up. His ride was lighter and nimbler than the Escalade, but had nowhere near the horsepower. He knew this to be true because, despite his pressing the accelerator to the floor, the Escalade closed the gap with authority and rammed him from behind. Devine fought to keep control of the Tahoe, but it was difficult on the rain-slicked road, and then a sudden gust of wind sent dead leaves and other debris barreling across the road, nearly blinding him. That was troubling but manageable. Far more problematic were the shots fired through his back glass, shattering it. The bullets passed uncomfortably close to him on either side before exiting out the windshield, leaving 3 small holes and 1 larger one, and an accompanying long crack in the glass as grim evidence of their passage. Devine slipped out his gun, rolled down his window, pointed his Glock behind him, and fired 6 shots left-handed and blindly at the caddy. It did absolutely no good. A crescendo of shots pinged all over the interior of his SUV, forcing him to duck while still trying to see to drive. His vehicle went off the road before veering back on as Devine tried desperately to get out of the way of the shooter's sightline. As he got the Tahoe back under control, the Escalade sped forward and came up next to him. His window was now parallel with the front passenger side window of the Escalade. The window on the other vehicle slid down, and Devine saw a man sitting there wearing a black ski mask. He didn't focus long on the man, but turned his attention to the biting end of the side-by-side shotgun, which was pointing right at Devine's head. Devine slammed on the brakes a split second before the shotgun roared, and the buckshot load passed harmlessly in front of his windshield. Devine put the Tahoe in reverse, punched the gas, and hurtled backward for about 50 yards. He next performed a J-turn by tapping the gas and brake at precisely the right moments, and spun the steering wheel just as he'd been taught in the military during evasive maneuvers training. He'd done it back then in a 3-ton armored Humvee the size of a hippo. By comparison, the Tahoe was not much of a challenge. He drove off going south, back toward Putnam. However, the Escalade driver performed the exact same maneuver and impressively did it even more tightly than Devine had managed. In his rear view, Devine saw the rear driver's side window come down, and the muzzle of an MP5 poked out as the Escalade soared after him. Devine wasn't sure what he was going to do about this development, only that he wasn't going to sit there and go down quietly. He dropped back and was about to ram the larger vehicle as it came up beside him when a series of shots rang out. Only the shots weren't coming from the Escalade. The big SUV immediately swerved and went off the road in a swirl of mud and flying leaves. Devine checked his rear view again. The Escalade appeared to be out of the chase. He floored it and drove straight back to Putnam. When he got to his room, he texted Campbell. He didn't expect an answer, but he got one a minute later. "Glad you're all right. Hunker down for the night." Devine texted back a reply, and then started to wonder who had fired the shots that had saved his life. And then a moment later he realized he had forgotten all about the boat coming to shore. He slumped back on the bed and groaned, and then his phone rang. The retired general must have thought of something else, only it wasn't Campbell. And Devine wasn't going to be hunkering down. Chapter. Wushasan. Annie Palmer sounded stressed. "Travis, can you come over?" she said. "I know it's late, but I really need you." "Okay. Where do you live?" "Not my place. I'm still at Alex's. She asked me to stay." "What's wrong? Is she okay?" "That's why I'm calling. I don't know what to call it, but she's not in a good place." "Should you call 911? snapped Devine. "She's not sick or injured or anything. She's just mentally something is going on. Please, can you come? I'm leaving right now. Where's Dak?" "I have no idea. I checked. He's not asleep in his room. And his bike isn't here. He's probably out getting drunk and screwing somebody. Please, hurry," she implored. He drove his SUV as fast as he could while still maintaining control. It was freezing inside, with the back window shot out, and the crack in the windshield was spreading. He cranked the heat up high and tried to ignore the chill. He slid to a stop in front of Jocelyn Point, jumped out, and double-timed it to the front door. Palmer was waiting for him there. "Where is she?" said Devine. "In her room. With Mext." She led him up the stairs and tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. She looked fearfully at Devine. "I left it unlocked." Devine pushed past her and rapped on the wood. "Hey, Alex, it's Travis. You in there? You okay?" There was no answer, but Devine could hear an odd sound coming from inside the room. "I just want to talk, okay? I've got some things to tell you. Stuff I found out. Open the door, okay?" There was no response. Devine put his ear to the door and listened for a few moments, while Palmer stood there frozen, her eyes filling with tears. "Alex, barked Devine. Do you think?" began Palmer. But Devine wasn't listening. He stepped back a few feet and then charged forward, throwing his bulk against the door. It burst open and he was inside the room. He scanned every inch and saw that the window was open and the drapes were flapping in the wind. That must have been the sound he'd heard. He raced to the window and looked down, his heartbeat thumping in his ears. Please, God, no. No, she wasn't down there. He breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Palmer, who was standing next to him. Was she here when you came down to answer the door? Yes. She was lying, all curled up in the bed. Her bathroom? Down this way. They rushed out into the hall when they both heard a noise. Overhead. What is that? Asked Palmer, in a hushed tone. Devine looked up at the ceiling, and then it dawned on him. Oh my God! What? What's wrong? Cried out Palmer as Devine rushed to the stairs and ran pell-mell up them. Where are you going? She called out, running after him. Devine burst through the door leading outside and then pulled up abruptly. Palmer ran into him and bounced off Devine like she'd hit a wall. Devine didn't even notice the impact with the woman. His attention was in front of him. Hey, Alex! Within. She was standing there in a white nightgown that swirled around her long, pale legs with the rush of the wind. She didn't turn or acknowledge him. Palmer came to stand next to Devine. Oh, Lord, she whispered in a fearful tone. Her fright was understandable. Unlike them, Alex was standing on the outside of the widow's walk, right near the edge of the roof. It was at least a 40-foot drop to the ground. Hey, Alex, it's me, Travis. Can we talk? She still didn't look at him, but her head turned just a bit, as though she had heard him over the wind. He took a few steps forward. I've got some things to tell you. About your sister. I think you'll be happy. I'm making progress. I really am. But I could use your help. Palmer gripped his sleeve as Alex took a step toward the edge. Devine had been in Kandahar when a young woman had walked up to him, he thought, with a request for food or water. All the locals assumed American soldiers had plenty of food and water, and he had some extra provisions that he carried for that very reason. He had reached into his pocket, and when he looked back up, she was holding a detonator in her shaky hand. All she had to do was push the button, and they were both dead. He could have done many things in that situation. Tried to shoot or knife or grab her before she blew the bomb pack, plead for his life, which was out of the question for him, call for backup and hope that it arrived in time. Or do what he ended up doing. He had held out several packages of food and 2 bottles of water and added a smile on top of it, as though his initial assumption was actually the correct one, and that she was not going to see for them both to an early grave. In her native language, he said, "For you and your family, God be with you." And she had taken the water and the food, and Devine and the woman had lived to see another day. In a calm voice, he now said, Alex, I know you don't know this about me, but a woman I really cared for was found hanging in an office where I used to work. He saw her bare shoulders tense and knew he had her attention now. Next to him, he heard Palmer gasp. But we later found out that she didn't kill herself. Someone killed her. He glanced at Palmer, like someone did Earl Palmer. Now, Annie Palmer's mouth dropped open with that statement, and Alex turned a bit so she could see him and he could see her, especially her eyes. What? Alex said. Earl? I know how incredibly frustrating it must be not to remember something, Alex. I have memories from the Middle East that I've tried for years to forget, and I just can't. I may never be able to. He tapped his head. But to have something that you know is up there, and you can't find it? He shook his head. It's not fair. Will, she started to rock back and forth. If I could have remembered, Jenny wouldn't be dead. My fault. He took a step toward her. You were the victim, Alex, not the cause of anything. You were attacked and left for dead. And then your mind played tricks on you to try to get you through the mental trauma in one piece. But in doing so, it might have made things worse. Fat tears formed under Alex's closed eyes. As they slid down her cheeks, she shook her head. Jenny shouldn't be dead. She was so perfect. She turned and took another deliberate step toward the edge. There was nowhere else to go now, except down. Palmer moaned and clutched his arm in fright. Devine said, "She loved you, Alex. She loved you so much that she refused to stop trying to find the truth, even after all these years. She risked her life to help you. You can't answer that love, that devotion by voluntarily taking your own life when Jenny's was stolen from her. I know you know that in your heart." As Alex hovered near the edge, she opened her eyes fully and looked down as the gusts of wind, stronger up here than at ground level, swirled and throbbed around her slim, fragile figure. "You just can't, Alex," repeated Devine. "You know that. Jenny was a fighter, and so are you. I know you are. I believe in you. I believe in you." A long moment passed, during which both Devine and Palmer were holding their breaths. Then Alex slowly took a symbolic step away from the edge. A moment later, she turned toward them. Devine hopped over the railing of the widow's walk, rushed to her side, slipped one arm around her waist, and gripped her hand with his free one. "Come on," he said. "You must be exhausted and freezing." Devine led her off the roof and down to the second floor, where he and Palmer got her into bed. At the doorway, Devine said to Palmer, "Do you know what triggered this?" Palmer looked unsure. "I heard her call out, so I went to see if she needed anything. I don't think she was awake. I mean, she was lying in bed, but she was moving around sort of jerkily and saying stuff." "What kind of stuff?" Devine said quickly. "I don't know. I mean, it seemed like she was having a nightmare, but where it seems so real you're punching and kicking in bed. You know what I'm talking about?" He glanced at the now sleeping Alex. "Yeah, I know." He looked back at Palmer. "Anything you can remember her saying? It's important." An agitated Palmer thought for a few moments. "I remember her saying something like, 'Why are you doing this to me? I thought we were friends.'" In his anxiety, Devine gripped Palmer's shoulders. "She said that, you're sure? Friends?" "Yes. Why?" she exclaimed, looking both confused and uncomfortable. Devine didn't answer her. He just turned and stared over at Alex. "A friend who tried to kill you." Chapter. Wushase. Devine awoke with a start and looked around at the somewhat familiar surroundings. He was in Jenny's old room. Where he had fallen asleep, he checked his watch a mere 4 hours ago. He yawned and slowly stood, pressing down his rumpled clothes. He hadn't bothered to disrobe because he had been too tired and the room was too cold. He washed his face in the bathroom down the hall, tried and failed to smooth down his hair, and slowly opened the door to Alex's bedroom after knocking quietly and not getting an answer. She looked to still be asleep. He leaned in close enough to make sure he could see the steady rise and fall of her chest. He glanced over at a chaise against one wall, where Annie Palmer lay fast asleep under a heavy blanket. She had insisted on staying in Alex's room, and Devine had decided to sleep on the premises just in case something else happened. He quietly closed the door and headed down to the kitchen. He didn't see Dak. He made himself coffee and drank it while staring out at the ocean through a rear-facing window. The tide was coming in and breakers were exploding against the rocky shore. "You're up early." He turned to see Alex standing there, barefoot and in the same white nightgown. Her hair was sleep-tousled, and her eyes and face were puffy. "Just woke up, and couldn't go back to sleep." He held up the coffee. "Want a cup?" She shook her head and walked over to stand next to him. She gazed out the window, her features troubled. Her eyes seemed to be searching for something out there. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For not letting me do. I don't think you would have, regardless of whether I was there or not." Alex looked up at him. "Why? Why do you say that?" "Because you're stronger than you think. Because you reached a tipping point, but didn't go over the edge." "Why do you believe that was?" "Because you have a lot more you want to accomplish in life." The look she gave him was soul-breaking, even for the hardened, seen all the bad in life former soldier. "I'm really screwed up, Travis." Tears slid down her cheeks. and I don't know if I can ever get back to where I started. With a day didn't. He put down his cup, turned to her, and gently took a hold of her shoulders. For the record, and I'm not just saying this, we are all screwed up, Alex. All of us, including me. It's only a matter of degrees. What happened to you was horrifying and traumatizing and unfair as hell. None of it had anything to do with you and everything to do with the person who did it. So with that said, I'll answer your question. Can you ever get back to where you started? The answer is no. Okay. She shivered and started to say something, but he put a finger to her lips. You will be better. You will be stronger. You will be able to take on far more than you ever thought possible. That's the thing with life, Alex. It tests us all the time. It wants to see how much we can take before we crack. You sound like you speak from experience, she said in a hollow voice. The Army's fundamental concept is based on breaking down every soldier to nothing, absolutely nothing, and then rebuilding that soldier in the version of the human fighting machine they want and need to do the job. I'm not saying it's perfect or right or anything. I'm just saying that's the deal. Only I volunteered to be put through that transformation. What happened to you took place without your consent, but the end result can be similar. You come out of it changed, but you come out of it tougher, because you took the worst shit life can throw at you, and you're still standing. Where I've reported, I don't feel very tough right now. You do your art. You teach kids. You get out of bed every day and go about life. You're a caring and compassionate person with a huge heart when you have every reason not to be any of that. That's an enormous victory, Alex. Don't let anyone ever tell you it's not. She looked unsure, but gripped his arm and said, I think I'm starting to remember some things about that night. I think you are, too, he said softly, but it's still not there yet. I can't. I don't know who. She looked at him miserably. There's no rush on this, Alex. None at all. You take your time and just let it happen naturally, or as naturally as it can be. He drew closer. But look, one thing you can't do is tell anyone that you're starting to remember things, okay? She looked up at him, and he could tell Alex knew exactly what he was leaving unsaid, because Divine felt to say it out loud now might do damage to her, real damage. But he didn't want anyone stopping her from fully remembering either. It was a tricky balance, and Divine was not confident in his ability to get it right. What did you remember? He knew what she was going to say, because Annie Palmer had told him. But Divine wanted to hear Alex say it, if she remembered. That it was a friend. That it was someone I knew who hurt me. She needed a finger into the side of her head. It's right up here, Travis. The name. I know it is. If I could only make it come out. Sometimes the harder you try to make something happen, particularly with your mind, the tougher it becomes to actually get to where you want to go. You will remember who it was, Alex. And when you do, you tell me, and then that person will be held accountable. Do you really think he was the one who hurt Jenny? He hesitated, but he couldn't bring himself to lie to the woman. Not now. Not in the precarious state she was in. I think he was, yes. Though, when it happened, I was stunned. I couldn't believe it. Believe that someone, anyone, could do that to Jenny. She was so strong, so invincible, suggested Divine. She looked up at him with her big, sad eyes. Yes. The thing is, Alex, none of us are invincible. Not a single one of us. And that includes the person who hurt you and killed your sister. And when we find him, he will come to realize that, clear as day. I give you my word on that. I've never met anyone quite like you, she said, a smile breaking through the gloom in her expression. I can say the same about you. She slowly wrapped her arms around him and leaned her head against his chest. Thank you, Travis. And Divine held the woman as tightly as he could because he knew better than most that either of them could be gone tomorrow, which was promised to no one. Chapter Wooshawoo. My God, Divine, you are a one-man trouble magnet, exclaimed Fuss as she examined Divine's shot-up car outside the police station. Did you get a good look at them? The shooter I saw had on a ski mask. I already told you about the vehicle. I didn't get the plate because there were no plates. They had at least one shotgun and one MP5. How in the hell did you get away? Again. He didn't want to tell her about the unexpected aid from quarters unknown. Outdrove them. With friend. But this happened last night and you didn't call us, she said. Why? I didn't want you guys walking into a trap where you were outmanned and outgunned. I did pass it along to my superiors. They're following it up. Same people as the other time, you figure? Probably with a fresh crew, noted Devine. Where's the closest airport? The closest major airport is in Bar Harbor. They have twin asphalt runways and commercial and private jets can land there. You fecked. Then my people can check the flight data there for the last couple of days and see if something pops. What are you going to do for wheels? You'll freeze to death in that thing. And the windshield crack's gotten so big I'd have to ticket you. And there's no rental place around. I made other arrangements. As he finished speaking, Annie Palmer drove up in her grandfather's old pickup truck. Her scooter was tied down in the truck bed. She rolled down the window. It's not fancy, but it does run. And the heater works. And it has one of those old track tape player things and a box of tapes. My granddad was a big fan of some guy named Hendrix and a band called The Doors. Devine cracked a grin. Jimi Hendrix and Jim Morrison, what more does one need? I'll drive you back to the brew and offload your scooter. Thanks. Devine turned to Fuss. I'll let you know what we find out. Thanks. And don't get this truck shot up, okay? Warned Fuss. Palmer looked surprised and then noted the shattered condition of Devine's Tahoe, with particular focus on the small holes in the windshield. Wait, are those... Devine opened the driver's side door. Slide over. You have hungry customers also craving caffeine, and I'm one of them. As they drove off, she said, What did you mean last night when you said someone killed my grandfather? I'll explain all that later, I promise. But I need to think it through, and then dig up some more facts, okay? Okay, she said, though she didn't look or sound happy about it. He dropped Palmer and her scooter off at Main Brew, had some breakfast, and got back into the truck. He saw Earl's box of tapes, which was on the floorboard. Damn, he said to himself as he looked at the array of works by iconic musicians. A master sergeant he'd served with overseas had taught him about 60s rock and roll, and it was now Devine's favorite genre of music. A minute later, he was listening to Hendrix bang out the Star-Spangled Banner like no one else ever could, even with the left-handed Hendrix playing the right-handed guitar upside down. And the Kinks, the Who, and the Grateful Dead were all up on deck. He tapped the steering wheel in rhythm with the music while he drove to the location where he'd seen the light on the shore. He pulled onto the shoulder, got out, and walked in that direction. And then he understood why this spot had been chosen. Amid the rock there was a short stretch of sandy beach. He didn't think anyone would want to wade through waist-high icy water to get to shore once the rocks kept the smaller boat from proceeding any further. But here they could have run right up on the beach, dropped off whatever, and the boat would have returned to the larger vessel out in the Gulf of Maine. He walked around to see if he could find any evidence of the people who had been here the previous night, like a cigarette butt or a footprint, but there was nothing. They had come and gone without leaving a trace. Devine figured this was not their first rodeo doing whatever they were doing. He got back into the truck and drove the short distance to where the Escalade had rammed the Tahoe and started firing at him. He saw lots of shiny glass shards from his back window and the windshield, and the part of the Tahoe's rear bumper that had been torn off with the impact between the two trucks. He found some shell casings and pocketed them. He doubted he would ever find a gun to match them to, but one never knew. Devine then walked to the spot where the Escalade had spun off the road. The ground was all chewed up here, but he could see the tire tracks clearly. He also noted where the SUV had gone back on the road, so it had not been disabled, but merely knocked out of the chase by the anonymous shots. He stood off to the side of the road and tried to recreate the scene in his mind. Devine had performed a J-turn and was heading in the opposite direction. The Escalade had mimicked this maneuver and was speeding after him when the shots had struck the larger SUV. He looked in front of him and then behind, trying to configure a rough trajectory of the third party's shooting lanes in his head. Devine walked along the side of the road about 100 yards and stopped, then looked up and down the road. It was all open field except for this spot where a towering multi-limbed evergreen sat. He walked over to it and looked all around. A nice spot to do some decent sniping and not be seen, he concluded. But not a single shell casing could he find, so they had policed their brass, or maybe their polymer. But how had they gotten here? He'd seen or heard no other vehicle, and surely he would have, under the darkened, isolated conditions, and they couldn't have been simply waiting here, guns ready, for Devine and a chase car to just happen by. There was clearly more here than met the eye. And then a thought occurred to him. He called Campbell. "Is there a reason you didn't mention you sent backup to cover my rear flank?" "You had enough on your plate." But I saw or heard nothing, and the only possible sniper position had no trace. It wasn't a person. Come again? It was an armed drone, employing AI to fire a machine gun on a target, Devine. "Seriously?" said Devine. "Yes. Then real soldiers will be obsolete before long." "Did you catch the guys then?" "Agents Saxon and Mann were close, but they found nothing." "Well, couldn't the drone follow them? Or shoot out the tires?" "It would have, but it suffered a mechanical failure and had to be recalled. It might have been shot for all I know. And those things are not cheap, let me tell you. They're examining it as we speak. We also checked the film footage from the drone's camera, but there was nothing helpful. Nifty piece of driving on your part, by the way. They might have flown into Bar Harbor Airport. That's the closest for jets. The Lover. We're already checking the flight logs. Got anything new to report?" Devine told him about Alex starting to remember details from that night. It was a friend, someone she knew. "Think they're still in town?" "I believe Earl Palmer would say they are, if he could. But again, we come back to how would someone leverage Palmer to pretend to find Jenny's body? Does the man have skeletons in his closet? By all accounts, he's a stand-up guy. Everybody has some shit that stinks, Devine. Everybody. So find his, and maybe that leads you to where you need to go. Oh, and about saving your ass last night? You're welcome, but don't take that to mean you're special or anything. I just don't have time to train a new one." Campbell clicked off. Chapter Wougelel. Devine later drove to Putnam Harbor and looked around. The air was a little warmer today and the skies clear. The salt air smells filled his lungs as he watched men work on the few boats still docked here. And another man was taking a dinghy stacked with lobster traps out to one of the moored vessels. He looked over when someone called out to him. It was the same man that Devine had falsely accused of being a government informant his first night here. "Hey, dude, how's it going?" said the man, walking over. "Name's Phil Cooper, by the way. Folks call me Coop." "Okay, Coop. I'm Travis. I saw you on a lobster boat leaving out of here a few mornings back. And people. You must have been up real early then," said Cooper with a grin. "I thought you would have been out to sea today," noted Devine. Cooper's grin faded. "Damn, motor on the boat burned out. I told the owner he needed to get the thing overhauled. He said that costs money. Well, so does having your boat sitting over there and not being able to catch lobster. Can you get on with another boat while his is down?" "Probably can. Tomorrow at least. Thin crews these days. Not many guys want to take up the trade. Some captains go out by themselves now. Back-breaking work, and the money ain't what it used to be. Earl Palmer was telling me that, too. Damn shame about Earl. Heard he hung himself. Shit. I mean, I know he was depressed about Bertie. But still, he had Annie. He had friends. Now I wish I had spent more time with him. Gone by to see him, shoot the shit about the old days. Drink some beers with him. We all have regrets like that, Coop. Hey, got a question. Okay, Travis. Fire away. That night outside the bar? Dak left before I did, and he passed you and your friends. I'd seen him give a high sign to an old guy to leave his stool so I could sit down. Did Dak by any chance give you boys the sign to come after me? This query wiped the smile right off Coop's face. Look, I don't want to get in no trouble with a Fed. You won't, because you just answered my question. Now, I've got another one. Okay, said Cooper warily. What would a boat be doing out in the middle of the night, with a smaller boat lowered off that, and heading to shore where it could beach, and then offload something? Where the hell did you see that? Asked a startled Cooper. Devine told him the general location. The other man slowly shook his head. I don't know. Nothing to do with lobster fishing or oyster farming, I can tell you that. Maybe it was the government. Coast Guard? I thought about that and looked it up. There's a Coast Guard station at Booth Bay Harbor, but they have 1,000 square mile area of responsibility along the coast that ends far to the south of here. Cooper scratched his head. Yeah, that's right. There's another Coast Guard station in South Portland. It's part of Sector Northern New England. It covers multiple states, works with Homeland Security, performs search and rescues, and helps keep the maritime lanes running smooth. My people can check in with them to see if they had an op in the area, but it really didn't look like that to me. Cooper glanced out to the water. You think somebody might be smuggling stuff in? I don't know. I guess it's possible. Devine looked out at the water too, and a question occurred to him. What can you tell me about Wilbur Kingman's boat going down? Really tragic. Hell, come to think, Earl was on that boat when it sank. He and Wilbur worked together for decades. I know. How exactly did it happen? Cooper sat down on a bench and said, It was a real foggy morning. Couldn't see a foot in front of you. Most boats didn't even head out. But Wilbur knew these waters like nobody else. At least we thought he did. What do you mean by that? There are rocky outcrops everywhere along the coast here, and some are farther out than you would think, just a quirk of Maine's oceanic topography. He grinned. Didn't expect those highfalutin words to come out my mouth, did you? Anyway, we all have sonar and depth finders and whatnot on our boats, so we don't run into stuff we shouldn't, including other boats. Well, apparently somehow Wilbur's boat hit one of those rocks out there, hard enough to cave in the hull. Most commercial lobster boats range from around 22 feet on up to over 40. Wilbur's boat, the Kingman, was a 30-foot closed-stern Beal, a nice size, and it handled real well on the water. But it didn't have a hydraulic hauler, so they brought the traps up the old-fashioned way, with muscle. How do you know it handled well in the water? Whenever Earl was sick or couldn't go out, I'd be the stern man for Wilbur. He ran a good operation, real safe. Until he didn't, noted Devine. Right. Anyway, the thing was apparently loaded with lobsters in holding tanks full of water. It went down fast. Didn't even get a distress signal or anything from them. Weren't they wearing life jackets? Cooper said. You're supposed to, sure. But you're pulling up heavy traps all damn day. Last thing you want is something restrictive like that on you. I just wear my orange overalls and heavy gloves. But all boats carry life-saving gear. It's required. What did Earl say happened then? He didn't say much, which is very much like Earl. But he did say that in the collision he got thrown overboard and Wilbur got knocked out cold. He said he swam back to the boat and tried to get a life jacket on Wilbur, but the damn boat was sinking so fast and stuff was sliding all around so much that he couldn't. And Wilbur was a big man, hard to corral, dead weight like that when you're in the water. Earl barely had time to grab a floatable himself before it all went under and Wilbur was gone. But with Wilbur knowing the waters so well and all the nav gear you carry, how did he hit the rocks? Cooper shrugged. Shouldn't have happened, but it does. You lose focus. You don't look at your screen consistently enough. Fog rolls in. You don't know where the hell you are or what's around you. It's like that condition a pilot can get up in the air on a cloudy night, don't know up from down, and won't believe his own instruments. It's called spatial disorientation, said Devine. It's what probably caused the deaths of JFK Jr. and his wife and sister-in-law in the plane he was piloting. Well, I think Wilbur got distracted, and the fog didn't help none. Or his nav gear malfunctioned and bam, he hit the rock at speed. Hell, he really shouldn't have gone out that morning, and he shouldn't have been going that fast. But humans aren't perfect. We make mistakes, particularly in situations like that. It's not easy navigating in deep waters in the fog, even with all the whiz-bang nav stuff they got. I've been on boats in real bad weather where I wasn't sure the captain knew where the hell he was, and we've had some close calls. But we never wrecked. Just bad luck for Wilbur. Real bad. Woodrow. How was Earl rescued? Fog lifted and boats started going out. They saw him and picked him up. Poor man was in the water for hours. He's lucky hypothermia didn't get him. He was in shock, traumatized beyond all get out. They said he was still trying to find Wilbur. Didn't want to get out of the water till he found his captain. Fought the folks trying to help him into the boat. Finally had to hogtie the poor guy to save him. They recovered Wilbur's body, and he got a proper burial. Bing and Sons went all out for it, best of everything, and didn't charge Miss Kingman a dime for it. That was good of them, said Devine. Big loss for the town, for sure. But goes to show that no matter how much you think you know about what's out there, the ocean always has surprises in store for you. Just like this damn town, thought Devine. Chapter. We should see. A guy named Phil Cooper spoke with me about the accident involving your husband. What? Devine was standing across from Pat Kingman at the front desk of the inn. She was on the other side, sorting some papers. She looked up and slipped off her glasses, her expression pensive and far away. I've been thinking that it wasn't just Bertie's death eating Earl up. It was what happened with Wilbur. Even after all these years, you said he did everything he could to save him. But you didn't really know Earl. He was as loyal as they come. He told me many times over the years that he wished he could have done more to save Wilbur. I told him he'd done all that was humanly possible, but I could tell he didn't believe me. And then when Bertie died, it was too much. So you think that's why he killed himself? Well, I can't think of any other reason, can you? Did he have any enemies? Earl, you must be joking. Everybody loved Earl. And Bertie, they're stum. So, no grudges with anyone? How about any strangers that might have come into town? Why in the world are you asking these questions? Earl killed himself. Nobody murdered him, if that's what you're implying. Just the investigator in me, trying to cover all the angles. She frowned. Well, you can stop, at least with Earl. Poor man. Let him rest in peace. End quote. Getting back to the accident with your husband's boat, seems the theory is he got disoriented out there, or his nav system failed, or both. What do you think happened? She leaned on the front desk and shook her head. If you want the God's honest truth, I think Wilbur had a heart attack or a stroke while he was at the wheel. Maybe he fell on the throttle and slammed the Kingman at speed right into those damn rocks. His hull paint was found on them, clear as day. That boat was sturdy as a brick wall. The hull would not have failed with just a light impact. Did he have health problems? He was overweight, smoked and drank too much, had high blood pressure and suffered from angina. I told him 1,000,000 times to go get checked out, but he never would. Said doctors just wanted to find something wrong with you so they could make money. I think that attitude cost him his life. Was an autopsy performed? No. Everybody knew he drowned, and if he had a heart attack beforehand, what did it matter? He was still dead. You'd think they'd want to know the cause of the accident. Well, as far as I know, they spoke with Earl and he told them what happened. I guess if Earl hadn't survived, they would have done autopsies on both of them if they recovered the bodies. But he did survive, she added emphatically. Did Earl see him having a health episode or slump over? No, he was in the stern cleaning the deck. Had his back to the pilot house. Next thing he knew, he was in the water. The impact knocked him overboard. Earl hurt his neck when that happened. Had to have surgery afterward. I think it also messed up his back and knees, too. He hit the side of the boat as he went over. Devine left her and drove to the police station. Thankfully, Harper and Fuss were out. Mildred James greeted him with a smile, and he asked her if he could look at the file for Steve and Valerie Palmer. Can I ask what for? She said warily. He leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. What with Earl's death and Bertie's recently before that, it's gotten my suspicions up. But Earl killed himself. Did you know Earl? Sure did. All my life. Devine knew he was taking a risk with his next question, but he had few options. He needed to see that file. Do you think Earl, with all his physical ailments, could have climbed up on a chair, stood there stable while he put up a noose, wrapped it around his neck, and then kicked the chair away? Is that how it happened? You didn't know? I didn't know the exact details. No. So, what do you think? Earl had one of those lift chairs put in his house. Right. I was there once, when he used it. Again, and he couldn't do the stairs anymore, so he slept in what used to be the dining room on the first floor. And he had those special gadgets put in his car. So, no, Agent Devine, I don't see him doing that at all. Her eyes widened appreciably. You don't think? You think someone might have killed him? I just need to rule it out. Or not. And 4 unnatural deaths in the same family? That's a little much, don't you think? James nodded. Yes. Now that you put it that way, it is. I'll get the files for you. She settled him in the same room as before, and then left him to it. Devine went methodically through the post-mortem report. Smoke inhalation was the cause of death, the report concluded. There were no other indications of violence on the bodies, though they had both been badly burned. Even the hardened Devine was repulsed by the graphic photos of the couple's remains. The official conclusion had been accidental death. Then he came to the official signature of the medical examiner at the end of the report, and his suspicions spiked to a whole new level. Françoise Bing, Chapter Wushaba. Devine walked into the funeral home, spoke to a woman at the front desk, and was directed back to Guillaume's office. She was just rising from her desk. I have an embalming to perform. This can't wait. Guillaume studied him for a moment, oscillating back and forth on her feet as she did so. Then, follow me. She led him down a hall and through a door that she used a passkey to open. Inside was a long metal table with equipment on a rolling rack next to it. Under a sheet on the table was the body to be embalmed, Devine assumed. I hope that's not another suicide or homicide, he said. No. A 90-year-old who died peacefully in his sleep. We should all be so lucky. She readied the equipment and some instruments. I hope you don't have much to ask, unless you really want to see this procedure take place. I've never met a layperson who did. In answer, Devine pulled out a copy of the post-mortem report on the Palmers. He held up the signature page. You told me you were still in medical residency out of state 15 years ago. So why is your signature on Steve and Valerie Palmer's autopsy report? This was obviously before you were married, since you used your maiden name on the form. It's war. She stared at the page for a few moments. He could almost see the inner machinery of her brain in high gear as it processed all this. Oh, now I remember. I was home on vacation. The state had no one available to do the job. They asked me and I said yes. I wasn't certified yet and hadn't taken the oath of office, but I was a licensed MD in the state of Maine. The chief medical examiner can make temporary appointments when the need arises, and it did in the Palmer case. Besides, it was a fairly straightforward matter, no evidence of foul play, but under the circumstances, a post-mortem of sorts was legally required. A post-mortem of sorts? What does that mean? A full autopsy wasn't required. I determined the cause of death. Smoke inhalation, if I remember correctly. They were dead before the flames reached them. Lucky for the Palmers. I wouldn't call that lucky, replied Devine. Who suggested you for the job? I don't remember. And maybe your uncle, Benjamin Bing? He was police chief back then, right? Okay, yes. I guess that makes sense. Uncle Ben would have done that. In fact, I recall now that he did contact me and told me the situation. He knew I was home, so that worked out all right. She smiled tightly. Forgive me for not remembering right off. It was a long time ago. Only you didn't do a tox report or any blood work. Like I said, a full autopsy was not conducted. There was no need, Agent Devine. They weren't poisoned. Since you didn't do the necessary workup, we don't really know that for sure, do we? Her neutral expression devolved to a scowl. I really don't like what you're implying. Just stating facts. I'll leave the implications for another time. I need to get to work, so if you'll excuse me? She pulled back the sheet, revealing the body of an aged man. However, Devine wasn't finished. So, If you were in town then, were you also in Putnam when Alex was attacked? Probably, since that event and the Palmers' deaths were only 3 days apart. What? Are you going to accuse me of sexually assaulting Alex now? Do I need an alibi? But I guess the statute of limitations has long passed. Oh, so you looked that up? Okay, get out, now. Devine turned and left, but before he shut the door, he looked back at Guillaume, who was looking down at the body she had to embalm. To Devine, at the moment, it didn't look like the woman even realized it was in front of her. He saw Fred Bing at the front desk talking with the person there. He was dressed all in black except for his white shirt. His black tie was neatly done, and his hair was slicked back. "Funeral?" said Devine. Bing looked over and smiled sadly. "Yes, she was in hospice, but she lived a good long life. She doesn't have much family left in the area, so it will be a small affair, but we will do her proud. He's dead. I heard about your handling of Wilbur Kingman's funeral. That was so sad. Wilbur was a fine man. He and my father used to go deep-sea fishing together before my dad retired to Florida. Pat really had no money at the time for an elaborate funeral, but we made the decision to cover the costs. It was the right thing to do. We, my sister and I. And my father called from Florida and voiced the same opinion. He actually came up for the service." Bing looked chagrined. Only time he's ever been back. I guess visiting his own children isn't a high priority. He glanced in embarrassment at the woman at the front desk and motioned Devine over to a corner of the hall for privacy. "What brings you here?" he asked in a hushed tone. "I had some questions for your sister." "Was she helpful?" asked Bing. "More than she probably knows. I have a question for you." "Okay, with you, Kanchan." "Benjamin Bing? What can you tell me about him?" "Ah, the lawman of the family," he said with a grin. "Uncle Ben liked guns, liked to tell people what to do, and liked to wield power over others. He rose quickly to chief and stayed there until his retirement, which I understand he's doing in Florida." "Yes. Is he still alive?" asked Devine. Bing blinked. Yes? Well, as far as I know. I mean, no one has told me otherwise. Is he surprised? Would they necessarily? The fact is, our family is not particularly close. Could you make a call to your father and confirm one way or another?" "Well, certainly, if it will help. I can't guarantee when I might hear back. The last time I called my dad, it was around a month before he texted back. Whatever you can do, I would appreciate it." "Of course," said Bing. "Now, I understand that your Uncle Ben has quite a nice house in Naples, and he only had the policeman's salary, I'm assuming. Your grandfather's trust didn't extend to him?" Bing looked uncertain. "I suppose not. I guess I've never really thought about that. So, I was just wondering how he could afford a Naples beach house." "Yes, I suppose you are. I could ask my father. The simplest answer would be that his two brothers gave him money to buy it." Bing shook his head. "My father and Uncle John are many things, Agent Devine, but generous is not one of them. And, frankly, I don't think the two of them really like Uncle Ben. He made it clear that he thought what they did for a living was at best a joke and at worst revolting, and that he had taken a far higher road in life. He would even ticket them for illegally parking during funeral services. So, he was kind of an asshole?" Bing laughed. "More than kind of." His expression turned serious. "Why are you asking about all of this? I mean, if you can tell me." "Not right now. I can't. So, if they didn't get along, why did he move down there with them?" "Another good question to which I don't have a good answer. Maybe they reconciled." "Okay. Did your Uncle Ben know the Silkwells?" "Oh, sure. He and Senator Silkwell were good friends. Uncle Ben locked up the police vote for him. He was very involved in police union politics in Maine." "Did your uncle know the children well?" "I believe Dak interviewed for a job with the police here when he got out of the military. It didn't work out. I don't think Dak likes to take orders," he added with a grin. "And the sisters?" asked Devine. "I know he wrote a recommendation letter for Jenny when she was applying to college. And then I think he did another one when she wanted to work for the federal government. And Alex? Now Bing looked uncomfortable. Again, any particular reason you're asking all this? There is a reason. I just can't share it right now. Azub ended. Bing blew air out of his mouth and rubbed at his neat hair, mussing it a bit. Well, I'm sure they knew each other. That's it? No personal contact like he had with her siblings? Bing looked even more conflicted. But he finally said, no, none that I can think of. Devine stared at him for so long that the other man finally dropped his gaze to his highly polished shoes. Let me know when you hear back from your father. Yes, absolutely, said Bing hastily. Devine left the man there. A numb-looking Fred Bing turned and slowly walked back down the hall. Chapter Wushizhou. Devine drove to Jocelyn Point. When Alex answered his knock, he said, You have time to help me with something? Sure, what? I'll show you. It's right down the road. They drove to Earl Palmer's house while Alex looked anxiously out the window. They didn't go to the house, but rather into Bertie's old studio. Is this where it happened? She said, looking around and nervously tugging on the yellow and gray scarf around her neck. Yes, this place represented so many happy memories for me. And now? Bertie would be so sad that Earl. She wandered around and took the cover off an easel set in the corner. My God, I can't believe she kept this. What is it? Said Devine, walking over to join her. The first painting I did, under Bertie's tutelage. Devine took a look at it. The image was clear enough. He shot her a glance. It's you. You started out with a self-portrait. She nodded. Only it was Bertie's idea. What was the reasoning behind that? Asked Devine curiously. Alex leaned against the wall, put her hands in her pockets, and stared at the painting. It wasn't that long after. I was attacked. Bertie wanted me to know that I was still there, that I had meaning and value, that the person who did that to me could never take that away, ever, that Alex Silkwell was alive and would thrive. In addition to being an artist, Bertie sounded like she would have made a great counselor. She helped me more than all the fancy shrinks ever did, but it was more or less what you told me too when I was on the roof. So are you a great counselor as well? Depends on who I'm counseling. Alex stepped forward, put her hand out to the painting, and gently traced her jawline, and next, the curve of her right eye. I had just turned 16 when I painted this. I'm twice as old as that now. Still a young woman with most of her life ahead of her. I'm a very different person now, Travis. Experience changes all of us, no matter whether we want it to or not. And like I said before, you're stronger and better than your younger version. And, like you said, I guess the fact that I'm still standing is a victory of sorts. In the Army, it was the only one that counted. End quote. You never told me why you left the military. Some days I don't even know, he lied. She seemed to sense this and looked away. You expect truthfulness from everyone except yourself? She said coldly. Devine sighed and nodded. You're right. I'm being a hypocrite. The truth is I left the Army because I had to. Officially, it was my decision, but I really had no other pathway. Where then? Why? Someone committed a wrong, a horrible wrong, against a fellow colleague of ours, and was never held accountable for it. I tried to work through the proper channels to right that wrong, and I was stonewalled. So I took matters into my own hands. But by righting a wrong, I committed one of my own. After that, I felt I didn't have the right to wear the uniform. The honorable thing to do was leave, and so I did. My penance was giving up the thing I loved the most. Idrilipat. She stared at him for an uncomfortably long time before saying, I'm sorry that happened to you, but thank you for being honest with me. You deserve it. She looked around and said, Why did you bring me here? I want you to see if you notice anything different from when you were here last working with Bertie. Why? Just bear with me, and I'll explain later. Go ahead. Use your artist's eye for detail. She shrugged and walked around looking at everything. Then she stopped and pointed toward the ceiling rafter. That wasn't there before. He looked where she was motioning. A blackened pulley had been screwed into a roof joist, directly above where Earl had been found hanging. It was the same color as the board it was attached to, and thus blended right in. Devine wasn't certain he had even noticed it before. "You're sure it wasn't there?" "Very sure. We could have actually used something like that to lift up a few of the heavy sculpture pieces Bertie and I did here." "Lift up?" She eyed the pulley and then glanced at him. "On the Widow's Walk, you mentioned that someone might have killed Earl?" "Yes. Why?" "I'm not sure. Yet." Devine quickly formulated a rough trajectory that carried him back to a large bolt that was screwed into the wall over the top of a wooden workbench set there. He bent down and examined the bolt more closely with his phone light. Was that a rope fiber on top of the workbench? Things were starting to make sense. Still, there were unanswered questions. Lots of them. "Was that helpful?" she said, drawing Devine from his reverie. He looked at her. "Oh, Alex, you don't know how much. Thank you." Chapter. Leosha. Devine and Alex next drove to the police station, where Mildred James greeted them. "Alex?" she said in surprise. "I haven't seen you in some time." Alex looked down at her boots. "Yes, I've been pretty busy." "I'm sure, and I am so sorry about your sister, hun. Jenny was so perfect," said Alex, looking up with a sad expression. "I know everyone says that, but she really was, you know." She glanced nervously at Devine. "At least, she was to me. She looked after me and supported me when others were preoccupied." James looked a bit confused by all this, and Devine hastened to move things along. "The evidence file for Earl Palmer? Can I take a look at it?" "Certainly." She led them back, warned Devine that he couldn't let Alex touch anything, and then left them. He figured she would have been far more hesitant to let the two of them have access to this evidence if Palmer's death had not been officially ruled a suicide, despite her agreeing with Devine's theory as to it possibly having been a murder. "What are we looking for?" asked Alex. Devine proceeded to tell her about his theory of the case with Earl's death having been a homicide because of the man's physical limitations. "And your seeing the pulley bolsters that." "That all makes sense, Travis. You would think Chief Harper could see that, too. When he was Sergeant Harper, he accessed your evidence file." "Why?" "I guess he wanted to see if he could solve it, but your rape kit was missing, as I told you before." "Who would take it?" "Whoever didn't want your attacker to be found." "Do you have any idea who it is, Travis?" she asked in a trembling voice. "I'm getting closer. I can feel it." He looked over the evidence that had been gathered from the Palmer's studio and focused on the noose. He took pictures of it with his camera. "God, that is a gruesome-looking thing," said Alex. "Between World War II and 1961, the U.S. military executed 160 soldiers for various offenses. They were all hanged, and the Army was responsible for 157 of them. An eye for an eye. Not really. 14 offenses are punishable by death during times of war or peace. Every soldier knows what they are, or should. So long as he or she avoids them, they have no problem. He didn't tell her that one of them was for rape. And for times of war only?" she said. 4. Including desertion and willfully disobeying or assaulting a superior officer. Hope, I suppose you never willfully disobeyed or assaulted a superior officer." "Not a superior officer, no," said Devine, thinking of Kenneth Hawkins, who had, like Devine, also held the rank of captain. He drove Alex back to Jocelyn Point. She got out of the truck and then poked her head back in. "I heard about your rental. Annie said it was shot full of holes." "It was, but I'm not." She visibly shuddered at his flippant remark. "Do you know why they're trying to kill you? Is it connected to what happened to Jenny?" "I don't know, honestly. It could be connected to something totally unrelated. Old enemies," he added. "Please be careful." "I always am, Alex. It's why I'm still here." Devine watched her walk inside, then started back down the drive. But as he was doing so, he noted for the first time that the drive also had a branch off to the right, heading towards some of the other buildings he had seen on his first night here. He hung a quick right and drove off. The first 3 buildings he reached were abandoned or falling down, and otherwise uninhabitable. The 4th one was not. He parked in front and looked back at the main house. It was not visible from here because the trees and large bushes neatly blocked this building from both the house's view and from the coast road. He got out and approached the door. The walls were stone while the door was wood. It was locked. The windows were blacked out and seemed to be painted shut. He tried his lock gun, but the lock was superior to his skill and equipment. He walked around the building and quickly found that was the only door. He studied the path to the building's entrance. Well worn, so well used, and recently he stood at the window and took a quick inhale. He had done this in the Middle East. Munitions and explosives all had distinct odors. He wasn't smelling anything like that, yet there was some scent in there that he couldn't readily identify. And there was also a humming. Was it insects? Bees? Was there infestation in there? He waited, listened. No, it was too consistent. Same sounds, same rhythm. Mechanical, not natural, he concluded. He took out his phone and Googled something. It took a few minutes of searching before he found what he was looking for. Closest place was 20 miles from here. He jumped into the truck and sped off. Nearly 2 hours later, Devine was back with what he needed. He returned to Jocelyn Point, but stopped short of the entry driveway. He made the rest of the trip on foot as darkening clouds gathered above him. He slipped in and out of tree lines and waited behind bushes to make sure there was no one about. It felt like he was back in the Afghan mountains hunting the Taliban and its iterations, all while they hunted him. He reached the building, found a good spot, and set up what he had purchased. The surveillance camera was motion-operated so it wouldn't be on continuous feed and was capable of being synced with his phone, which would alert him if there was any activity. He performed all the necessary tasks, including securing the tiny camera to the trunk of a tree with a direct sight line to the door. Now he just had to wait for his trap to be sprung. But while he was waiting for that, he had things to do. He drove off. However, he was just about to run into an obstacle. Chapter. Liu Shiyi, Harper, and Fuss passed him going the other way in their patrol car. The cruiser whipped around. The roof lights cranked on, and the siren ruptured an otherwise quiet day in Putnam, Maine. An exasperated Devine slammed a fist against the dashboard and barked, "I don't have time for this shit." He steered the truck over to the shoulder, cut the engine, and waited for them to pull in behind. He didn't get out. Devine decided to let them come to him, and they did. "Step out of the truck, Devine," said Harper, his hand once more on the head of his baton. Devine poked his head outside the truck window. "Are you arresting me again? What was wrong with the first time?" "Out, now." Devine climbed out just as it began to rain. "Come back to the cruiser and get in," ordered Harper, "before we all catch pneumonia." Devine sat in the back seat, with Harper next to him. Fuss leaned over the front seat to face them. "What's up?" Devine asked. "What's up is why do you think it's your job to go around riling people up?" "Not sure what you're talking about." "Then let me give you an example. You basically accused Françoise Guillaume of dereliction of duty, if not outright conspiracy." "I never said that, and I heard that Alex Silkwell nearly killed herself because you were throwing around wild accusations about her sister and the attack on Alex all those years ago." I fanned. "Who the hell told you about?" Harper continued to talk right over him. "And you've pretty much convinced Mildred that Earl Palmer was murdered when there is no evidence, nada, of that being the case." Devine flicked his phone screen and tapped an icon. Then he held up the phone. On it was the picture he'd taken of the noose. 8 coils plus a round turn and 2 half hitches. What? The noose. 8 coils. And then it was secured to the rafter with a round turn and 2 half hitches. It's typically used to secure a rope to a stationary object. So, Earl was a lobsterman. He probably knew every damn knot there was. I took Alex to Bertie's studio. She remembered everything that was in it while she worked there with Bertie, which was mere days before she was killed. The only thing she saw there that she had never seen before was a pulley bolted into another rafter directly above where Earl was hanging from. It had been painted black to match the color of the wood so as to blend in. I didn't even remember seeing it. And then there's an iron bolt set into the wall over the workbench. Under the iron bolt was a fiber. Looked to be a rope fiber. "What are you saying, Devine?" demanded Fuss. "I'm saying someone strung Earl up using that pulley." "Who the hell would have done that?" barked Harper. "Whoever got Earl to lie about finding Jenny's body. That made him a loose end." I found. "Oh, okay. Here we go again with your bullshit theory," said an exasperated Harper. "Even if you think a crippled Earl could climb up on that chair, set the noose, and then kick the chair away, how did he do the 8 coils on the noose and the round turn and 2 half hitches?" "He was a lobsterman. He's been tying knots since he came out of the womb," barked Harper. "Not lately, he hasn't. Have you seen the size of his fingers? How bent and stiff they are? They're full of arthritis. When I was walking with him, he could barely hold on to the head of his cane, and he can't even look down, which you're going to have to do to make these knots." He pointed at the picture of the complicated knots. "It requires dexterity he no longer had. And why hang himself in the first place? He had a shotgun. Why not just pull the trigger on that, which he could have done even with those fingers? Why go to all that trouble? I'll tell you why. Faking a death by suicide using a shotgun is a whole lot more difficult than doing it by hanging. You've got possible forensic trace in the former that you really don't have in the latter." Fuss eyed her boss nervously. "Maybe worth checking out, Chief." Devine added, "And the knot used to secure the noose?" "What about it?" demanded a still irate Harper. "It was chosen for a reason. Because the first part of the knot, the round turn, would keep the load in place until the 2 half hitches could be secured." "You mean if the killer used the pulley, he'd have to secure Earl up there somehow until he finished off the knot?" said Fuss. "Yes. He obviously couldn't leave it strung through the pulley, otherwise we'd know it was probably murder. If Earl had used the pulley to kill himself, there would have been no need to secure the noose to the rafters. The pulley and bolt would have worked just fine. In fact, if they had just used the pulley and left Earl hanging from it, I wouldn't have been nearly as suspicious. But they overthought it." He paused. "I actually picture 2 people, one on a ladder next to Earl, whose head is in the noose after being hoisted there using the pulley, and his feet on the chair. The end of the rope is secured to the bolt. Then the second person cuts the rope but holds on to the end with all his weight, while the first man holds on to Earl, who would have gone slack with the rope cut. The 2 killers then work together to wrap the rope around the rafter and manage to complete the round turn. I'm not saying it would be easy, but it is doable. And if they strung him up with one rope, put another noose around his neck, and then cut away the first rope, the subterfuge would have been discovered during the autopsy with the misaligned ligature markings and such. They must have known that, which means they might have some specialized knowledge in forensics. Then they can complete the 2 half hitches and let go of Earl completely, kick out the chair, and the man goes swinging." "You're overlooking one obvious problem," said Harper. "How did they get Earl there in the first place? No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds, no signs of a struggle. Earl might have been crippled, like you said, but he was still a big man. He wouldn't have gone quietly into the night." "He would if he'd been drugged." "Francoise found nothing like that," said Harper dismissively. "She didn't check for any of that," retorted Devine. "She ruled it a suicide by hanging." Harper started to say something and then stopped. He eyed Fuss, who was looking concerned, very concerned. He glanced back at Devine. "How do you know so much about knot tying?" "The Rangers train in high altitudes because we have missions in those types of environments. We climb and rappel and do all sorts of things that require intimate familiarity with ropes and knots, belays, climbing stop descenders, carabiners, and the like." Harper sighed. "Okay, let's get over to the funeral home, and we'll have Francoise run those tests. Okay?" "Thank you, Chief," said Devine quite sincerely. "But if it's all negative, will you stop with all this murder talk?" "Yes, you have my word." "Okay, we'll leave your truck here. You can ride with us." At the funeral home, they found Fred Bing and asked where his sister was. She's just finishing something up. Should be done in a few minutes. I'll let her know you're here. Thanks, said Harper. 5 minutes later, Guillaume appeared. She was wearing a full leather apron and was taking off a pair of sturdy gloves. What's up, Chief? She said after giving Devine a glare. I want you to run some tests on Earl's remains. Tests? On Earl? She said, looking stunned. Yeah, blood and tox. We want to check to see if he was maybe drugged or something. Devine has a theory, he added. Probably won't amount to much. I'm sorry. I can't run those tests, she said quickly. Devine stepped forward. If you won't, we'll find someone else who will. You don't understand. No one can run those tests now, she persisted. Why the hell not? Demanded a confused Fuss. Because Earl's remains have been cremated. I just finished doing it. Chapter Lushar. Annie Palmer looked traumatized. She was sitting in a booth at Main Brew with Devine next to her and Harper and Fuss across from her. They had previously taken Devine back to retrieve his truck and then followed him here. I signed the papers for them to cremate Gramps. It's what he wanted. Bertie was cremated and her ashes spread over the harbor. I was planning to do the same with his. Dr. Guillaume called and had me come in. She said everything was done and it was time to take care of the body. I was happy that he wanted to be cremated. I mean, I don't have the money for a casket and burial plot and all. I was planning on having a celebration of his life here at the cafe, for his friends. She paused. I'm the only family left. My mom and dad had no siblings. Harper sighed and looked at Devine. Just unfortunate way I see it, but nothing out of the ordinary either. They're running a business, and they jumped through all the hoops. We knew the tests hadn't been done, and I didn't order any. Buck stops with me. We were a day late and $1 short. Devine rubbed his brow, looking and feeling immensely frustrated. I'm sorry if I messed up, said Palmer. Fuss took her hand with a gentleness that surprised Devine. She said, You did nothing wrong, hon. You did what your granddad wanted. They left Palmer there and walked out. On the pavement, Harper studied his muddy shoes before looking up at Devine. So what now? I don't know, Devine said frankly. I need to think some things through. Devine got into the truck and drove off. He popped in a tape and started listening to CCR. He eyed the sky where the sun was long gone and the darkness was coming for them all. He sang along with the lyrics on the tape. Well, don't go round tonight. It's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. He pressed the gas and went faster. His phone buzzed. Agent Devine, it's Fred Bing. I wanted to let you know that I heard back from my father. A lot quicker than I had imagined. What did he say? That he hasn't seen or spoken to my uncle in over 2 weeks. Is redder. Is it unusual for your father not to have heard from him? They're not close, but they do live near each other. And they were scheduled to play golf together the other day. But my uncle sent a text saying he couldn't make it. Does your father know how long his brother has been away? I don't think he has a firm date, other than the 2 weeks not having heard from him until he sent the text about golf. How old a man is Benjamin Bing? He's the youngest brother, by a lot. So, 60 maybe? My father is 72, but he's the oldest, and there was a wide gap between kids. Describe your uncle physically. Big man. As tall as me, but a lot broader. Strong as a horse. They used to joke in my family that he could be all 6 pallbearers in one. You got a recent picture of him? It was taken a few years ago. I can text it to you. Thanks. I understand there was some misunderstanding about Earl Palmer's cremation? Yeah, you could say that. Matted. Well, I was surprised too, if you want the truth, said Bing. What do you mean? I usually call the family and arrange things. And then I do the cremation. But not with Earl? No. Why? Asked Devine. My sister wanted to handle it. Do you know why? No. I mean, I didn't ask her. I was just happy to get it off my plate. We have 4 funerals coming up. I'm barely keeping my head above water. Devine wasn't really listening. Remember to send me the pic of your uncle. Thanks. He clicked off and kept driving, his mind littered with possibilities. He called Alex. She answered on the second ring. "You hungry?" he said. "Actually, very. And I don't feel like cooking. I'll pick you up in 10 minutes if that works." It does. Along the way, his phone dinged and he opened it, his eyes going back and forth from the road to the phone screen. Benjamin Bing had memorable features. Strong chin and jaw, thick graying hair, what Devine referred to as buzzard eyes, the sort that immediately made you uncomfortable, and slender lips just beneath a nose as sharp as a K-bar blade. Damn if he doesn't look like a soldier. Alex was waiting for him in front of the house. The wind slightly lifted the hem of her knee-length skirt. Long boots covered her calves. Her parka looked warm and comfortable. She slid into the truck and said, "How are you doing?" "I was about to ask you that. I got a lot of work done today, so that's good." "And everything else?" he said. She eyed him pensively. "I had no thoughts of jumping off the top of the house, if that's what you mean." "I didn't mean that, necessarily. Do you know why I went up there?" "Tell me." "It's the place where I can see the farthest. I don't mean out on the ocean. I mean in my head. But you were very close to the edge. I was afraid that you might. I can't say that the thought has never entered my mind, but after what happened to Jenny," she frowned, shook her head, and adopted a look of intense focus. "It was exactly like you said. If I did something like that, it would be as though what Jenny did was worthless. She sacrificed her life to find out the truth about what happened to me. I.co.uld never do that to her memory. I just couldn't." "It didn't." She faced away from him, but he could see, in her reflection in the window, the tears sliding down the woman's face. "You know, you're pretty much the most honest person I've ever met," said Devine. "And I find I can't be anything other than frank with you, even when I don't want to be." "Is that a good thing?" she asked, now looking at him. "I think it is, yes, if a little unnerving." They drove on. Chapter Le Chassin. She directed him to a little hole-in-the-wall Greek restaurant that was as far removed from the organic bulk of only real food as it was possible to be. The interior was comprised of 4 tables and 1 waitress. She greeted Alex with a warm smile and a lingering hug and cast Devine an intrigued glance. "Travis Devine, this is Chloe Samaras," said Alex. The 3 other tables were occupied, and Samaras directed them to the 4th and most private table, well away from the others and along the back wall. She deposited the menus in front of them, took their drink orders, Mythos beer for Devine and a glass of Prosecco for Alex, and left. "I didn't think you came into town much," he said. "When I do, I usually come here to eat." "Why's that?" "Chloe and I went to high school together. She's really nice. Her Uncle Tony is the chef. He taught me how to cook some really cool Greek dishes." Their drinks came. After Alex took a sip of her Prosecco, she said, "So why dinner? Do you have more questions?" "Yes, but I also wanted to see you, make sure you were okay." She fingered the stem of her glass and sank back in her chair. It started to rain, the drops pattering against the restaurant's plate glass window. "When I was little, my dad and I would go up to the Widow's Walk and watch the storms roll in and out. Not if it was lightning, of course. And we would talk about stuff. It was really nice. Like when I would sit in his office and watch him write while I drew things in my sketch pad." "Did you ever draw him?" She smiled. "All the time, with varying degrees of success. Ever think you finally captured the true essence of the man?" Alex's smile faded. "No," she said. "Your questions? Why don't we eat first?" "Might go better." And he prayed. Devine ordered coda zuppa and pastisada with beef, while Alex had gigantes beans to start and grilled vegetables with warm pita for her dinner. Devine took 1 spoonful of his soup and looked at her. "Wow, I know, right? The main meals were just as savory." "Okay," said Devine. "I'm definitely coming back here. Thanks for the introduction to Putnam's finest Greek food." "You're welcome. Now, your questions?" He set his knife and fork down, took the last sip of his beer, and said, "You ever have any interactions with Benjamin Bing?" Her eyes narrowed. "What a strange question. Why do you ask?" He was the police chief back when you were attacked. I was just wondering what you thought of him, how he handled things. I don't remember dealing with him directly. Chief Harper was a sergeant then, I believe, and they had other officers too, but my family mostly dealt with Harper. How about before you were attacked? Anything with Bing? I'd see him in the little Christmas parade we have every year. My father knew him quite well. It was a political friendship, I gathered. I do recall that one of the boys I went to high school with stole a car for a joyride and wrecked it while Bing was chasing him. The story was Bing pulled the boy out of the car and... And what? Prompted Devine. Well, beat him up. How did his parents take that? They sided with the chief. They thought Tim deserved to be taught a lesson. It was so unfair. He only stole that car to take a girl for a ride. And if Bing hadn't been chasing him, none of that would have happened. How do you know Tim wanted to take a girl for a ride? Alex blushed and rubbed the condensation off her glass. We were sort of seeing each other then. Nothing serious. We were only 15. Well, he was 16. I was always the youngest in the class. Because of your late birthday and the fact that you skipped a grade. She looked at him in surprise. Your mother told me, with a lot of pride in her voice. She said something like, "Not even Jenny managed to do that." Alex looked down and didn't comment. Did Bing know you and Tim were dating? It's a small town, Travis. Everyone knows your business. But why is this important? Benjamin Bing hasn't been seen in Florida in about 2 weeks. So? She said. So that means he could be up here. Why would he be in Maine as opposed to Florida? In the winter? He could have been up here when Jenny was killed, when I was shot at, and when Earl was killed. Wait, you think Bing did those things? It's possible. He's really. But what would be his motive? Why would he want to kill Jenny? Jenny was up here on unfinished business. But that was about what happened to me, so... She paused, her eyes becoming rigid, her gaze fixed. For one awful moment, Devine thought she was going to have another episode, and part of me hopes she does and names Benjamin Bing as her rapist. You actually think Benjamin Bing attacked me? Said Alex incredulously. Devine looked around at the other patrons and said, Let's keep it between us, okay? No need to let others in on this. I'm sorry. I just can't comprehend what you're saying. Look, it wouldn't be the first time a cop went bad. And he chases down and beats up your boyfriend? What are the odds? And then your rape kit goes missing? He would have had unfettered access to that. And then the Palmers? What if they saw him fleeing a minute before they found you? There's no proof of that. And actually there is, or at least the Palmers seeing someone that night. He went on to explain to Alex about Jenny having pulled the satellite footage showing the car, and Steve and Valerie Palmer crossing paths with another car right around the time of the attack on her. But then why didn't they report it? She said, looking distraught. They were having money problems. Maybe they were putting the squeeze on him. Frederick Bing Sr. was an early disciple of Warren Buffett. They could afford to pay, so their good name would not be dragged through the mud. And Benjamin was the police chief. The Palmers might have been afraid to go up against him, and they had no real proof. But then Jenny comes up here looking for the truth and he gets wind of it? He has to nip that in the bud. That sounds very far-fetched. And what about Earl? You said someone killed him. What possible reason would Benjamin Bing have to kill Earl? Because he got Earl to pretend to find your sister's body and was probably afraid he would have a change of heart. She looked gobsmacked. How would he get Earl to lie about finding Jenny's body? That one I haven't figured out yet, Devine conceded. But you remember nothing else with Bing? Nothing that would show he might have been infatuated with you? No. That's gross. He's my father's age. A Sprecht. He was only 45 when you were attacked. I wasn't even 16, she said heatedly, drawing stares from some of the customers. I don't want to believe he was interested in you that way. He gripped her hand. But if he was, Alex, it was his issue, not yours. But I'm the one suffering. Yes, you are, said Devine. But I will help you in any way I can to get through this. Chapter, Le Je sais. He drove her back to Jocelyn Point. They went out to the art studio. where Alex had told him she needed to work on a painting for a client that was due to be shipped out soon. He watched her work away as the night fell more deeply around them. Her movements were fluid, her concentration complete. Divine had seen that level of intensity before. Me, in combat. What's that look for? He came out of his musings to find her staring at him as she cleaned off a brush. Admiration for your obvious skills, he said. You're such a sweet talker, she cracked. It's sincere, Alex. She put down the brush and wiped off her hands. I know, Travis. My bullshit meter is pretty sophisticated and it hasn't made a peep while you're around. But like all women, you have so much more practice at it than men. You really are far more evolved than many of your brethren, she said, smiling. I try to see people for who they really are. She drew a step closer. And who am I? Really? He could tell, despite the flippant and flirty content and tone of their conversation, Alex was now quite serious. I see a young woman maybe at a crossroads. Her features tensed. Go on. There's a military term for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, though it's now used throughout popular culture. No man's land. But if you dig deeper, it gets more complicated. How so? She said quickly. Typically, to get to no man's land, you had to take action. You had to move from where you were. So now you're in a bad place, a place where you don't think you should be, and maybe your own survival is at stake. Here Divine paused and contemplated stopping. He wasn't sure why he had chosen to bring up this topic, and now that he was here, he, ironically, felt like he was in no man's land. Yet the look on Alex's face told him there was only one path to take with this conversation. So, you have three choices. Stay where you are, go back, or go forward. And how do you know which is the right one? She said, a tremble in her voice. I wish I could tell you that there's a foolproof way to figure that out, but there's not. Sometimes, it's trial and error. She slumped and looked beaten. But sometimes there is a sign to tell you which way to go. What? She said eagerly. He leaned against a table and said, When I was pulling a tour of combat duty in Iraq, I would rotate through this same large village, looking for enemy combatants, informants, people who just needed help or wanted to escape certain situations. I'd go there regularly and felt like I'd gotten to know some of the villagers pretty well. Established a rapport, to the extent you can during a war. One of my jobs was to memorize every detail I could during each visit so that on future trips I could see if anything looked off. It was critical because my life and my colleagues' lives depended on it. I can understand that, she said in a tone that was equal parts hollow and anticipatory. It was sort of what you helped me do at Bertie's art studio. I never would have seen that pulley without your help, but you had been there many times before and noticed it right off. Anyway, one morning we reached the village. I did my scope of the village as we were walking through it, looking for anything that looked out of the ordinary. Did you see anything? No, I didn't. But PFC Laura Diaz did. What did she see? A female villager came out of one of the huts. She seemed fine, calm, ordinary. She walked toward us. We had seen her before, many times, but as she grew closer, Diaz called out, "Bomb." We instinctively all scattered and took cover. A second later, the bomb that was secreted on the woman detonated. If Diaz hadn't warned us, we'd all be dead. What did she see that made her believe the woman had a bomb? I asked her that very thing. Diaz told me her mother worked at a hair salon back in a small town in Texas. As a child, Diaz would often go to work with her mother. Her mom did hair, makeup, nails, the whole shebang. Her mother told Diaz that women wanted to look their best in important moments. Weddings, parties, funerals. At critical times, they wanted to get their hair, makeup, and nails done. So Diaz noticed that the villager was not wearing her dusty burqa or usual hijab. She had on a beautiful robe with intricate embroidery. Her hair had been immaculately braided and done up in a fancy style. And her nails had been filed, shaped, and painted when they never had before. The woman was sacrificing her life for her cause, and she wanted to look her best. That observation by Diaz saved my life, and those of a lot of others, because I never would have seen it. Now, you're probably wondering what the hell that has to do with your situation, but here it is, for what it's worth. I've sort of been Laura Diaz up here, observing you and others, seeing things that maybe people in Putnam are too close to everything to see clearly. Your mother and others think you can be world famous, or rich, or both, somewhere else, and you probably could, but I don't think those things are important to you. So you're saying I should stay here, in Putnam? No, I'm not. I'm actually saying that you have gifts that you need to share with the world. Something terrible happened to you here, Alex. Most people would want to get as far away from that as they could. Now, you didn't. But I think you didn't, because you were too traumatized to embrace any part of the world. You became fearful of going out, of being around other people. He looked out the window in the direction of the main house. You go out, but then you run back here, where you feel reasonably safe. But the thing is, your fear is no longer out there. He tapped his head. It's in here, so you can't outrun it. You can't really hide from it, not even here. Then what do I do? She said pleadingly. How do I get out of no man's land? You master it. You take back control of your life. You dictate the terms of how you will live and where you will live, not anyone else, and certainly not the person who hurt you. But what if he's still out there? I'm sure he is still out there, Divine said. It's my job to stop him. And I'm really good at my job, Alex. He put his arms around her and held her tightly. Do you really think I can master this? I would not have suggested it if I didn't believe you could. You're a lot stronger than you think you are. Is an extent. I'm not as strong as Jenny was, she replied. He moved her to arm's length so he could stare into her eyes. You don't need to compare yourself to Jenny, not ever again. She loved you. She came up here to help you, to end this misery you were trapped in, and it cost your sister her life. The best way to honor that sacrifice is to cast off the devil that's in you right now and move on with your life. It's what Jenny would have wanted, and it's what you should want, which is what really matters. Alex, who had begun quietly sobbing, stopped, and her expression firmed. She looked up at him. I do want that. And I want something else, Travis. She kissed him, and Divine, hesitant at first, kissed her back. The two were so focused on one another that they never saw the person who had been watching them move slowly away from the window. Chapter Lo Shawu. Hours later, Divine let himself out the front door of Jocelyn Point and made sure it securely locked behind him. A light drizzle had started, which the wind kicked around him as he walked to the truck. He looked for Dak's motorcycle but didn't see it. He hadn't heard anyone come into the house when he'd been up in Alex's bedroom. He sat in the truck and stared out the windshield at the house. His first night here, he had seen Alex standing naked in her bedroom window. He had seen it as an act of defiance, or at least her feeling of sanctity in her old family home. He had just seen her naked again, in the most intimate situation two people could experience. Being with Alex at that moment in time had been the right thing to do, the thing he had wanted to do. They had taken it slow, with physical and emotional revelations by degrees, rather than all of a sudden. Their lovemaking had been assured, but controlled. It was as though they somehow already knew the contours and rhythms of each other's bodies and desires, the instinctual sensations that had delivered them to an ending point that had persisted long beyond the sexual climaxes. They had lain in each other's arms, talking quietly, between kisses and caresses, for far longer than their physical lovemaking had endured. Divine hadn't known the woman a full week, and yet he felt like he understood her better than he did his own brother and sister. Quantity of time together meant nothing if the desire wasn't there to learn and relate to someone, the need to understand them. It had been there between him and Alex like nothing he'd really experienced before. As he fired up the truck, his phone buzzed. It wasn't a call. His surveillance monitor on the outbuilding had just gone off. Someone was there. He drove toward the outbuildings and then parked behind a stand of evergreen bushes, making sure his truck was out of sight. He was going to make the rest of the way to the building on foot. The noise of the waves crashing against the burly main substrata followed him with each footfall. He kept his exposure over open ground to a minimum, just like the Army had trained him. And then he'd gotten a PhD in that same subject out in the field of combat, where mistakes didn't mean a failing grade, but rather a burial plot and white grave marker at Arlington National. He surveyed all compass points in front of him. It didn't take long to reach the vicinity of the building. Devine took up position behind a bulky, overgrown hedge. Peering around it, he observed a Toyota pickup parked in front of the building, its lights and motor on. The door to the building was open, and a light was on inside. This gave Devine a clear sight line into the space, which he enhanced using his optics. A man was standing just inside the doorway with his back to Devine. Over his shoulder, Devine could see large green plastic tubs set on tables, and he heard once more the hum of machinery, this time more distinctly with the door open. He crouched down when he heard another vehicle approaching. He recognized the throaty purr of the Harley before he saw it. Dak pulled up next to the truck and climbed off his bike after shutting it down. Devine turned on the video recording feature on his phone and started filming. Dak said, "Hey, Hal," end quote. The man turned around, and Devine could see he was in his 30s with a trim beard and glasses. He had on jean overalls and a ski cap pulled down over his ears. Their commingled breaths rose above them in the frigid air. "I thought you'd be here ahead of me," said Hal. "I got tied up." "Really? What gal did the tying?" They both laughed at this comment, and Dak slapped the man on the shoulder. "How's it looking in there?" Dak said, inclining his head toward the tubs. "All systems go. I swear these critters could survive an atom bomb falling on them. Let's hope one doesn't hit." "Don't think we could survive it," said Dak with a chuckle. "How long you reckon?" asked Hal. 2 days they'll be here. But we got the shipment to pick up tonight, and the more they grow, the more they weigh. And Dak rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. They locked up the building, climbed into the pickup, and set off. Devine ran back to his truck and followed. Chapter Los Lo. As soon as they were on the main road, Devine knew where they were going, the same spot along the shore. He was driving with his lights off, which wasn't a problem even with the poor visibility. He just followed the taillights ahead of him to see the contours of the road. The truck pulled off, and Devine did the same, albeit a couple of 100 yards short and behind a stand of trees growing near the road. He flitted along until he reached a good surveillance point in time to watch through his optics as Hal carried large plastic containers toward the water. Dak was hefting some other apparatus that Devine could not really make out. Devine headed forward and then cut toward the beach. He looked out to the water and, though it was foggy and gloomy, he could see a solitary boat's running lights slicing through the darkness out on the Gulf of Maine. Devine crouched along a ledge of rocky shore, took out his optics, and surveyed the field in front of him. Once more, a smaller boat was lowered from the larger boat. It then traveled swiftly toward shore, breached the breakers, and came to a stop bow up in the sand. He could now see that the vessel was actually an RIB, or rigid inflatable boat, much like the kind he had used in the Army. There were 2 men on board. They jumped off the bow onto the sand and greeted Dak and Hal with handshakes and backslaps. Then the 4 of them proceeded to unload the cargo. It was placed in the containers Hal had brought to the beach. Dak bent down and inserted the devices he had brought with him into each container. Dak handed one of the men an envelope, and they parted ways. Dak and Hal hefted the first container. It must have been heavy, since both men struggled with the weight of it. They reached the truck, loaded it in the back, and then went back twice more to get the other containers. They drove off as the RIB was swiftly making its way back to the larger boat. Devine had already gotten into his vehicle and was waiting. As they passed him, Devine pulled out behind them. They drove straight back to Jocelyn Point and to the same outbuilding. They carried the containers into the building and had set down the last one when Devine appeared in the doorway. "Hey guys, nice gloomy night for some smuggling." Both men whirled around and Hal's hand went to a pocket on his coat, but then he was staring down the barrel of Devine's Glock. He let his hand drop to his side. Dak barked, "You're trespassing, Devine. You have no business or right to be here." "I saw a suspicious act take place in a public area," and the fruits of that act are right behind you in those containers. There's nothing illegal with what we're doing, exclaimed Dak. As though all legal business is done in the middle of the night on deserted beaches and involving boats coming into shore with a payoff for whatever's in those containers? He pointed at one with his Glock's muzzle. What is it? Drugs? We're not drug dealers, for God's sake, blurted out a surprised Hal. What then? Dak looked at Hal and then back at Devine. It's unagi. Come again? Unagi. It's made from elvers. Devine cocked his head. Elvers? Sounds like something from The Hobbit. We're buying and selling glass eels, said Hal. He pointed behind him at dozens of large tubs set up on low tables. Devine could now see that they were all hooked up to aeration equipment. He assumed that was what Dak had been carrying on the beach. Is it illegal? Asked Devine. Not if you have a license, said Dak. And do you? Asked Devine. Yeah, I do, said Dak nervously. Bullshit. Then why the middle of the night shipment? Why hide your operation here? Do I need a lawyer? Said Dak. I didn't come up here to bust illegal elvers. I came up here to find out who killed your sister. So, did Jenny know about all this? Said Devine, pointing his gun around the room. I don't think so. You don't think so? Devine shook his head. Had he been focusing on completely the wrong thing this whole time? He looked at Dak. Tell me how this all operates. You tell me the truth and I'm not going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. But you lie to me, you're done, and your ass is going to jail. And his too, said Devine, indicating Hal, who seemed to be attempting to shrink into the floorboards. Dak started talking fast. Elvers are a huge market. The Japanese eat tons of eels. But overfishing depleted the Japanese populations, and there was an earthquake there about a decade or so ago that wiped out most of their aquaculture operations. So they turned elsewhere. To Europe and America, chimed in Hal, who now also seemed eager to explain things to Devine. But the European elver population nosedived, and the eel was listed as an endangered species, and exports from the EU were banned. So that left us and a few other countries in the Caribbean as the primary sources, and the prices skyrocketed. And that made for a big black market. Then that all came crashing down because the feds in the states stepped in. Most states banned the fishing. Here in Maine, they started issuing licenses and imposing quotas and arresting and fining people. Eels don't breed in captivity, explained Dak. So all farm-raised eels have to be first caught in the wild, and there are lots of them in Maine. He pointed behind him. It takes up to 2 years to grow an eel to harvestable size. That's normally done in an eel fishery. How'd you two hook up? Hal and I were in the Army together. He moved up here from South Carolina and told me about the eels. I researched it, and we put a business plan together. Where was the boat tonight, coming in from? New Brunswick, said Dak. Canada also has a lot of elvers. So, are you running an eel fishery? We don't have a license for that. And who wants to wait 2 years to get your money? So, how do you make your money? Asked Devine. Dak looked at Hal. Look, I think we need a lawyer. We've said too much already. Daveret, what if this is connected to Jenny's murder? Pointed out Devine. It's not. She was a Fed. She came up here for some reason. She was murdered. Are there bad people involved in this eel business? Is it enough money to kill over? Dak looked once more at Hal and closed his eyes for a moment before saying, The price for elvers really sank during COVID, but now it's back up to around $2,300 a pound. What you see in all those tubs are worth about $250,000. He said. Devine stared in disbelief at the tubs. You're shitting me. Nope. And you can make a lot more money off elvers than you ever can off lobster. And you don't need a boat and all that other equipment. If you have a license, you set big fyke or dip nets in a stream, and you wake up in the middle of the night and go down there with 5-gallon buckets and load up your catch, and then go buy a house or a fishing boat. It's like Maine's version of the California gold rush. Okay. Who buys them from you? Asked Devine. Guys who come into town on a regular basis. What kind of guys? Asked Devine. Mostly Asian, said Hal. Well, they're all Asian, really. How do they pay? Cash. Bank wires and checks don't really work in our business. $250,000 in cash? What, do they bring it in suitcases? Yeah, they actually do, admitted Hal. And they put the Elvers in other suitcases. They typically put illegal export fish in refrigerated bags over them, like mussels. So long as they have an oxygen supply, Elvers are fine. They breathe through their skin. Devine walked over and looked in one of the tubs. He recoiled at the sight of what looked like hundreds of strands of bright white and yellow spaghetti, albeit with pairs of inky black eyes flitting spasmodically through the water in massive hordes. So it is illegal the way you're doing it? Well, it's not exactly legal, no, said Dak. Why not just set up a licensed eel fishery? Or get a fishing license? The fishing licenses are given out in a lottery and capped at around 400 or so. Believe me, there are a lot more folks than that who want to do this. And it ain't fair, interjected Hal. They say it's a lottery. But I say with that much money at stake, some palms are getting greased for damn sure. I laughed. Dak said, and as an Elver farmer, it takes years to make your money back. And you have to have the capital to build a facility and buy the equipment, and then you need to hire a bunch of people. And there's a limit on how many pounds you can legally process each year. We can make far more money faster this way. So this is how you get your capital to invest, Devine said to Dak. Not partners in Boston. Yeah, conceded Dak. But I'm using that money to invest in local businesses that employ lots of people and are bringing some pride and dignity back to Putnam, he added in a defiant tone. Don't go all altruistic on me. You're doing it to get rich. Well, that too, admitted Dak. You got Coop Phillips and 2 other knuckleheads to come after me the night we first met in the bar, didn't you? You believed I was really up here investigating you, right? The thought had crossed my mind, replied Dak. So this Elver stuff is a big business? Globally, it's billions of dollars a year, said Hal in a reverential tone, and I've been to China and Japan. Once the Elvers get there, man, they are dumped into this supply chain that is full of corrupt assholes, smugglers, killers. Chinese mafia has their fingers all over Unagi. And maybe some of them came over here because your sister was getting ready to expose them, and so they killed her, said Devine. Dak shook his head. No way. I can't believe that's what happened. Did she ever say anything that made you suspect she knew you were involved in this? Never. Not once. I swear. Okay, so you get your supply from Canada? Why not here? Hal replied. We also deal with people here, but Maine has gotten pretty good about ferreting out folks like us. And Nova Scotia is right across the Gulf, and New Brunswick is just a little bit north. Lock this place up, ordered Devine. Dak said, Please, Devine, do not shut us down. I've got big plans for Putnam. I could give a shit about that. And you said you were going to make millions off selling this property. Hopefully, yeah. But that could take a year or 2 to complete. Again, I don't care. Now lock it up. Dak was about to respond, but he didn't. Or rather, couldn't. The bullet zoomed through the open doorway and hit Dak in the arm. He slumped to the floor, bleeding and screaming in pain. Devine already had his Glock out and fired multiple rounds in the direction of where the shot had come before taking cover behind the wall. Then, silence, until he heard a vehicle start up. Devine was about to run to his truck and take up pursuit when Dak screamed, Hal! Devine looked over to see Hal on the floor, blood pouring from his chest. He knelt beside the stricken man. Only one shot had been fired, so it must have ricocheted off Dak and hit Hal, concluded Devine. He didn't have time to even locate the wound before Hal gave a long, rattling breath that Devine had heard before on fields of combat. Is he going to be okay? Said a sobbing Dak, holding his bloodied arm and crawling over to them. Is he breathing? No, he's not, said Devine curtly. He's dead. Chapter 6. It's been raining so much. Any trace from the vehicle is gone, said Sergeant Fuss. She and Devine were standing in front of the outbuilding where Hal had been killed and Dak wounded. Dak had been taken to a trauma hospital in Bangor. Hal's body had been transported to Augusta via helicopter for a high-priority post-mortem. Guillaume had accompanied the flight. Dawn was breaking, and Devine was so tired he felt he was back in ranger school. "Did you find a casing?" asked Devine. "Yep. NATO or polymer. The latter looks to be the same shooter as with Jenny. This with Canisatorid Dad. But NATO was the one that almost killed me," said Devine, really to himself. Fuss eyed the outbuilding. "So, Elvers, huh?" "Apparently so. Always wondered where he got his money. To his mind, he's reinvesting it in the town, and I guess he is." "So what are you going to do about it?" Devine said, "Nothing. It's not my jurisdiction. So what are you going to do about it?" "I'll have to confer with the chief." "I expect you would. But if we do nothing, no skin off my teeth. Unless what Dak was doing is connected to his sister's murder." "You think?" "I don't know, one way or another. I certainly have no proof." "Okay. We'll let you know what we find. I'm heading over to Jocelyn Point to make sure Alex is okay. I already filled her in on what happened, but I wanted to give her an update." "Right." Alex answered at his first knock. She must have been watching from the front window. "Thank God," she whispered, weeping quietly into his shoulder after he gave her a positive update on her brother. I can't lose Dak, too." She led Devine to the kitchen and made him coffee. "You must be exhausted," she said, watching him closely. "I'll catch some sleep later. When can I see Dak? He's having his surgery now. We can drive up after he's out of recovery. Bullet went in and out. If it had hit an artery, he wouldn't have made it. Day ate him." She paled at this stark description, and he said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so blunt. I guess I just got used to doing that in the Army." "No, I'm fine. Thank you for telling me. So, did you know Dak's friend Hal?" he asked her. "I didn't get his last name." "Hal Brockman. I knew he worked with Dak, but I didn't know how or with what. He's come by quite a few times. He seemed very nice. He was from the South, I think." She rubbed her eyes. "Who could have done this, Travis?" Devine didn't provide an answer because he had none. He left there with a promise to pick her up at 11 and drive her to Bangor. Halfway down the road, his phone buzzed. It was Françoise Guillaume. She sounded exhausted. She told him the post on Hal Brockman had just been completed. It was a 300 Norma Magnum round, she confirmed. Pretty much intact, despite it having careened through one body and entered another. "Is surprised. Fuss already found the polymer casing, so I was pretty sure it would be the Norma. So maybe one shooter for Jenny and the shot taken at Dak?" Guillaume said. "Out of my professional jurisdiction, but personally I would agree with that assessment. But I had the NATO round fired at me. So was it connected to the people who kidnapped me and then chased me the other night? That seems logical." "Anything else?" he asked. Could you come to dinner at my house tonight? I sense things have gotten off the rails between us, and I'd like to talk to you. And I might be able to share some things with you. Insights." "Okay, sure." She told him a time, and he clicked off. "I wonder if you know where your uncle is? Maybe around a certain Elver smuggling operation early this morning, shooting a 300 Norma Magnum round into 2 people? He didn't have time to think about that right now. He had another mission to complete before driving Alex to Bangor. He had to find a secret in Earl Palmer's past bad enough to blackmail the man. Chapter Le Shabbat. "You want to look through my grandfather's things?" asked Danny Palmer. Devine was sitting at the counter in Maine Brew, and she was standing across from him restocking the refrigerated cabinets. "Yeah. Why?" "To see if I can find a reason for what happened." "He was depressed, Travis. Depressed people sometimes kill themselves." "Granted. But I'm not sure he took his own life." "Was this dated?" "You mentioned that before, when we were up on the roof at Jocelyn Point with Alex. But you never bothered to explain to me why you thought that," she said. Her face twisted in anger. "Even though you told me you would, and we both saw him fucking hanging there." "Okay, it's time for me to lay out my theory for you. Better yet, I'll show you." Devine stood, walked over to one of the tables, grabbed a chair, and brought it back behind the counter. "What are you doing?" she said, staring at the chair. The place was still relatively empty at this hour, although the cook in back and 2 waitresses were readying the place for the morning crowd that would be arriving soon. "Proving a point," he replied. He climbed onto the chair and then stood on his tippy toes while she stared goggle-eyed at him. He reached up and gripped a metal pipe that was attached to the ceiling. "What the hell are you doing?" exclaimed Palmer. Next, Devine tried to kick the chair away while still standing on it. To do so, he had to partially lift himself off it and kick at the chair back and seat. He made several spirited attempts, flailing some, before finally managing it on his 4th try. He dropped to the floor, a little out of breath with the exertion, and righted the chair. "Now, I'm 32, a former Army Ranger. I work out all the time." She stared at the chair and then back at him. He continued, "Now what if I had a fused spine, bad knees, a pair of wrecked hips? Oh, and I'm about 50 years older. And one more thing. I didn't have a noose around my neck choking me to death at the time. And the noose that was used? I'd have a hard time fashioning it, and I don't have arthritis in my fingers." Palmer stared at Devine for a few moments before she plopped into the chair and drew a long breath. Tears shimmered in her eyes. "Shit, someone killed him." End quote. "I believe they did, yes." She stood, marched over to the counter, opened a drawer, pulled out a set of keys, and tossed them to Devine. "These are to my grandfather's place. Find the son of a bitch who did this," she said. "I plan to," replied Devine. Chapter Losa Joe. "Does it ever stop raining in this damn town?" thought Devine as he ran from the truck to the front door of Earl Palmer's cottage. He'd done deployments in tropical climates where it was drier. He unlocked the door and went inside. Devine was about to undertake a methodical search that would require several hours. What he was looking at were the remains of a life, of a family that had once lived here, cried here, and died here. The place was neat, on the surface, but when Devine opened drawers, he found the clutter of decades that oftentimes folks just gave up on, and rather than tossing it all, they stuck it away in places that could not be seen, and as the years piled on, so did the detritus. Out of sight, out of mind. The closet in the main floor bedroom still held Alberta Palmer's clothes and shoes and a large assortment of women's hats. The latter were well used, billowy, some touched by the sweat and grime that came with hard work, but Earl, he was sure, would never have gotten rid of any of these things. He could imagine him opening this door every day to see the material reminders of the woman he loved. There were lotions and a glass bottle of perfume on the bathroom sink. 2 toothbrushes were still hanging from the holder built onto the wall. In a drawer in the small den, he found piles of notes that Alberta had written to her husband. Most also had drawings of some kind that clearly showed the skill and talent of the artist who had created them. She had signed all of them with, "Love your birdie. Is the price?" Devine sat down in the only chair in the room and found his eyes watering as he read one note after another. "Have a good lobster day. Don't forget, sunscreen. This ain't the 70s anymore." He lingered the longest over a drawing of what was clearly Earl and his missus walking hand in hand down the rocky shore. The accompanying note read simply, "Happy retirement to us, my love." He carefully folded the notes and replaced them in the drawer. As he looked out the window, the rain picked up, and there was even a slash of lightning and an accompanying crack of thunder to go along with it. He went back into the front room and looked over a shelf of tattered VHS tapes and DVDs. Some were commercial movies, but others looked to be of family and other personal events. He looked at the labels on the cases, birthday parties, weddings, anniversaries. Then his gaze held on one. The label read, "Wilbur Kingman's Funeral." He pulled out the DVD case and looked around. Under the TV was a DVD player. He popped the disc in and turned on the TV. He sat back in a chair and started the DVD. The scene opened in what looked to be a church. The coffin was brought in and set up near the altar. The place was packed, and Devine paused the movie so he could see who was there. In the front row was Patricia Kingman, surrounded by what was probably her family. Her black dress hung off her, as though the woman had suddenly shed weight after losing her husband. He saw a years younger Fred Bing up near the coffin directing the black-clad funeral home crew. Then he saw two older, tall men standing together off to the side. They looked so much like Bing that he reckoned they were his father and uncle, who had inherited the business from their father before passing it on to Fred and Françoise. And there was Françoise Guillaume near the door, greeting people as they entered. In another row were Dak, Jenny, and Alex Silkwell. This was the first time Devine had seen Jenny, other than in a still picture or as a corpse on a table. She was sitting between her brother and sister and seemed to be consoling Dak, while Alex stared straight ahead with the look of a woman who wasn't really sure where she was. Claire Robards and Senator Silkwell sat next to their adult children. Harper was in the back row, dressed in a sergeant's uniform. Devine didn't see Wendy Fuss anywhere. There was a whole group of burly, tough-looking men in ill-fitting or ancient suits. He figured they were Kingman's fellow lobstermen, there to pay their respects to one of their own who had fallen. Their eyes were red, their faces puffy, and, to a man, they looked stricken. A fresh-faced Annie Palmer sat next to her grandparents. She must have still been in college, Devine thought. Alberta was holding Earl's hand and looking anxiously at him. Devine could imagine the words of support she was probably saying to him. Earl's face was bandaged, and his neck was in a support brace, as was his left knee. His right arm was in a cast. A cane leaned against his chair. He sat very stiffly, and Devine knew the man would soon undergo unsuccessful surgeries to try and repair the damage. On the other side of Earl was a tall man in a police chief's uniform. He had a face as granite-like as the bluffs that formed the extreme edge of the town's shoreline. His physique was impressive, his chest and shoulders filling out his uniform. Devine knew from the photo he'd seen at the police station and the one that Fred Bing had texted him that this was Benjamin Bing, the third and youngest son of the founder of Bing & Sons. As Devine looked closer, he saw something on Bing's chest that was stunning. Damn! So he was a soldier? Devine let the film run again, and he watched as Bing leaned in next to Earl and started talking in earnest. There was so much background noise on the film that Devine could not make out what the man was saying. However, Earl's reaction was one of surprise, even shock. Later, as the service ended, Fred Bing directed the pallbearers out with the coffin. The grieving attendees filed out after them. As Benjamin Bing and Earl left, Bing had one arm around the older injured man as he limped along with his cane, and all the while Bing was talking, and each word seemed to be like a body blow to Palmer. Devine's attention now turned to Alex, who had hung back from the others. She seemed to be staring at the backs of Bing and Palmer. Then she visibly shuddered and put a hand on a pew to steady herself. Jenny hurried up, put an arm around her sister's waist, and helped her out. They were followed by Dak and their parents. Next, Françoise Guillaume came back into the picture. She looked first in the direction that her uncle had gone with Earl, and then she turned her attention to the Silkwell sisters as they exited the space. Then, alone, Guillaume left too. The film ended and Devine popped the DVD out and pocketed it. Though he hadn't been able to hear anything, what he had seen was telling, very telling. As was Alex's reaction to being close to Bing. He had to find the former policeman, and fast, before someone else died a violent death. Chapter Seizure. Devine phoned Campbell and told him about the video. Benjamin Bing had a Purple Heart pinned to his chest. Presumably, he was in the military at some point and was wounded. I need you to find out all you can about his service record. On it, said Campbell before clicking off. Devine locked up the house and walked back to the truck, fingering his West Point graduation ring. The United States Military Academy had been the first school to issue class rings. They were awarded to cadets right after the start of their senior year at the Point. After that ceremony was the Hop, a formal dinner and dance for cadets and their guests during ring weekend. Devine had invited his family, but none of them had shown up. He had hung out with a fellow cadet and his parents and siblings. Not the way he had envisioned this career milestone playing out. But life was always taking swings at you, he had found, and you couldn't always duck in time. but Bing didn't have a ring on. And a man who wore a Purple Heart around certainly would have worn his West Point or other service academy ring. So he presumably hadn't gone through West Point. But he still might have been an officer since there were other paths of commissioning in the Army. Devine pulled off the road while the rain poured down, turning the roads a muddy brown from all the runoff. Off the coast, the Atlantic thundered against the rocky shore with all it had, and still the Maine coast stood firm against every punch. He looked down at his ring. It was more than an accessory or a prize to show off. It represented a connection to the long gray line and the cadet's opportunity to join that esteemed group on graduation day. He remembered one of his instructors telling him that while Devine continued to work toward his commissioning as an officer in the world's most powerful military, his past, present, and future were all wrapped up, at least symbolically, by this thin band on his finger. It was an eternal bond to the core, to the long gray line, allegiance to duty, honor, and country. Well, my eternity turned out to be a lot shorter than most. There was an annual ring melt ceremony held at Eisenhower Hall Theater. Rings from Army officers were donated and placed into a crucible. There were photos and information about the donors. Every donor, or their family, received a handwritten letter from a cadet in appreciation. The rings were then taken to Bartlett Hall Science Center, where they were melted into a gold ingot. Devine had dreamed about his ring being donated one day, either as the last full measure given by him on the battlefield, or many decades into the future as he died of old age. Technically, he could still donate it, he supposed, but he no longer thought he had the right to do so. And it wasn't like his family cared one way or another. Okay, that's enough self-pity for one day. So Bing was former military. Devine wondered why no one had mentioned that to him. He wasn't sure how it exactly figured into all of this. But someone with military ties could presumably get access to an experimental Norma round easier than most. He checked his watch and pulled back onto the road. When he drove up to Jocelyn Point, Alex was waiting for him, out front with a small bag. She settled next to him, and they headed to Bangor. "Thanks for driving me," she said. "No problem." "Do you even drive?" "I've just seen you on your bike." She looked out the windshield. "I never saw the point," she replied. He snatched a glance at her at the same moment she looked at him. She then said, "Last night was wonderful." "Yes, it was. I haven't. That is to say, I really wanted to be with you that night. I had to be with you. But I'm afraid I might have taken advantage. You were in a vulnerable position. If anything, I took advantage of you, Travis. And so what? We're human beings. Sometimes, you just can't help yourself." "You did." She turned away and they drove for a bit in silence as they headed inland. He finally said, "I was watching a video of Wilbur Kingman's funeral." She turned to him. "A video?" "It was at Earl's place. I don't know where it came from. You were in it, along with pretty much everyone else in town. It was all very sad. Wilbur was a good man. Diebel, who wrecked his boat on a shoal he should never have hit? What is that supposed to mean? Does anyone really know what happened out there?" "Of course," Earl told us. "And now Earl's dead. Wilbur's death was years ago. That can't be connected to anything happening now." "I wish I was as sure of that as you are." Benjamin Bing was in the film. He was seated next to Earl. Bing was talking and Earl was listening, and he didn't seem too happy about what was being said. They went off together. "You know anything about that?" "No. How could I?" "I thought you might have seen or heard something. You walked out right after they did." He paused to see if she might annotate his statement with what she might have been feeling that day while in the vicinity of Benjamin Bing, like terror. But she said nothing. "Bing was in the military," he said. "Wait, he was? You didn't know that about him?" Maybe. I don't remember. I just remember him as the police chief." "You remember nothing else about him?" "Didn't you ask me that before?" she said, a bite to her words. "Sometimes you get new information when you keep asking the same question over and over, because people recall more. I don't want to talk about him." What you said before gave me the creeps." The rest of the drive went by in silence. Chapter: Seizure E. The surgery had gone well, they were told, and Dak was awake and alert when they came into his room. Alex sat next to him and gripped his hand while Divine stood behind her. "Are you in much pain?" she asked. "Probably, but the morphine, or whatever it is doing the job." He looked at Divine. "I can't believe this happened. I can't believe Hal is dead. Do they know any more? Have they found whoever shot us?" "No, but it was the same type casing that was discovered near where your sister's body was found. Harper told me the bullet that hit me then struck Hal and killed him." "Okay, that's right." "Shit." Dak shook his head and his eyes glimmered. "Harper tell you anything else?" asked Divine. He was not in Alex's line of sight, so he added raised eyebrows to the question to let Dak know what he was referring to. Yeah, he said he'd get back to me on what he decides." "What are you two talking about?" said Alex. "Nothing important," said Dak quickly. "How are you doing, Alex? Hanging in okay?" "Not if stuff like this keeps happening," she said with a glare. It was clear that she did not like being left out of whatever was going on between her brother and Divine. "How well do you know Benjamin Bing?" asked Divine. "Benjamin Bing?" said Dak curiously. "What's he got to do with anything?" "I think he has a great deal to do with everything that's been happening." Alex turned to scowl at him. "I'm going to get some crappy hospital coffee, which will still be preferable to listening to this." She rose and left. "What is going on?" exclaimed Dak. Divine sat in the chair Alex had vacated and said, "Let me postulate a theory for you." "Okay," said Dak nervously. Divine proceeded to tell Dak his ideas about Benjamin Bing being the one who had attacked Alex all those years ago, and then how he believed the Palmers had seen him leaving the area, so they had to die too. "The Palmers were in tough financial straits back then," Annie told me. "So I think they saw Bing, and after they found Alex, they put it all together. They tried to blackmail him. The family is rolling in money. Only Bing doesn't play that game, so their house goes up in flames." Divine didn't mention that Françoise Guillaume had performed the autopsies on the Palmers because he wasn't sure whether she had any culpability. Bing could have poisoned them, or otherwise incapacitated them. And Divine now knew that Maine did not do full autopsies on people who died in fires that looked purely accidental. Whether that was the procedure 15 years ago, though, he didn't know. "Your sister told your mother that she came up here to take care of some unfinished business." He explained about her use of the satellite footage. "She figured out that it was Bing, but he's retired and living in Florida." "No. I spoke with Fred Bing and asked him to check on that. His father told him that he hadn't seen his brother in at least 2 weeks. Where? How would Bing know that Jenny had fingered him to be the one who attacked Alex? That part I haven't figured out yet. But if he did, it gives the man a motive to kill her. Look, I Venn diagrammed this thing from every angle I can think of. I don't believe this had to do with what Jenny did for the government. This stems from what happened to Alex all those years ago. And Benjamin Bing was in the military. He was wearing a Purple Heart on his police uniform in a video I saw. He could probably get access to a still in testing 300 Norma round with a polymer casing easier than most. He looked directly at Dak. "Do you remember Bing being around your sister, showing her more attention than he should?" Dak looked troubled. "Look, Ben Bing thought way too much of himself, okay? He was built like a stud and thought he was the handsomest, coolest guy in town. And yeah, he wore his Purple Heart and some other medals on his cop uniform, although that's against military regs and probably the police regs, not that he cared. He always bragged to the guys about the heroic shit he did in the army and how he nearly died in combat. But he was always short on specifics. So it was the army and not another service branch? Yeah, but I can't recall him acting inappropriate around Alex. They wouldn't have had much direct contact, actually." "What? But you were away in the army during that time." "That's true. Alex told me that he personally busted her boyfriend for a traffic infraction. Beat the kid up. I don't think that was a coincidence." "What's Alex's take on all this?" "She doesn't want to believe it or talk about it. It's why she walked out just now. I was actually hoping that my raising it with her would cause her memory to come back and we would finally have Alex being able to ID her attacker. But it didn't happen." End quote. You think he took a shot at you because you're trying to find out the truth? Makes the most sense so far. But why would he shoot me? Because what you're saying is he had to be the shooter from last night. He might have been aiming at me, but I don't really believe that. So why me then? You're thinking of selling Jocelyn Point, so Alex would be leaving there. Maybe he got wind of that. But Bing lives in Florida. What does he care where Alex lives? It's hard to get inside the head of someone like him. Maybe he's afraid if she leaves here, her memory will come back, and the truth will come out. Maybe, said Dak doubtfully. And how does this tie into Earl? I think Bing put Earl up to finding the body. For myriad reasons, I didn't believe his account of finding Jenny. Now, I saw a video of Wilbur Kingman's funeral. In that video, Bing was sitting right next to Earl, and whatever he was saying, Earl was not happy about. I think he had something over Earl, and he used it all these years later to make him pretend to find Jenny's body. And then what? Earl killed himself from the guilt? No. There is no way that Earl could have hanged himself. Holy shit. You think Bing killed him too? Not only that, I'm pretty sure he killed Alberta as well. With that statement, Dak sat up in bed so fast he nearly ripped out a fluid line. What? When Bester, Devine gently pushed him back down and explained, Your sister had an episode in front of Bertie just days before she was killed. Now she had one of those episodes with me and one with Annie. And in the one with me and the event with Annie, she was clearly fighting someone. I think she was fighting her attacker 15 years ago. She didn't say his name, but Annie told me that Alex called the person a friend. But I think with Bertie, Alex named her attacker. Bertie might have told someone and word got back to Bing. So he comes up here and takes care of that problem. And Alex's rape kit disappeared from the department's evidence room years ago. And Bing, as the chief, could easily have done that. But isn't there a statute of limitations on rape? And if you can't prove he killed anyone, so what if the truth comes out about Alex? The law couldn't touch him. I did some quick research this morning after remembering something Alex told me. Comment? What? That she wasn't 16 yet when she was raped. Now in Maine, if the victim is under 16 when the act occurs, there is no statute of limitation for rape. So Bing can still go to prison for a long time, maybe the rest of his life. My God, said Dak, putting a hand to his face. This is a nightmare. He looked at Devine. So what are you going to do? Nail the guy. Dak looked terrified. But Devine, Alex could remember the truth any minute, and Bing knows that. And so if he did kill all those people, what's one more? Chapter Tisharar. As Devine and Alex were driving back to Putnam through the rain, Devine said, I think I should come and stay with you, at least for a while. Why? It's a big house, and with Dak not being there and all. He didn't want to come out and tell her that he believed her life was in danger. But Dak was right. Benjamin Bing had every incentive to kill her. Are you going to tell me what my brother and his friend were doing at that outbuilding when they were shot? And what were you doing there? The source of the money your brother has been using to invest in the town? It's not partners from Boston. What then? He's been dealing illegally. Oh, please, God. Not drugs. No, in Elvers. In what? She said, her brow furrowing. Glass eels, which are apparently worth a ton of money. We fruve. He's been selling eels? You're joking, right? I take it you know nothing about the illicit eel trade? I didn't even know there was such a thing. Well, it is a thing. And I've left it up to the local police to sort it out. But if I were a betting man, I don't think Harper will give him too tough a time. Dak broke the law, and I can't condone that. But his intentions were good, mostly. And I was Willa Groud. Do you think that's why he was shot? Are there, I don't know, rival gangs in the eel business? No, I don't think that was it. What then? I don't know for sure. And until I do, I really don't want to say. She sighed. Well, thanks for telling me about Dak. And what about me staying at Jocelyn Point? If you want to, that's fine. She hesitated. But I'm not sure we can, you know? He touched her arm. That is not why I want to stay at Jocelyn Point. Your brother was just shot, and for all I know, someone has a beef against your family. So I'd like to be close by in case they come back. Do you really think someone is so mad at my family that they'd do that? It's amazing what people are capable of, given the right motivation. He paused and studied her. Do you know how to shoot a gun? She leaned away from him at this blunt segue. No. Why? I can teach you. I have a spare pistol. No. I don't want that. I hate guns. That, too, have. He nodded slowly. Okay, but I want you to have something to defend yourself with. He glanced at her. As an artist and sculptress, you must have excellent hand strength, as well as good hand-eye coordination and finger dexterity. So, do you want me to gouge an attacker in the eye with a paintbrush? Not a paintbrush. From under the sun visor, he slipped out a knife in a leather sheath. She looked at the weapon. I don't like... You don't have to like it, Alex. You just have to use it, if necessary. He pulled off the road, unsheathed the knife, and then made a straight stabbing motion with it, into the belly, 2 inches above the navel, up to the hilt. At the end of the thrust, he twisted the knife to the left and right, and then upward. They won't hurt you after that. I can't possibly... He sheathed the knife and made her take it. You have no idea what you're capable of until you need to be capable of it. You have one life. Alex, don't let anyone take it away from you without a fight. He drove back to Jocelyn Point. Can I catch a few hours sleep here before I head out? He said. Of course. I have some things to do around the house. You can sleep in my bed. It's a lot cleaner than Dak's. 3 hours later, his phone alarm went off. Devine rose and found Alex in the kitchen. He said, I've been invited to dinner tonight. I don't like leaving you. I really don't. But my instincts are telling me it's important. Now, keep the knife with you at all times, lock all the doors, and do not go to your studio. I'll be back as soon as I can. Anything looks or feels weird, and I mean anything, call the cops and then call me. I'll be here in a flash. On his way back to the inn, Campbell phoned him. Benjamin Bing was in the Army for 11 years. Enlisted. Topped out an E6. He was still a staff sergeant after 11 years? His career plateaued. He was not going to move higher than that. Disciplinary problems. Hot-headed. Unmanageable. Those were some terms I found in his file. Why'd he leave? I had to dig deep to find it. He was stalking a woman who lived near the base where he was deployed. There were some communications, written, that went way over the line. There was also some vandalism at the woman's apartment, and a man that she was seeing was attacked and severely beaten, but he couldn't identify his attacker. Well, Hevlode. How young was the woman? A freshman in college. So the Army cut him loose to go stalking and beating up other boyfriends? They didn't want the headache. You know how that works. So Mr. Angry and Perverted comes back here to become police chief. Great. How'd he get the purple? He was shot in the ass. Seems to have been friendly fire. It was just a graze. He was in and out of the hospital in a day or two. And he wears it for everyone to see, the son of a bitch. Anything else? Yes. And it might be the most important. While in E6, he successfully completed the Army Sniper School course. How the hell did a guy with his record and temperament qualify for sniper school? Apparently, the dings on his record came after his acceptance there. And there's something else. What? Said Devine sharply. I found a recommendation letter in his file from a VIP. It might have helped carry the day on his acceptance into sniper school. He's work. Who from? Asked Devine, even though he had a pretty good idea. Then Congressman and military hero Curtis Silkwell. Okay, said Devine. So what are you going to do now? I'm going to dinner. Dinner? Said a surprised Campbell. Where? And with whom? With Françoise Guillaume. At the Bing mansion. At Françoise's invitation. Devine? You might be walking into a trap. I'm sort of counting on it. Was... Chapter? Chisha-san. Devine pulled off the road and sat there for a while in Earl Palmer's truck with the engine running and the rain falling. He had a lot to think about, and this was as good a place as any to do so. The raindrops pitter-pattered on the roof, in synchronicity with his cascading thoughts. He knew that the Army Sniper School was a 7-week course at Fort Moore, formerly Fort Benning, where infantry and armor trained together at the Maneuver Center of Excellence. In going through the course, Bing would have learned a number of critical skills, including fieldcraft application, concealed movement, target detection, sniper tactics, and, of course, advanced marksmanship. He'd had colleagues who had gone through it, and Devine had been impressed at the far better soldier that had come out the other end of the process. He had to take that into account when sizing up Bing as an opponent. He also wondered if Bing was still in the area. If Devine was reading this whole thing right, that is. Despite all the evidence he had compiled, it was mostly circumstantial in nature, with a bit of conjecture and speculation thrown into the mix. He texted Campbell to check on airline, train, and bus reservations to see if Bing had used one of those ways to get up here. He could have driven from Florida, but that was one long ride, pretty much the whole eastern seaboard. However, a few things puzzled Devine, knowing what he now knew about Bing and his past training. Maybe events to come would shed light on them. He drove to the inn and took a shower while the rain continued to pour down outside. Then he dressed in his last set of clean clothes and hurried out to the truck. As he got in, a car pulled up next to him. It was Chief Harper in a police cruiser. Harper rolled down his window, and Devine leaned over and hand-rolled the passenger's side window down. "What's up, Chief? You decide about Dak?" "I've been up to talk to him at the hospital. I think we've worked things out. I don't think I want to ask how. Thing is, it doesn't seem fair how these Elver fishing permits are handed out. They say by lottery, but who the hell really knows? I can see that Dak's argument won you over." "Well, I don't know about that, but I do know that this town needs all the help it can get. But I want to know if you're going to get involved in this because it might make me think differently if the Federals will be looking over my shoulder." "Not my job. You can have Dak and the eels all to yourself." "Thank you for that. Now, where are you heading out tonight?" "I've been invited to dinner at the Bings." "Well, aren't you lucky? I hear Françoise is really good in the kitchen, but did she give a reason for wanting to have you over?" "Just said she wanted to talk." "Well, he's a problem. You still up in arms about Chief Bing?" "I haven't ruled anyone out. He's in Florida." Devine decided not to volunteer the information about Bing being AWOL. "For all I know, he'll show up at dinner." "Well, if he does, tell him I said hello." "I will, unless he tries to kill me." Harper waved this off. "But I do think you're right about something." "What's that?" "I've been giving it a lot of thought, everything you said. Hell, I even went over there myself and tried it. Well, to the extent I could. Not as easy as it looks. And I don't have the physical problems he did. And then there were the knots you talked about and all." Harper sighed. "I don't see how Earl could have hung himself." "I think you're right." "Yeah, Annie Palmer agreed with me too, after I laid out the evidence. Only Guillaume concluded that it was suicide despite all the contradictory evidence." "Well, sometimes the ME is wrong. I've seen that before. It $2 wrong? Or just covering up," thought Devine. He said, "How about Earl not actually finding Jenny's body? You ready to agree with me on that too?" "I'm not there, but I'm still thinking. Now that I know someone killed him, it does give a motive. So, how's Alex?" "Hanging in there. I took her to see Dak. It went okay. She's tougher than she knows. If she could just remember who attacked her, it would save us a lot of trouble." "It's not that simple, Chief." I know. Wishful thinking. "Any luck on tracing the Norma rounds?" "We know the manufacturer. We just don't know how those rounds came to be up here. Has to be the same person, even with the NATO round shot at you. I mean, it's all sniper stuff, right?" Devine was about to agree. But then what he had thought about before came back to him. But they weren't all the same sniper stuff, were they? Am I wrong about it being Benjamin Bing? Or I am wrong thinking he's the only one? If my theory is correct on how Earl was murdered, a second person is probably involved. He came out of these musings and said, "After I convinced her that her grandfather was murdered, Annie Palmer gave me permission to search Earl's cottage." Harper perked up at this. "Find anything?" Devine told him about the video of Wilbur Kingman's funeral service. Ben Bing was sitting right next to Earl, and he was talking to him about something, and Earl did not seem pleased. "He wasn't pleased about anything that day," retorted Harper. "The man he'd worked with every day for decades was dead, and—" Devine cut in. "Did you know Bing was in the Army?" "Sure. He didn't hide his light under a bushel. But did you also know he trained as a sniper in the Army?" Harper flinched. "No, I didn't know that." "Well, now you do." End quote. A troubled-looking Harper said, "Well, you have a good night," he added. "And please don't get shot at or kill anybody. I want to go to sleep at a decent time tonight and not wake up until morning." He rolled his window back up, and Devine started to do the same with his window. But he caught himself staring at the side panel of the police cruiser. A few moments later, the cruiser pulled away, but not before Devine quickly took a picture of it with his phone. On his phone, he pulled up one of the satellite photos that Jenny Silkwell had obtained. The small pyramid shape that the satellite had captured had puzzled Devine to no end, but not anymore. Unless he was much mistaken, Devine believed it was the end of the arrow point that the eagle was clutching in its claws, the symbol of the Putnam, Maine, Police Department. The car that the Palmers saw driving away from where Alex had been attacked was a cop car, and Devine was pretty sure he knew who had been driving it. Chapter 6. The gates to the Bing mansion opened as Devine approached them. He slid past in the old truck and geared down as he went up a slight rise to the house. He could hear the ocean roaring in the rear of the property as the tide pushed closer. He looked up and saw another cluster of black clouds heading in. He parked and got out, and used a lull in the rain to make it to the front door without getting drenched. Guillaume answered his knock. She wore a navy blue pantsuit with tiny white pinstripes and a white open-collared blouse. She seemed cheery and relaxed, which put Devine even more on alert. "I thought a place this big would have a butler," he said. She smiled at his quip. "We run a lean operation, but we do have a maid service 3 times a week and someone to look after the grounds. But I like to cook. However, if I don't, we go out or just do leftovers." "With men?" "We? You mean you and Fred?" "Yes. Please, come in." She led Devine through a spacious foyer into a substantial great room with ceilings that seemed nearly high enough for him to parachute from. A roaring fire blazed away in a fireplace nearly as tall as he was. The furnishings were unique enough to suggest they had been custom-built. There seemed to have been no expense spared in both building and furnishing the place. Devine wondered why Guillaume's father had bothered dropping so much money on such a grand residence in a place like Putnam, Maine. Guillaume seemed to be reading his mind because she said, "He wanted to rub their faces in it, of course." Devine nodded. "Okay, and what do you think about that?" "I wouldn't have done it. But then I didn't have a say in the matter. Would you like a drink?" I opened a nice red. "I'm more partial to beer, if you have it." End quote. She got their drinks, and they settled into seats in front of the fire. "Dinner won't be long. It's a crock-pot stew. Hearty fare on a cold, rainy night." "Sounds good. Wilfred will be joining us. He had some things to finish up. He should be here shortly." "He works hard, I take it." "Yes, he does. Running a small business is more than a full-time job. But you juggle lots of balls, too. I suppose it runs in the family." "Okay, chit-chat done. Let's get to it," thought Devine. He wanted to get back to Alex as quickly as possible. "You wanted to talk about something?" he said. "Insights?" She lowered her wineglass and looked alarmed that her turn on the stage had come perhaps sooner than she had expected or wanted. "Yes, that's right," she began. "Well, I'm happy to listen to whatever you can tell me that might be helpful. I take it you don't believe that Earl took his own life?" "No, I don't," he said bluntly. Because he couldn't have managed the chair and all? You've been talking to Harper. Actually, Wendy Fuss filled me in on your theory. Harper agrees with me now. But you still think he killed himself? I admit I did not take into account his physical challenges in making my conclusion. I was looking strictly at the forensic evidence. But not all the forensic evidence. Because you didn't run blood or tox screens. You just chalked it up to adrenaline. I explained that to you. When suicide appears to be obvious, there is no need. If he'd been 50 years younger and wasn't found hanging, then yes, I would have done a full post-mortem. So we'll never know if he was rendered unconscious so they could string him up. I'm sorry. I wish I could take it back, but I can't, she said firmly. So dot in sights? Prompted Devine, who had a feeling now that this evening was going to be a waste of time. She set her wineglass down and seemed to steel herself. Putnam, like many small towns, has secrets. The big one is who raped Alex Silkwell. I'm not talking about that, though it does involve the Silkwell family. An intrigued Devine took a swig of beer. I'm listening. Curtis Silkwell. What about him? What would you say if I told you that many here believe he is Annie Palmer's father? I'd say, tell me more. Kurt and Valerie Palmer were attracted to each other. Everyone here knew it. He was 20 years older than she, at least. But she was beautiful. Annie took after her, and she caught Kurt's eye. He was quite the philanderer. But I'm sure you knew that. No, I didn't. Is there proof? DNA? No. No one ever talked about doing that. But I can tell you that Kurt paid for Annie's college education out of state before she came back here, and I understand that Dak helped with the financing of her cafe. But when Annie was born, Kurt was a congressman with plans to one day run for the Senate, which he eventually did and won. So it was all hushed up? Of course it was, she said. Those sorts of affairs always are. And did Claire know? She would have been blind not to, and Claire was never blind. And you're telling me this, why? Asked Devine. I know you're interested in Steve and Valerie Palmer's deaths around the time that Alex was attacked. And they were the ones who discovered Alex after she was raped. Guillaume held up 4 fingers. Steve and Valerie Palmer, and Earl and Bertie Palmer, all dead. Fire, a hit and run, and lastly, a hanging. You did the autopsies on Steve and Valerie. I did, and they died of smoke inhalation. That was as far as the post-mortem went. Meaning what? Like with Earl. I did not do blood and tox screens. Because it was believed to be an accident, said Devine. She rose and stood in front of the fire. Her tall, trim figure seemed right now to hold all sharp angles, Devine noted. Because I was encouraged to do the test for smoke inhalation, and that was all. Devine rose and stood next to her, letting the heat from the fire warm his chilled bones. And he wanted to be right next to the woman when he asked his next obvious question. Who encouraged you to stop at the smoke inhalation test? Do I really need to spell it out for you? Senator Silkwell. Why? Why would he care? She didn't respond, so Devine filled in the answer. Because you're saying he killed the Palmers? What would be his motive? She gave him a patronizing look. Like I just said, Agent Devine, 15 years ago he was running for the Senate for the first time. Any hint of scandal would have derailed his campaign. Such things as adultery still counted with voters back then. So someone threatened to expose his secret? Who? I suppose the Palmers, if you think he had them killed, and then encouraged you to do short shrift with the post-mortem. But that would have been a scandal for the Palmers, too. I can't believe Steve Palmer would have wanted his wife's adultery known to the world. So where's the motive for the Palmers to spill the truth to such an extent that Silkwell would feel he needed to kill them? Money. Steve Palmer was a lousy businessman and a gambler to boot. He'd lose more money than he had at the Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun casinos in Connecticut. So he was blackmailing Silkwell? But by then the family didn't have any money. Oh, they had some. How else could they keep paying the taxes on Jocelyn Point and keep it running? It's not cheap. And Kurt Silkwell had invested what money he did have well. Indeed, he invested in some of the industries he oversaw as a member of certain congressional committees. As luck would have it, his timing was amazing in getting into investments and then out of them in the nick of time before the bottom fell out. So he was trading on insider information? Apparently many of them do, to this day. And how did you come to know all of this? I made it my business to know, and I had first-hand knowledge of part of it. Right. You let someone encourage you not to do your job. I'm not proud of that. But I was just starting out, and these were people I looked up to. I was afraid not to do as I was asked. And of course Senator Silkwell is in no position to defend himself against these accusations, he replied. She took the poker and nudged some embers until they flamed up. I'm not surprised you don't believe me. No one wants to think a war hero, a great man, could do bad things. But if I am telling the truth, does that qualify as a motive for murder, to your thinking? You also mentioned Earl and Bertie Palmer? Bertie spent a lot of time with Alex after she was attacked. So, Bertie and Earl both knew about the affair. Bertie started spending time with Alex after she was attacked 15 years ago. But Bertie was killed a few weeks ago, and Earl just days ago, pointed out Devine. So, why wait that long? And Kurt Silkwell couldn't have been involved in either of their deaths. He's been in a hospital for a long time. But Claire hasn't, has she? And I understand she married a very wealthy man. A man who might be able to hire certain people to do a certain job. You're very well informed. I find that's far better than being ignorant, she retorted. But I'm not sure how much sense it all makes. Why would Claire, after all these years, care about an affair of her husband's from nearly 30 years ago coming out? Particularly if he had other such trysts, and now she's remarried and put all that behind her? Kurt being Annie's biological father may not be the only secret the Silkwells are covering up. What else? She retook her seat, while Devine continued to stand. People around here have long wondered where Dak got the capital to invest in all these local businesses. This is one. Devine leaned against the mantel, his mind racing ahead. Dak's smuggling might come out after all. You have any theories? He asked. Bertie was over at Jocelyn Point a lot over the years. What if she stumbled onto his source of capital? So Dak ran her over? And then killed Earl in case she had told him? I'm not saying it's true. But you have to admit, it's a plausible theory. So who shot Jenny? And then Dak? The polymer casing links them. If it was in retaliation somehow for him killing Bertie and Earl, how does Jenny tie in? Devine had an advantage here. He knew about the satellite images that Jenny had found showing that the Palmers had seen what Devine believed to be a cop car racing past right before they found Alex. But for that, Guillaume's line of reasoning would be far more compelling. I guess it's your job to find that out, she replied curtly. Assuming there is a connection, when we do you have a theory tying them all together? Devine had known that query was coming, and it confirmed for him what this whole dinner invitation was partly about. The first part had been shifting potential guilt onto the Silkwells, and the second? A fishing expedition. Ironic, in a coastal town that makes its living off lobster and eels. I've got lots of theories, but I need proof. Like you said before, I'm listening, and I can give you my expert opinion. It is not. I bet you can. And then you'll run off and tell your uncle wherever he's hiding, which might be right here. The front door opened and closed, and Fred Bing walked in, his hair and coat wet. She looked at him. Why didn't you pull into the garage, Fred? My damn remote didn't work again. He looked at Devine. Hey, sorry I'm late for dinner. I hope you two went ahead and ate. No, we waited for you, said Guillaume. And I've been having an interesting discussion with Mr. Devine. One. Fred took a long sniff. Well, your beef stew is calling me. They all went in to eat. Guillaume only had eyes for Devine. And for his part, he was surreptitiously watching her every step of the way at the same time he was on the lookout for the hulking Benjamin Bing to jump out with a gun. Chapter. Tijuwu. The stew was excellent, and Devine watched in some amusement as Bing sopped up every drop of it with his bread before pushing back from the table. The tall man was as thin as a rail but had eaten 3 helpings. The burial business must burn lots of calories. But then he recalled that the man was also an outdoor enthusiast. Guillaume rose and started clearing dishes, brushing off both men's offers to help. "You two just sit here and chat. I'll make some coffee." She disappeared into the kitchen. A couple of minutes of silence ensued. Bing finished his water and wiped his mouth with his napkin before running his own amused gaze around the dining room table that could easily have sat 20. "A little much?" offered up Devine after watching him. "There are plenty of rooms in this house I've never actually been in," replied Bing. Devine grinned. "I'm sure." His expression turned serious. "Hey, what else can you tell me about your Uncle Ben?" "Like what?" asked Bing. "Just your overall impression." "Is required." Bing sat back and played with his napkin. "Well, for starters, my grandfather was a brute. Ruthless and greedy. There, I said it, and I'm not ashamed." He smiled briefly. "The 3 sons were the recipients of all that. My father, Ted, and my Uncle John were all about doing what my grandfather wanted. He wanted them to follow him into the business, so they did. And Ben wanted no part of the funeral home world or my grandfather for that matter. He joined the army and then came back here and became a policeman. And he loved to throw that in his father's and brother's faces. Do you remember Wilbur Kingman's funeral?" "Sure. The whole town came out for it. I watched a video of the service. Earl had a DVD. Yes, we film the service if the family requests it, and then make copies available to whoever wants one. Doesn't it make people uncomfortable having a camera at a funeral? And I'm surprised a church would allow it." No. The service was at our chapel, not a church. I believe Pat was raised Catholic, but the Kingmans weren't churchgoers, and folks never see the camera equipment. It's built into the wall of the chapel. It was my father's idea. He actually charged for it. But we give them out for free now. Not a video or DVD, of course. Now it's just a downloadable copy. Anyway, in the video I saw your Uncle Ben talking to Earl. What about? I couldn't hear. But whatever your uncle was saying to him, Earl looked like he wanted no part of it. After the service, they left together. Do you know where they went? Bing shook his head. No. My duties would have involved organizing the coffin into the hearse, arranging the procession, and getting the family and attendees to the cemetery. That was my focus. You take your eye off the ball and things can get out of hand quickly. I'm sure. Look, when I asked you about your uncle and Alex, you seemed flustered. No, I just didn't have anything to say. I don't know anything about that. Not that there was anything. Stop talking, Fred. You're making a fool of yourself. Devine turned to see Guillaume standing in the doorway of the dining room holding a tray with coffee and cups. Bing glanced at his sister and then looked down at his lap. Guillaume sat down across from Devine and handed out the coffees. Mr. Devine, I leave you for a few minutes and I find you in here making allegations against our family. I don't remember making any allegations, replied Devine as he took the offered cup. Latent, not patent. To use a forensic term, Alex was attacked and raped, and I believe Jenny knew who had done it, and that's why she was killed. How could Jenny have known? Said Guillaume. A stranger attacked Alex. No, I think it was someone she knew, maybe knew very well. Will, Guillaume seemed taken aback. What proof do you have of that? I didn't say I had proof. Yet, and don't go cremating Hal Brockman's remains without checking with me first. Guillaume's face twisted for a moment in anger. She shot her brother a glance and then put her palms on the table as though to steady herself. I'll ignore that remark because it was spoken in ignorance. No, I really mean it, Dr. Guillaume, said Devine. What exactly are you suggesting? That I would do something improperly? Everyone in this town is close to what happened both years ago and today. I just think we need more objectivity inserted into the process. That's not unreasonable, sis, interjected Bing, particularly in light of your admission that in the past you might not have carried out your professional duties to the fullest, noted Devine. "I'll take your request under advisement," she said coldly while her brother stared at her in bewilderment. "It's actually not a request. I'll make the formal ask to the OCME," Guillaume barked. "And what would Jenny know about anything? She wasn't there when Alex was attacked, and it's been 15 years. I don't see how it's possible. Jenny could figure complex things out on behalf of her country. So why not this?" Guillaume shook her head. "I think you're sniffing up the wrong tree." "Well, Code, don't you want that?" said Divine. "The truth to come out?" "I provided you with what I believe to be the truth. A very detailed account," she added. Bing again glanced sharply at his sister. "And I listened," said Divine. "And I'll follow the evidence where it takes me." Guillaume simply glowered at him. "Anything for dessert?" asked Bing with a hopeful expression. "No," said his sister. Bing rose and said, "Well, I've got some work to do. His way." He eyed Guillaume and Divine glaring at one another and fled the room. Chapter Tischelio. After finishing up at the Bing mansion, and after once more instructing Guillaume to do nothing with Brockman's remains, Divine drove to Jocelyn Point, or tried to. Halfway there, the truck sputtered once, twice, and then died. He tried to restart it, but it wouldn't catch. He looked at the fuel level. It was below empty. Shit. He had checked the fuel earlier. It was half full. He leaped out and ran to the rear of the truck. The smell of gas was intense, and the underside of the truck was coated in fuel. He used his flashlight to check. A hole had been punched in the tank. He looked back toward the Bing mansion. Benjamin Bing? He grabbed his bag and set out at a steady jog to Jocelyn Point. He phoned Alex on the way over, but she didn't answer. He looked at his watch. She might be asleep. He finally reached Jocelyn Point and knocked on the front door. Alex didn't answer. Slightly worried now, he phoned her again. Again, she did not pick up. He pounded on the front door, to no avail. He tried to open it, but it was locked. He stepped back and looked up at her bedroom window. He tossed some loose gravel up there, where it clattered against the panes of glass. He waited, but the light didn't come on, and Alex did not appear at the window. He hustled back to the front door and used his pick gun to get inside. He dropped his bag and, Glock out, ran up the stairs, calling her name. He reached her bedroom and opened the door, dreading what he might find. The room was empty. Her bed was unmade, and it appeared as though it hadn't been slept in recently. He searched every room in the house and the widow's walk and came up empty. He raced outside to the studio. The door was not locked. Divine stepped in, turned on the lights, and looked around. Just like the house, it was empty. Just like the house, there were no signs of a struggle. No blood, thank God. But still nothing. He was about to leave when he noticed something. He walked over to the canvas set on an easel. This was apparently a new work in progress done in charcoal. The outline was of a man's face. The interior was mostly blank, but there were some elements that had been drawn in. An eyebrow, the beginnings of a top lip, the lower curve of the left eye. But that was all, and not enough for Divine to recognize the person. It was like the hazy remains of a dream after you woke up. He ran his gaze over the canvas. He bent forward to read the word that had been written near the bottom in pencil. Him. Divine called Harper. The man answered on the third ring. "Please, Divine, do not tell me that—" He cut in. "Alex is missing." "What?" "I arranged to stay with her at the house while Dak was recovering in the hospital. She's not here. I've looked everywhere, and she's not answering her phone. And someone sabotaged my ride. Any signs of a struggle? Forced entry? No, nothing like that. When did you see her last?" "About 4 hours ago. Can you get out an APB on her?" "Yes, and I'll phone the state police. Any idea what might have happened to her?" Divine was about to accuse the entire Bing family, including Guillaume, but didn't think that would elicit extra effort from Harper to find Alex. "No. Call me if you hear or see anything." "What will you do?" asked Harper. But Divine had already ended the call. Devine took a photo on his phone of the partially done picture and ran back to the main house. He had noted that various keys hung from a key holder in the kitchen. He found the key to Dak's Harley and ran back out. Harper had had the motorcycle brought back here after Dak was shot. Devine pulled off the cover, fired up the bike, and first drove to the outbuildings on the possibility that Alex might have gone there for some reason. But they were all empty, except for the skittish, gold-plated Elvers in their tubs. He tried calling her phone again, without luck. Then he phoned Campbell and told him what was happening. He gave his boss Alex's phone number. "See if you can track it, and let me know," he said. "As fast as you can." Day. He drove aimlessly on the Harley for a few minutes, while trying to get a handle on what had happened. Shit. Diversion? In combat, the forces Devine was fighting against would often use diversionary tactics to achieve their tactical goals. The classic example was detonating a small bomb to draw in first responders and then setting off a second, larger explosive to kill as many Americans as possible. The dinner invitation was a diversion. While I was filling my face and listening to bullshit from Guillaume, her uncle was snatching Alex. But then Devine thought some more. Did I say or do anything that could have prompted their taking Alex? Because it was a risk, a big one, to do so when they probably knew that Devine had no proof of anything that would harm them. He went back over everything he'd said, until he arrived at the answer and groaned. "You told her that you believed it wasn't a stranger that attacked Alex, that it was someone she knew, and maybe knew well. And Guillaume figured the only way you could have known that was if Alex told you, so they know she's starting to remember." He turned the Harley around and hit the throttle. Chapter T. The gates to the Bing mansion did not open this time, so he nimbly scaled the fence and dropped down to the other side. The rain had lessened, but the black clouds and the approaching growls of thunder and flashes of lightning in the distance promised a hell of a storm in a short while. The house was dark, the only illumination the landscape lights. He looked in one of the windows, but saw nothing helpful. He ran around to the side and found a wall encircling the entire rear of the property. He quickly scaled it and dropped to the grass. The rear grounds were impressive, with a pool, now winterized, a large fire pit, a putting green, tiered landscaping as the ground sloped toward the bluffs overlooking the ocean, and what looked to be a guest house that resembled the main house but in miniature. He checked the guest house first. The door was locked, but he quickly picked it. He found the place empty. He tried to pick the back door of the main house, but the lock wouldn't open. He went around to the front and tried to do the same thing, with the same result. Devine eyed the window next to the door. He tried to remember something. Yes, there had been an alarm pad next to the front door. He looked in the window, and in the reflection of a mirror on the opposite wall, he saw that the alarm was not on. He put his elbow through the window, reached in, and unlocked the door. Breaking and entering, for a good cause. I doubt Harper will see it that way. He stopped just past the foyer. He was waiting for Guillaume, or maybe her brother, to rush in, see him and the shattered glass, and call the police. But no one came. He heard nothing except his own breathing. This place would take a long time to search thoroughly, and he didn't have time. He eyed stairs going up and stairs going down. He doubted they would have hidden Alex on the main level. So up or down. Heaven was up, hell was down. So Devine went down to hell. Sometimes it was as simple as that. Alex blinked once, twice, and then managed to keep her eyes open. She rubbed at her arm where it hurt and felt the slender mattress under her. She didn't remember much. Lying in her bed trying to sleep and then waking up and being surprised to find a masked person looming over her. She had dressed hastily, at the intruder's instructions. Then, at some point, it all went blank. Like when she had woken up in that field near the woods. After having been, Alex felt around the darkened space with one of her hands, but feeling clumsy and slow. Her fingers weren't really registering what they were touching. She shivered because it was cold. She clearly sensed this was not a safe place, but seemed to lack the energy to do anything about it. She strained to hear any noise, someone else's breathing, movement, a car or plane, or even the smell of the ocean. Alex understood she should be afraid, fearful for her life. Deep inside her fuzzy thoughts, she had concluded that this was connected to what had happened to her 15 years before. She lay back on the mattress. In her mind, she saw the image she had started to sketch. The man who had attacked her, robbed her of much of her life, made her afraid to do the things that anyone would want to do: travel, get a job, make friends, find romantic companionship. She had decided that her art might lead her mind to pluck the memory out of her, freeing it and her at last. Alex had finally concluded that the limbo she was in could only be broken by remembering who had done this to her. Then, and only then, could she move on with her life. She hadn't gotten far on it, but she had commenced the painful journey, letting her mind guide her hand, going back over familiar and yet unfamiliar ground. A line here, a shadow there. She felt it coming together. She really did. This represented progress when she had been at a standstill for so long. And now, will I not get a chance to finish? Will I not get a chance to keep on living? She covered her face with her arm where the needle had gone in, to deepen the darkness even more. Alex felt herself shrinking away, to nothing. Then she heard someone coming. Chapter. Chisurba. The stairs to the lower level emptied into a large room set up with an old-fashioned bar and billiard and ping-pong tables. Behind a set of leather-covered double doors, Divine found an elaborate home movie theater. There was also a lavish bathroom and a well-equipped gym and sauna. Next to these spaces was a wine cellar with a glass door that allowed Divine to see that it was empty of anything except wine. He reached one end of the basement, found nothing useful, and turned to go the other way. He searched quickly but comprehensively, calling out Alex's name periodically. At the opposite end of the basement was a large ceramic wall with each block about 2 feet square. Set at one end of the wall was a large hanging clock. On the other end was a floor-to-ceiling mirror. In the middle of the wall, recessed shelves held vases and knickknacks, and another section contained rows of photographs of what looked to be the main coastline. Shit. Was I completely wrong about all of this? Thought Divine. But then he still had the upstairs to search. Heaven. Is Alex in heaven? Depressed, he put one hand against the wall, dropped his head, and noted his muddy feet. He had tracked dirt in on the highly polished marble floors. Forensic evidence to nail me on a felony. And then his gaze drifted to the set of footprints that were situated right in front of the wall where the recessed shelves were. Those were not his. They weren't muddy, and they were bigger than his. And there was another, even more critical, difference. They are heading out of the wall. Divine instantly started running his fingers along the ceramic blocks, grabbing every crevice that he could find. He did the same with the knickknacks, but found them secured to their spots on the shelves. And then he found the pictures were fastened in place as well. He looked at the clock. The hands were set at 6 and 12. He put his ear to the clock. He heard nothing. Thinking quickly, he took the hand on the 6 and moved it to 12 to match the other hand. There was an audible click, and a door-sized section of the wall opened up on stainless steel pivot pins. Divine held his gun in front of him and peered around the doorway. He couldn't see much because there was little light. He did a silent count to 3 and plunged in, his Glock making wide arcs as his gaze swept for threats. Divine had imagined many things this space might contain, some outlandish, others quite possible. He had never thought of anything like this. A hospital bed was tucked against one corner. It was empty. Next to the bed was an IV stand with empty bags on hooks. An automated medication dispenser was also attached to the IV stand. It had been turned off. Bed covers were on the floor along with a pillow. It seemed like someone had made a quick exit. He looked around the room some more. Under the bed he saw some lengths of rope. He examined them and then set them back down. He next spotted something else that might or might not be important. Blood. A few drops by one of the bed's wheels. The upstairs search took longer than he wanted it to, especially after he found nothing. He opened a door off the kitchen and found himself in the garage. There were 4 bays. 2 were occupied. He walked around the 4-door Chevy Equinox and then eyed the Massachusetts plates. He opened the driver's side door and sat in the seat. He checked the glove box, found the Hertz rental agreement, and confirmed that Benjamin Bing had leased the vehicle at Logan Airport. Under the passenger seat, he found a fully loaded Sig Sauer 9mm with an extended mag, and a pair of brass knuckles. He would have had to check those in his baggage if he had indeed flown up here. He got out and popped the trunk, and in there he found zip ties, duct tape, and a serrated knife that had Bing's name stenciled on the handle. Standard abduction tool kit. But no sniper rifle. He leaned against the car and wondered if any of these things had been used on Jenny. Had they taken her here, strapped her to the bed, fed her a truth drug concoction to make her talk, and then killed her here before dropping her onto the rocks? He turned to where a white van was parked in the fourth bay. He noted the painting, equipment, and metalworking supplies that were positioned next to it. He opened the van's door and checked the glove box. He found the registration and saw the name, Bing and Sons. He shone his light around the van, noting that the right front fender and bumper and the headlight frame were in the process of being repaired. He knelt down and hit the underside of the van with his light. Next, he got on his back for a closer examination. That looked like blood on the underside of the bumper. And was that human hair and bits of clothing? Yeah, it probably was. He now knew who had hit and killed Alberta Palmer. He called Campbell, who answered on the first ring, and filled him in. "Add Benjamin Bing to your bolo," Devine said. He next called Chief Harper and told him what he'd found. "Holy shit. No sign of Fred or François?" "None," said Devine. "You think their uncle has them?" "I'm far more concerned about Alex. I've got the state police out looking. I'll tell them about this." Devine hung up and called Dak's cell phone. The man miraculously picked up. In succinct sentences, Devine filled Dak in about everything. "Motherfucker," exclaimed Dak before Devine even finished. "You hang in there, Devine. I'm coming. Let me get dressed. I'll be." "Aw, shit, I'm bleeding. Fuck!" "You're not going anywhere, Dak. It's not why I called you. Ring for the nurse to fix your dressings. While you're waiting, can you think of any place they might have taken Alex?" Dak was breathing hard, and Devine could even hear some sobs from the man. "Come on, Dak. I know this is hard, but just focus. I need some help here. Time is not on our side." Okay. He could hear Dak draw in one long breath and then let it go. "Look, if Benjamin Bing is behind all this, do you think Harper is involved too?" "I hope not, but I don't know for sure. I told him that your sister is missing. He said he has the state police looking." "What about Françoise and Fred? Where are they?" "They might be dead. Ben's rental car was in the garage, so they had to know he was there. I have no idea what the secret room was originally designed for, but someone was clearly being kept in there against their will." "Alex?" said Dak, his voice breaking. "Maybe," Devine said cautiously. "Or Jenny, but they wouldn't have held her there long. She was seen leaving the Putnam Inn close to 8, and her death was only a few hours later." Ivgorda did. "So are Françoise and Fred helping him do all this?" "I think their uncle might have them under his power, at least Françoise. He seems like the sort to threaten and intimidate, and then carry out those threats. And he had an infatuation with Alex. If he attacked her way back then, he would know there was no statute of limitations. So Jenny comes snooping around up here, and he gets wind of it. He travels here, kills her, somehow frames Earl into finding the body, then kills him as a loose end." "You really think he killed Bertie too?" "Maybe. But someone is fixing up the van, and I doubt it was him. He could have flown up here to do that, and then returned to Florida before coming back to Putnam. My people checked the airline database, but he could have used a fake identity. So, any places come to mind?" "Would he have taken her to the funeral home?" asked Dak. "It's the only other place up here with a connection to the man. He could hardly take her to the police station." "Good idea. Thanks. Devine, please find her." "I will." Only Devine didn't know if she would be dead or breathing. Chapter Tishajo. Devine didn't make it to the funeral home, not at first. On the way, he looked to his right and saw something blowing around in a field on the side of the road. He parked the Harley, jumped off, and snagged the item. He recognized it instantly. It was the jacket Guillaume had been wearing at dinner. He looked around and saw a path through a stand of woods. He hustled down it. Then his training kicked in, and he stopped. Devine listened as he crouched there in the pitch-dark Maine woods. He kept his target's silhouette as narrow as possible, and his viable sight lines the opposite of that. He checked his breathing and willed his heart rate to ratchet down to a level where he could do what might need to be done. He moved forward, clearing every square inch in front of him and not forgetting to sweep his rear flank every few seconds. He could hear nothing, and he could see no one. And that was not making Devine feel good about anything. He made it to the edge of the bluff without encountering anyone, then steeled himself and looked down. His heart sank as he saw the body splayed against the rocks. He slowly took his optics out of his pocket and drew a magnified bead on the body. It was Françoise Guillaume. He pulled his gaze from her and closed his eyes for a moment. You need to slow down for a minute and think. Running around like this and being solely reactive is what they want. You need to get ahead of them, not stay behind. From the jumble of facts and theories and suppositions swirling in his head, Devine forced himself to focus on finding some concrete conclusions. He thought back to his theory that the sniper scenarios had been different. Jenny and the attempt on his life had been undoubtedly done by a pro, someone who knew what he was doing. The person who had shot Dak, not a pro, not even close. Then and only then did all the puzzle pieces fall into place for Devine. Why would the Palmers have been surprised to see Benjamin Bing in a police cruiser before they found Alex? Answer: they wouldn't. He was a cop. What other car would he be in? No. They were surprised because it wasn't Benjamin Bing driving the police cruiser. Benjamin Bing didn't rape Alex. He was just the cleanup guy. He took out his phone and called Harper and told him about finding Guillaume. "Oh my God," said the police chief. "You think it was Ben who killed her?" "I don't know. But I think he was the person who shot at me and killed Jenny." "And Dak?" "Another Bing. And that same Bing raped Alex. But there's only one." "I know. I'll be there in 5 minutes with a retrieval team." "I won't be here." "With their part." "Wait. Why not?" "My job is to find Alex." "I haven't finished that job yet." "Devine, wait." Devine had already ended the call and was running for the Harley. 10 minutes later, he pulled into the parking lot of the funeral home and saw 2 cars there. One was Guillaume's big Bimmer. The other was a tan Jeep. The Jeep's driver's side door was unlocked. He checked the registration. Fred Bing. Of course. I've been looking at this whole case upside down and sideways. The funeral home was, of course, dark at this hour. He could see or hear no one else in the vicinity. He tried the front door, but it was securely locked. He jogged around to the back and noted several outbuildings. 2 were large garages where he assumed the hearses and other vehicles used by the funeral home were housed. And then there was the large crematorium facility at the very rear. That's when he heard a scream, and then a gunshot, and another scream. A cluster of more shots followed, all from the main building. Devine started to combat breathe as he ran back there. He hoped it wouldn't come to that, but in his world, it almost always did. A moment later, he got a text from Harper. "Guillaume strangled." "Where the hell are you?" Devine put his phone away and kept right on walking. There was a window that yielded to his ministrations with the Swiss Army knife he always carried. Fred Bing was in there. He hoped at least 2 other people were in there too, and that one of them was still alive. Alex. He slid inside and knelt on the floor, then surveyed each end of the hallway he was in. People had been born with all the necessary tools for survival in most situations: senses of sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch, and amygdala glands that would stimulate your body to do amazing physical feats when threatened, and a brain that could figure out most things in order to keep you upright and breathing. And he was using every one of those senses now, plus his brain, all the while keeping his amygdala at bay, because he didn't need it. At least not right now. He moved forward in a crouch, his breathing slow and even, his heart beating around 60 pops a minute, his brain as focused as it was possible for human gray matter to be. Devine knew very little of the interior setup of the funeral home. He'd seen the front reception area, the chapel on the video, Guillaume's office, and the room they had used to show him Jenny's and Earl Palmer's bodies, plus the embalming space. But that left a lot that was completely unknown to him, and unknown terrain was always a problem. But there was no alternative, at least that Devine knew of. The muzzle of his gun poked into the first room on the right. He flicked on the light. It was empty. So were the next 3 spaces behind doors. He turned right, and one of his senses picked up something. A foul odor. Not so unlikely in a funeral home, but there was something about this one that was giving him pause. Next, he heard a groan. It was male, guttural, and prolonged. Devine had heard such sounds before. They all had the same cause. Pain, and closer to life-threatening than not. He edged forward and eyed the closed door. The moan came again. On the floor he saw the source of the foul odor. A pool of vomit was next to the door, and mixed with it was blood. He eyed the pool of sick in the blood and tried to calculate how much blood had actually been lost. From the sounds of the groan, it was more than a little. He stood to one side and slowly reached out and touched the doorknob. He turned it quickly and then pulled his hand away, right before multiple bullets tore through the wood. The voice screamed, "I will fucking kill you! Just give me the chance, you little prick!" Well, is 100 parrot? Devine didn't recognize the voice, but he knew who it was anyway. Chapter. Bosher. "I think you have the wrong prick in mind," Devine called through the wood. There was no reply for a count of 5. Then, shit. "Travis Devine, is that you?" "Yes, it is, Mr. Bing." "You don't sound very good." He grunted in pain. "That's because I took one in the belly and I'm bleeding to death. Threw up and shit my pants. Anything I can do?" "Yeah. Stand in the doorway so I can blow your ass away." "Well, he's won. How about I call an ambulance instead? So I can spend the rest of my life in prison?" "No thanks." Devine pulled out his phone, moved through some screens, and then set the phone on the floor against the wall. "Your niece is dead. Somebody strangled her and threw her off a bluff." "That would have been you? Poor little thing. What a way to go." There was mirth, not sadness, behind his words. "Fred drove here in his Jeep. You got here in your niece's Bimmer. Your rental is still at the house. I guess you didn't want any of her trace in your vehicle, and you killed Jenny and tried to kill me. But your nephew tried to kill Dak. How do you know Freddie tried to kill Dak, Sherlock? You went to sniper school. He screwed the shot on Dak even though it would have been a piece of cake to a shooter who knew what they were doing, and you had no reason to kill Dak. What did you care if Dak was selling out and Alex might leave here? But your nephew cared, and I was the one who told him about Dak's plan to sell Jocelyn Point. Freddie had it really bad for gorgeous Alex, like she'd look at him twice. He tried to appear helpful and friendly to me, but he also tried to subtly convince me that you were the one interested in Alex. Hell, I wouldn't have minded getting in her pants too. How did you know Jenny was close to figuring things out?" asked a disgusted Devine. "Got a phone call from Freddie. Please, big, strong Uncle Ben, come up here and save my skinny ass. So you came up here, assessed the situation, got Jenny alone, and shot her. Then dropped the 300 Norma to implicate what? Foreign enemies from her CIA job? Oh, so you're not so smart after all. You got the first part right, sure. Jenny went to meet with Francoise because she didn't know the little bitch was in on it. But there I was instead. She had figured out it was a cop car the rapist was in and suspected it was me or Harper. I brought Freddie along for the ride so the little shit could see how it's done properly. Jenny always was a tough little gal. Took the round like a true warrior. She actually flipped me off. Then we took her to the bluff and threw her off. And the part I got wrong? I never chambered the fucking Norma polymer, Devine. I was an early investor in Warwick Arsenal, and that would have been a red flag. However, this was known to certain family members, including Freddie. I'd even given them some of the fired polymer casings as souvenirs. I used the good old NATO round to shoot Jenny, and when I shot at you, Why dump the body at the same spot where Alex was attacked? Just to confuse the shit out of everybody. We were making this stuff up as we went along. It's not like we had months to prep this sucker. Divine tensed. And her laptop and cell phone? Chucked them in the ocean. Figured they had classified shit on them. I'm an asshole, but not a traitor. Divine breathed a sigh of relief and jumped ahead because time was growing short. You policed your brass with Jenny, but Freddie dropped the polymer casing where Jenny was found to make it look like a long-range shot, but he didn't know enough to get it right on the shot angle. But Francois said the round fired at Dak was a 300 Norma Magnum, a Hotright. I gave the family some live rounds, along with the polymer casings as well. I thought I was going to make a killing, and then I ended up being the one killed. He laughed and then groaned. I would have policed my brass when I shot you, too, but you ducked just in time. I had to get the hell out of there. And Françoise, did she know her brother raped Alex? The whole family knew. We circled the wagons. It's what we Bings do. I can understand why your brothers would go along with it, but why would Françoise? She didn't want to labor all her good years in the mortuary business. My brother Ted is a stingy jerk, and he tied up the money his kids would eventually inherit the same way our old man did with him and my brother John. But now, with all that's happened, Françoise cut a new deal with her father. She helps get the family through this crisis. Little Franny gets an after-tax $80 million payout right now. Enough money to live like a queen while she's still young. He coughed up some more of his dwindling blood. Only she didn't expect to die, he added grimly. But you try and fuck with me, you get dead. Fred lied and said he'd agreed to give her half the inheritance even if she didn't stay at Bing & Sons. Screwing people runs in the family, I guess. One to done. I saw you and Earl on film at Wilbur Kingman's funeral service. Were you telling him that you knew he was the reason the boat sank and Kingman died? Damn. Divine, you are good, Bing said. It was actually the only logical explanation. Wilbur let Earl pilot the boat while he was fixing some gear. The idiot got mixed up in the fog, hit the throttle, and ran him right into that shoal. End quote. But how did you find out? Bing coughed up more blood, and the pace of his conversation started to noticeably slow. The day before the funeral, Earl went to Bing & Sons after the viewing was over and confessed his guilt to a corpse. The recorders were on for some reason, so my family got his confession on tape and told me about it. At the funeral, I told him we knew, just in case I ever needed something from him. And boy, did I. Fred also killed Bertie Palmer in a hit and run. He's repairing the vehicle in the garage back at the house. They told me that Alex had some sort of fit while she was with Bertie and named Freddie as her rapist. Bertie went straight to Françoise to see if this was possible. I mean, she had no proof, only what Alex said during the seizure. So Françoise tells her brother what happened with Alex, and Fred takes care of Bertie? Yep. Then they waited to see if another shoe dropped, but it didn't happen. Freddie didn't want to kill Alex. He was still head over heels for the chick. But 15 years ago, you killed Steve and Valerie. They tried to blackmail the Bings, so I took care of that too, and got Franny to look the other way on the autopsies. And now here I am, bleeding out. No more beach, no more golf. Life sucks. And Earl? Dude was going to crack and tell all. We gave Earl a Betty Bye shot beforehand. Françoise made sure no tests would be run that might have detected it. Bing belly laughed, and then ended up whimpering from the resulting pain. Then you found out about the polymer casing showing up? That was when the little band of killers fell out. Harper texted me. He had no idea I was up here, of course. Then I knew the little shits were setting me up to take the fall. So you confronted your niece and nephew and the ungrateful little assholes got the drop on me. Is where? And they tied you up in the secret room, put you on the drip to sedate you, and were probably deciding how best to dispose of you. But they didn't factor in that I've taken a lot of painkillers in my time and built up resistance, and I'm still strong as shit. Françoise came in to give me another dose of happy juice. I played dead, but I'd gotten my hands free and turned the tables on her. She cut me with a knife, but I got the upper hand. She told me what I needed to know, and then I wrung her little neck, drove her to a secluded spot, dragged her there, and pitched her on the rocks. Then I headed here. Freddie came out of nowhere and shot me when I was searching the place for him. Hell, he was probably aiming at something else and hit me. He coughed for another stretch and said in a rattling, hollow voice, "Now, I've answered a lot of your questions. Answer one of mine. How did Jenny figure things out?" "Satellite imagery Jenny dialed up from back then. Only she figured you for it because of the police car in the picture. I thought that initially. But then I realized there was no way a careful guy like you would take a police car to rape someone. And Alex lived. You would have made sure she was dead. And there was an image of the Palmers looking surprised as they passed the cruiser. They wouldn't have been if you were driving. They hadn't found Alex yet, you see. But they saw Fred driving it, not you. That's what surprised them. The little asswipe went joyriding in it like some big shot. Saw the gal of his dreams all alone and did what he did. Then he didn't have the balls to finish the job. Where are Fred and Alex? If I were you, I'd check the crematorium. He probably wants to get rid of the evidence and blame it on me. He hacked one more time, at the absolute limits of the human body. Fuck, this hurts. Wide? The next instant, Bing came up with his own painkiller solution of all solutions. When the shot was fired, Devine snatched up his phone, kicked open the door, and saw the big man sitting against the far wall with most of his face missing. Next instant, Devine was running for the crematorium. Chapter Basha Yi. Alex awoke suddenly and slowly looked around, feeling groggy and out of sorts. The room was large and filled with specialized equipment. The smells were bitter and unpleasant, and the sounds both erratic and ominous. She tried to sit up, but something was holding her down. She saw the ropes around her. She tugged against them, but they were too tight. She laid her head back and turned to the side and saw him hard at work. "Fred, what are you doing?" she said in a weak voice. He didn't appear to hear her. "Fred," he turned and walked over to her. "How are you feeling? Why are you doing this?" He touched her arm gently with one hand and adjusted his glasses with the other. "I'm sorry, but there's no other way." As soon as he touched her, Alex flinched, as though burned by his grip. She closed her eyes, her head pounded, and she suddenly started to gyrate, as though she were having a seizure. Bing didn't react to this at all. He just stood there in silent acknowledgement of what was happening. She finally stopped moving, her breathing moderating. She opened her eyes and turned her head to stare at him. And this time she remembered all. And from her look, Bing understood this as well. "I never meant to hurt you back then, Alex. You raped me and then tried to kill me. Things got out of hand and I didn't know what to do. I hope you can believe that. You were my friend. You knew my sister. You taught me in high school. And I loved you. From the first time I saw you, I loved you. And I never stopped. Then how could you do that to me? I saw you on your bike riding along. You were so beautiful. And I was in the police car. I felt wonderful. So free. I wanted to take you for a ride, but you didn't want to go. I believed you loved me too, so I insisted. You slapped me. That made me angry, very angry, because all I wanted to do was take you for a ride. So then, you raped me. I really thought you wanted to, Alex. But afterward you were so furious that you tried to kill me. You left me for dead. I love you. If you love me, you'll let me go. Now." He drew nearer. "I can't do that. Deep down you know that." "You killed my sister!" she screamed. He said hurriedly, No, I didn't. My uncle. Fuck you and your uncle." He took a step back and looked down. "I know that you're upset." "Yes, I'm upset," she cried out. "Because now you're going to kill me." End quote. "I wasn't going to, even if you did remember." "What are you talking about?" "But then you betrayed me." "What?" He drew closer and studied her. "You were going to let your idiot brother sell your home. You were going to move away. Well, I took care of that, or I tried to. But that wasn't your worst betrayal." "What do you mean?" I saw you in your art studio with him. Who? She said defiantly. Travis Devine. I saw how you both were looking at each other. You kissed him. You went to the house together. I know what you did. I know. He shook his head in disappointment. I thought you would have known better. Just stop it. Stop it and let me go. Bing just kept shaking his head. I would have kept the faith, Alex, if you had. Just stop it. Stop it. If there was any other way. There is a way. You let me go and turn yourself in. But I'd go to prison. Where exactly do you think I've been all these years? She screamed at him. I know this has been so hard for you. So hard. Then do the right thing. Let me go and call the police and tell them what you did. He shook his head. I've worked too hard to lose all this. All what? A funeral home? You spend all your time with dead people. Maybe that's the problem. He grimaced. People have always made fun of what I do, but it's a necessary service. I don't care, she shouted. I don't give a fuck about you or what you do, okay? Just do what you're going to do to me and go on with your pathetic life. She closed her eyes, and the tears curved over her quivering cheeks. You won't feel a thing. I'm going to sedate you before, of course. It'll be over soon, okay? I promise. I wish things could have turned out differently, okay? She didn't bother to answer him. He returned to the equipment and started to key in information in front of a screen that was attached to the cremation system. A few minutes later, he looked over at her. It's all computerized now. Input the weight and other necessary factors, and algorithms determine the temperature and time. Alex's eyes were still closed, and she was now mumbling something under her breath. He continued, turning back to his work. Anyway, the body is 65% water, and it requires a large amount of thermal energy to vaporize it, which must be done first in the primary chamber. That chamber vaporizes the water, and the secondary chamber takes care of any leftover organic matter. Then the cremulator reduces whatever is left over to ash. That's what we put in the urns to give to the families. I thought I would scatter your ashes over Jocelyn Point. Is that okay? You always loved it there, right? He paused and looked at her again. She was still mumbling, but only in a louder voice. What's that you're saying? He said. A minute later, he walked over and leaned in closer. What are you saying? She didn't answer. He put his arms under her, lifted her up, and carried her over to a long cardboard box set on a conveyor belt. He laid her inside it. He put a hand on her shoulder. I'll sedate you first, of course. Then it'll all be over in about an hour. He went back over to the control panel and worked away. A minute later, Alex lifted her head slightly and looked around. Her gaze held on where the conveyor belt led a large metal chamber. They'll know. They'll find out the truth, Fred. Bing looked over at her. They'll only find out what I want them to, which is my uncle was obsessed with you. He kidnapped you and took you somewhere, and no one will ever find out where. Then he came here and tried to kill me because I had tried to stop him, but I shot him instead. I'll be a hero. He next looked at the chamber into which he would be sending Alex on the conveyor belt. And you can't get DNA or anything else from ashes. It will be like you never existed. You're sick, she cried out. No, I'm just very careful. Alex closed her eyes and started mumbling loudly, rocking from side to side, banging into the sides of the cardboard box. Bing glanced over and saw this. Alex, please stop. He hurried over to a table, snatched a syringe off it, and uncapped the needle. Just a little pinch, then you won't feel anything else. But when he tried to administer it, she was gyrating so fiercely he couldn't do it. Stop it. Stop it, Alex. He set the syringe down and gripped her shoulders. What are you doing? He barked. Are you having another seizure? Her eyes popped open, and her right hand broke free of the cut ropes as she sat up and plunged the knife Devine had given her into Bing's shoulder. Then, with a long scream, she twisted it in the gaping wound and jerked it upward. Bing cried out in pain, looked at the blade quivering in his flesh, and struck Alex so hard she toppled out of the box and fell to the floor, where she lay stunned. Oh me God, panted Bing. Why did you do that? It hurts. Oh God, it hurts. Alex slowly tried to stand but couldn't manage it. She fell back onto her knees. Bing staggered around the conveyor belt and kicked her in the stomach. She cried out, and then her expression turned dark and violent. She jumped up, lunged at him, and pulled the knife free from his shoulder. Blood started to shoot out of the wound, spilling over the both of them. Bing let out a shriek and punched her. She fell against the conveyor belt and slumped to the floor. "It's an artery. You cut my artery." "I hope to hell I did," she gasped, wincing in pain. Bing grabbed a heavy wrench lying on a table. He raised it to strike her. The shot struck him cleanly in the head, and the round stayed there after destroying an irreparable amount of Fred Bing's soft brain tissue. The dead man stood wobbling over Alex, but only for a moment. He fell against the conveyor belt, bounced off it, and fell to the floor. A battered and bloody Alex looked over at the doorway, where Devine was just now lowering his gun. Chapter Bashar. Dak was in a shoulder harness. Alex's physical wounds had mostly healed, but her mental injuries still needed attention. They had driven Devine to the airport in Bangor for his flight back to D.C. Devine had held meetings with both Harper and Fuss, and the federal agents Mann and Saxon, going through multiple briefings. He had done the same via Zoom with Emerson Campbell. Everyone had been complimentary of his work. They considered the investigation a success on every level, and everyone was relieved that Jenny's phone and laptop had ended up in the ocean. He'd even gotten Benjamin Bing's confession recorded on his iPhone. Campbell had saluted him on the computer screen and said, "Thank you, Devine. Job well done. And it meant a lot to me personally." "Yes, sir. Claire has been briefed. She sent her thanks and gratitude to you. And I told Kurt. I know he didn't understand, but it made me feel better. Maybe he understood more than you think, sir." However, Devine didn't agree with their assessment of a successful mission because of the long line of dead people associated with it. If he had lost this many soldiers during an op, it would have been an abject failure in his mind, despite their achieving the mission goals. The town had been informed by both formal and gossip channels about most of what had happened. To say that the citizens of Putnam were shocked to their core did not even come close to describing it accurately. Dak shook Devine's hand with his good one. "Thanks, man. You did right by the Silkwells, I can tell you that. And you saved Alex's life." "You're welcome." "And the Elver business?" asked Devine, while glancing at Alex. "I've applied for a proper permit, but we may not need it." "Isabet?" "Really? Why not?" "Because we've got lawyers and they've filed a wrongful death action against the whole damn Bing family. They were all in on it, or at least knew about it, as your recording of that Dick Benjamin helped prove. His brothers have already offered tens of millions to settle, but I'm gonna squeeze them for every last penny." He looked at Alex and his happy expression faded. "And it still won't be enough. It won't bring Jenny back." "No, it won't," said Devine. Dak glanced awkwardly at his sister and said, "Well, I'll give you two some alone time." He walked off, and Devine drew closer to Alex. "How are you?" he asked. "Really? I don't know," she said. "One minute I think I'm healing, and the next, I don't know. It all takes time." "Yeah, that's what everyone keeps telling me," she replied in a dismissive tone. "I'm sure by the time I'm 80, I'll be just fine. You really didn't need me to save you. You took care of Fred all by yourself. Gade, with the help of your army knife. When he came to the house and kidnapped me, I made sure I put on the coat that had the knife in the pocket. He was an idiot not to search me, but he probably figured I was still that same little scared teenager. I didn't manage to stab him in the gut like you showed me, but after I cut the ropes and freed myself, I did remember to twist the knife in the wound. That did the trick." She slowly shook her head in amazement. "I can't believe I just said that. It was like I was watching someone else do all of it. I'm not a violent person. Everyone can be violent when violence is the only way to survive." She touched his arm. "I guess your life has been full of that." "More than I would like. Yeah." He paused. "I saw the drawing you had started. Will you finish it now?" "I already did. Up here." She tapped her head. "You know, Fred said he loved me, as he was methodically preparing to kill me. Love and murder are not mutually exclusive. In fact, more murders are committed over love than hatred or jealousy or anything else. God, what a world we live in. What will you do now? Grieve for my sister. Grieve for my father when the time comes, and I plan to visit him. I'll go with you, if you'd like me to. She took his hand in hers. Yes, I would. I'm not sure I could face that alone. I think you can face anything with or without me, Alex. I was planning on seeing my mother, too. Okay, I think that's a good idea, he said. She looked at him curiously. You do? Why? Because as time goes on, and you start to lose people dear to you, you realize nothing should prevent you from being with them while you still can. Easier said than done. Devine thought of his estrangement from his family. Yes, it is, but people can at least try. So, will you stay in Putnam? No. We're selling the property. There's nothing there for me, and I'm going to Italy, Rome, and Florence, the cities of great artists. I'd like to see some of the paintings and sculptures for real, instead of in a book or on a screen. That's just a start. Like you said, it's a big world, and I have a lot of catching up to do. She hesitated, looking anxious. What? I'm sure you've been all over the world. And I was wondering, any desire to maybe go with me to some of these places? I have been all over the world, but not with you. Let me see if I can make that work. I don't want you to go to any trouble. I don't do things I don't want to do, Alex. She leaned against him. Neither do I. They lingered with each other until the very last possible second. Then Devine sprinted to his gate to make his flight. A couple hours later, he was back in D.C. Devine grabbed his bags and headed to the taxi stand after weaving his way through large crowds of people in the airport. He got into the cab and gave the driver his address. When it came time to pay, he reached for his wallet in his jacket pocket. In pulling it out, a slip of paper came along with it. He unfolded it and looked down at the elegant handwriting on the sheet. Nice bumping into you in the airport, former Captain Devine. We missed getting you twice before. But you know what they say. The third time is usually the charm. At least one can hope. See you soon, I promise. Ox, the girl on the train. Acknowledgements. To Michelle, I know how much you love Maine, so this one's for you. Enjoy the views. To Michael Peach, Ben Sevier, Kersaya Depp, Jonathan Volukis, Matthew Ballast, Beth de Guzman, Anna Maria Alessi, Rena Kornblue, Karen Kostalniak, Albert Tang, Andy Dodds, Ivy Cheng, Joseph Benincase, Alexis Gilbert, Andrew Duncan, Janine Perez, Lauren Sum, Bob Castillo, Rebecca Holland, Brianna Kukta, Mark Stephen Long, Marie Mundaka, Lisa Kahn, John Colucci, Nita Basu, Allison Lazarus, Barry Broadhead, Martha Bucci, Ali Cutrone, Raylan Davis, Tracy Dowd, Melanie Friedman, Elizabeth Blue Guess, John Leary, John Leffler, Rachel Hairston, Tishana Knight, Jennifer Kosek, Suzanne Marks, Derek Meehan, Donna Knopper, Rob Philpott, Barbara Slavin, Karen Torres, Rich Tullis, Mary Urban, Avi Mulder, Fantasia Brown, Julie Hernandez, Laura Shepard, Maritza Lumpris, Dominic Stones, Leah Collins Lipsett, Jeff Shea, Carla Stockalper, Kieran Fitzgerald, and everyone at Grand Central Publishing. We're set for another 8 books, and I can't wait. You all rock. To Aaron and Arlene Priest, Lucy Childs, Lisa Erbach Vance, Frances Jallet Miller, Kristen Peeney, and Natalie Rosselli. Love the new digs. And by the way, you all are the best in the business. To Mitch Hoffman, for continuing to distinguish yourself as one hell of an editor. To Joanna Pryor, Jeremy Trevathan, Lucy Hale, Francesca Pathak, Stuart Dwyer, Leanne Williams, Kinza Azira, Sarah Lloyd, Claire Evans, Jamie Forrest, Laura Sherlock, Jonathan Atkins, Christine Jones, Andy Joannou, Charlotte Williams, Rebecca Kellaway, Charlotte Cross, Lucy Granger, Holly Martin, Becky Lloyd, and Neil Lang at Pan Macmillan for keeping me right at the top. It's not easy, and you all do it flawlessly. To Praveen Naidu and the wonderful team at Pan Macmillan in Australia for growing my audience by leaps and bounds. See you soon. To Caspian Dennis and Sandy Violette, who are like siblings to me, although I'm much older. To Chuck Betac for his expert advice on military matters. To Tom DuPont for all things financial. To the charity auction winners, Françoise Guillaume, the Mark Twain House and Museum, Wendy Fuss, Amelia Island Book Festival, and the family of the late Richard Wayne Harper, Homes for Our Troops. I hope you enjoyed your characters, the good and the bad. To my good friend Harvey Watkins, I hope you enjoyed reading about your namesake. Thanks for all you've done for us over the years. And to Kristen White and Michelle Butler, The Engines on the Train, Chapter E. Travis Devine took a shallow breath, ignored the heat and humidity that was rising fast along with the sun, and rushed to board the 6:20 train like it was the last flight out of Saigon. He was wearing an off-the-rack pearl gray suit, a wrinkled white shirt that needed laundering, and a muted dark tie. He would rather be in jeans and a t-shirt, or camis and army jump boots. But that couldn't happen. Not on this ride. He was freshly showered, although already starting to perspire. His thick hodgepodge of hair was as neatly combed as he could manage it. His face was shaved and mildly scented with a nondescript cologne. The cheap tasseled loafers shined fore and aft. The imitation leather briefcase held his company-issued laptop with special encryption and no personal use permitted thereon, along with breath mints and a packet of Pepsid AC. He no longer took the neat little power pills he'd popped when suited up to fight for his country. The Army used to give them out like gummy bears so the grunts would battle longer and harder on less sleep and less to eat. Now they cost money. His primary weapons, instead of the Army-issued M11 carbine and M9 sidearm of yesteryear, were twin Apple Mac 27-inch screens connected by digital tethers to mighty, encrypted clouds seeded with all the data he would ever need. It was all bullshit, really, and, strangely enough, more important to him than anything else on Earth right now. What they taught you in the world of high finance was simple, really. Win or lose, eat or starve. It was a binary choice. No Taliban, Al-Qaeda, ISIS fanatic, or Afghan soldier pretending to be your ally before banging around into the back of your head. Here, his chief concerns were quarterly earnings projections, liquidity, free and closed markets, monopolies and oligarchs, in-house lawyers who wanted you to stick to the rules, and bosses who insisted that you didn't. And most significant of all, the person sitting right next to Devine at the office. They were mortal foes. It was him or them in Wall Street's version of mixed martial arts. Devine was commuting south to the big city on Metro North's Harlem line. At age 32, his entire life had changed, and he wasn't sure how he felt about it. No, he was sure. He hated it. That meant things were working according to plan. He sat where he always did when commuting into the city third row, window seat on the starboard side. He switched to the port side on the way back. The train puttered along with no real ambition, unlike the humans it carried. Sleek trains ran like the wind in Europe and Asia, but here they were turtles. Yet they were faster than the cars stuck in the murderous traffic that piled in and out of the city morning, noon, and night. Generations before him had ridden this very same route to make their living in the very same spires of Manhattan. Many had died along the way from the usual suspects: widowmaker heart attacks, strokes, aneurysms, the slow death of neurological disorders and cancers, a liver painfully scuttled by too much alcohol, or self-inflicted deaths among those who could take the strain no longer. Devine lived in Mount Kisco in a saggy townhouse shared with three 20-somethings trying to forge their futures in various ways. He had left them all asleep as he tried to shape his future day by day. The train would continue to fill as it wended its way along to Manhattan. It was summer, the sun was well on its way up, and the heat was building. He could have lived in the city, and paid a lot more money for the easier commute. But he liked trees and open spaces, and being surrounded by skyscrapers and concrete at all times was not his preference. He had actually been mulling over where to live when a realtor who knew a friend of his had called out of the blue and told him she had found him the townhouse. It was cheap enough that he was able to save a bit, and lots of people commuted into the city, even though it made for long days and nights. But that philosophy had been beaten into his psyche for most of his life. "You work till you drop, Travis," his father had told him over and over. "Nobody in this world gives you a damn thing. You have to take it. And you take it by working harder than anybody else. Look at your sister and brother. You think they had it easy? Yes, his older brother and sister, Danny and Claire, board-certified neurosurgeon at the Mayo Clinic and CFO of a Fortune 100, respectively. They were 8 and 9 years older than he was, and already minted superstars. They had reached heights he never would. He had been told this so often, nothing could persuade him not to believe it. His birth had clearly been a mistake. Whether his father forgot the condom or his mother didn't realize she was ovulating and failed to keep her lustful man at bay, out he had popped and pissed off everybody in his family. His mother went back to work immediately at his father's thriving dental practice in Connecticut, where she was a hygienist. He'd learned this later, of course, but maybe he'd also sensed his parents' indifference to him as an infant. That indifference had turned to fury when Divine turned 18. That was when he'd gotten into West Point. His father had roared, "Playing soldier instead of going out into the world and earning a living? Well, boy, you are off the family payroll starting now. Your mother and I don't deserve this crap." However, he'd found his place in the world of the military. After graduating from West Point, he'd gone through the arduous Ranger School, passing the crawl, walk, and run tests, which was how the 3 phases were described. By far the hardest part had been sleep deprivation. He and his comrades had literally fallen unconscious while standing up. He'd later qualified to become a member of the elite 75th Ranger Regiment. That had even been tougher than Ranger School, but he had loved the special forces and the dangerous and demanding quick-strike missions that came with being a member. These were serious accomplishments, and he had written to his parents about them, hoping for some praise. He had never heard back from his mother. His father had sent an email asking him what national park he would be assigned to now that he was a ranger. He had signed the email, "Proud father of Smokey the Bear." He might have assumed his dad was utilizing his sense of humor, only he knew his father didn't have one. Divine had earned twin purples and a slew of other bits of metal and ribbons. In the world of the Army, he was known as a combat stud. He would only term himself a survivor. He had gone into uniform as a boy and come out as a killing machine, 6'1" and 1/4 inches, as the Army had precisely measured him. He had entered West Point a lanky 180 pounds of average physique. Then the Army, and his own determination, had transformed him into 225 pounds of bone, muscle, and gristle. His grip was the jaws of a croc. His stamina was off the charts. His skills at killing and not being killed placed him at the top of the food chain with orcas and great whites. He'd risen to captain right on schedule and had worn the twin silver bars proudly, but then Divine had called it quits because he had to. It had torn him up back then. It still tore him up. He was an Army man through and through, until he could be one no longer. Yet, it was a decision he had to make. After that, he had sat in an apartment for a month wondering what to do, while old comrades phoned, emailed, and texted, asking him what the hell was he doing leaving the uniform. He had not gotten back to any of them. He had nothing he could say to them. A leader who had never had an issue giving orders and being in command, he couldn't find the words to explain what he had done. He did have the post-9/11 GI Bill to help him. It paid for a full ride to an in-state public university. It seemed fair enough for nearly dying for his country. He'd gotten his MBA that way. He was the oldest person in his class at Cowell & Cumley, the minted powerhouse investment firm where he worked at an entry-level analyst position. When he'd applied at Cowell, they had looked upon him with suspicion. They had outwardly thanked him for his military service, because that was always automatic. But they probably had to fill a veteran's quota, and he was it. He didn't care why they had picked him so long as he got a shot to make himself as miserable as possible. He had tried later trains into the city, but there were too many suits on board just like him, heading to work, heading to war. He needed to get there first, because whoever got there first, with the most, often was victorious. The military had also taught him that, and so he stepped onto the 6:20 train every morning and traveled to the city as punishment. And as much as he hated the work and the life that came with it, that simple punishment would never manage to fit his crime. Chapter R. The 6:20 train passed through bucolic countryside, lurking outside a metropolis of unequaled breadth and complexity. Along the way, it picked up people at stations set in affluent small towns that existed solely to serve the hungry beast due south. It finally chugged past an enclave of homes that were some of the most expensive in this or any other country. It seemed unfair to call them mere homes. A place nearly as large as a shopping center should have a grander name. Even mansion or estate didn't cut it, Devine thought. Palace, maybe? Yeah, palace seemed to work. He lifted his gaze from his laptop, as he did every morning when passing by this area. Every time he looked out, another structure was going up, or an existing one was being made even more lavish. The cement trucks drove in with wet loads for larger and more elaborate pools. The houses went higher or wider, or a guest house was being built, or a putting green added. It kept the working class employed, so there was some good in the greed and pretentiousness, he supposed. The train slowed as it approached a bend and snaked upward over a lazy, heat-struck knoll. It slowed some more, coming nearly to a stop. There was a signal switching hitch here that the train people either couldn't or wouldn't do anything about. To say they had a monopoly was to say the earth revolved around the sun, so why would they give a damn? And as they came to a complete halt, Devine saw her. He had seen her only a few times before, and only when the weather turned warm. He had no idea why she was up so early, but he was glad she was. The privacy wall was high, but not high enough to block the sight line of those on the train at this point on the knoll. He knew who the owner of this particular palace was, and he also knew that there were height limits on perimeter walls and fences here. The owner had planted trees along the rear wall to compensate for this, but because of the gap between the bottom of the tree canopy and the top of the wall, there was a narrow gap one could see through at a certain spot. It was an oversight, he knew, that the owner would no doubt rectify one day, though Devine hoped not, at least while he was riding the 6:20. He felt a bit like Jimmy Stewart in Rear Window, the champion voyeur movie of all time. But he wasn't looking out the window because his leg was broken and he was bored, as was the case with Stewart's character. He was looking out the window because of her. The woman had sauntered out from the rear door of the largest palace in this enclave. Sauntered was the only word that worked for how she moved. It was a smooth, leisurely pace, like a panther just getting warmed up before breaking into a sprint. The hips and glutes and thighs and shoulders all moved in the most gloriously primal choreography. The place looming behind her was all modernistic, with glass and metal and concrete whipped into odd geometric shapes. Only the mind of an architectural savant, snorting nostrils of coke, could have conceived it. She had on a short, white, terry cloth robe that clung to her tanned thighs. When she took it off, revealed was an emerald green string bikini and a body that seemed too flawless to be genuine. Her hair was all blonde highlights with intricate cuts and waves that had probably cost more than his suit. Devine looked around to see who else was watching. All the guys were, of course. One of the women had glanced up from her computer, seen the lady in question, looked at the gents with their faces burned to the glass, and turned back to her screen in disgust. Two other women, one in her 40s and dressed like a hippie, and one in her 70s, didn't look up. The former was on her phone. The latter was diligently reading her Bible, which had plenty of warnings about sins of the flesh. The bikini lady placed her painted toenails in the water, shivered slightly, and then in she dove. She did a graceful arc under the water, pushed off the other side, and came back up to where she had started. She hoisted herself out and sat on the pool surround facing his way. She didn't seem to notice the train or anyone staring from inside it. Divine could imagine at this distance all she could see was the train's glass reflecting the sunlight. With her body wet, the tiny bikini seemed to have shrunk, and her breasts hung heavy and firm in the twin pockets of the swimsuit top. She looked to the left and right, and then behind her at the house. Next, she slipped off her top and then her bottom. She sat there for a long moment, totally naked. Divine could glimpse cummeled white and tanned skin. Then she jumped once more into the water and vanished. It was about this time that the train started up again, and the next palace in the enclave appeared, only it didn't have a beautiful woman skinny dipping in its pool. In fact, this homeowner had planted not trees, but tall, thick holly or Leland cypress that left no gaps through which one could peer. Pretty much every other man on the train car groaned under his breath and slumped back with a mix of ecstasy and disappointment. Divine eyed some of them. They looked back at him, smiled, shook their heads, and mouthed things that sounded basically like, "Dude, what the fuck was that?" Divine had never seen her stripped down before. He wondered what had caused her to do it beyond some sort of playful impulse. He wondered about many things in that particular palace. It was fascinating to him what people did with all that money. Some were philanthropic, others just kept buying bigger toys. Divine told himself that if he ever got to be that rich, he would not buy the toys. He would give it all away. Yeah, sure he would. At the next station, more people got on. And then at the next station, still more. As he looked around at the mostly 20-somethings on the train, who were already on their fired-up computers and yanking down data clouds, and scanning documents and fine-tuning presentations and excelling at Excel, Divine knew that the enemy was everywhere. He was completely surrounded. And that should have panicked the former soldier. And yet this morning, all Divine could think about was the naked woman in the water. And it wasn't for the obvious reasons. To the former ranger and army scout, something about the lovely woman just seemed off.